in the first row and at the back as well, because we have my passion project, my passion subject. We start with AI, Vedika. How can it get any better?
But before that, has everyone had coffee? Is everyone absolutely stuffed with breakfast? Can I get some yes? No? Coffee done, guys? Are we bright and ready to roll? All right. Before that, a happy Dhanteras to everyone out here. Gaurav, you're the first one I'm going to go to. Are you going to rush after this to buy some gold?
Of course,
Is the family making sure you're home in time for it?
I will make sure.
Great. Vishnu, good morning. Quick question. What was your favorite session yesterday on day one?
Ajit Agarkar.
Not the one that you were moderating?
Ajit Agarkar and everything about Indian cricket is all I care about.
Great. All right. Let's now go ahead and ask Rahul. Rahul, which was your favorite session? You can't say Rishi Sunak.
I think the Dr. Merit Moore session was quite fantastic. I mean, you were brilliant as well. Merit Moore was fantastic. Just the fact that she had this energy, it just brought the World Summit stage alive. First session in the morning, her energy was infectious. And the fact that she's a quantum physicist who's a ballerina, just that combination. And she'll be here later this evening. And Ishan Khattar is going to be here, the Bollywood star. And they're trying to see if they can get the robo to dance with Ishan Khattar. And so there's a lot happening. Not just day one. I'm quite excited about day two as well. And happy Dhanteras to you.
I think it's going to be quite a competition there. Ishan Khattar versus the robot. I think the robot will have to be recoded after Ishan performs on stage with it. He's just brilliant, isn't he?
Vedika, that's the sort of collab only Rahul can pull off, because it is ultimate, right? You have art, you have tech, and you have a robot there as well. This dashing gentleman in the front seat. Mandi, what was your highlight from day one?
All right, I think it was clearly the PM, and I think as I'll just put it, Modi ko darana mushkil nahi namumkin hai. That was a highlight. I think Modi ji was just up there. I think kind of 5-star. Thank you.
All right, and what are you looking forward to on day two?
Okay, Ishan, of course, the dance as Rahul said. I think let's kind of see him jamming with the robot.
You know, Vedika, when we were up on stage and not letting anyone know what's happening next, the one face that we always turn to was Purva. Purva, what was your experience watching us pull that off on stage?
It was fantastic. I mean, I think, there was so much energy, there was so much passion, the audience was engaged. I personally liked the Tony Abbott session very well, and all the cricket quips which happened back and forth. So really well done.
And day two, something that really piques your interest?
I'm looking forward to day two and just mingling with everyone as well. That's a highlight of the event.
Vedika, I think that's the highlight of the event, the networking that just goes on in all these side rooms and the dinners, the night out as well, which was not documented, but we know all about it.
Ayush, I'm going to join you at the podium in a moment from now. While you get there, the last word with Gaurav here. What are you looking forward to, Gaurav?
I'm looking forward to actually Neil Thompson's session. I'm looking forward to the session on EV by Karthik Haryani. I think there's a very exciting day, and then Ishan Khattar, of course, will make us all jam.
Great. So let's get it started, Ayush. Day one was explosive. We promise day two is even going to be as explosive as day one. Ayush, over to you.
What are you looking most forward to on
Ishan
day two?
Khattar.
This is a unanimous decision that everyone wants to look forward to. How many of the boys in the audience are looking forward to Ishan Khattar's performance? Put your hands up. Okay, see. And how many of the lovely ladies in the audience are looking forward to Ishan? Okay, clearly a lot more hands in the latter.
Absolutely. All right, let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, again, a very warm welcome to all of you. It's been a smashing day one, and we promise you day two will even be as good or even better.
Absolutely. If yesterday was anything to go by, Vedika, with two current prime ministers, two former prime ministers, heads of diplomatic missions, CEOs, AI experts, artists, and actors, we are set for an even more explosive lineup today.
All right, so let's get started with our guest today. It's going to be the director of the Future Tech Research Project at MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab, a center at the forefront of future innovation.
Please join us in giving a huge welcome to none other than Neil Thompson.
And joining him will be Managing Editor NDTV, Shiva Roor.
Over to you, Shiv.
Thank you, Ayush and Vedika. I find that AI and coffee always is a very, very good combination. So I hope everyone's had their coffee. You're not going to need it because our next guest is going to wake you right up. Believe me, I've been speaking to him since yesterday. And if he shares even a fraction of the stuff that he told me, you can put that coffee aside. That's my personal guarantee. So I love starting talks with a quick show of hands before I bring Neil on. So quick show of hands, and please be honest. How many of you in the last 24 hours have asked ChatGPT a question? Okay, so there are lots of liars in the audience, clearly, because I know for a fact that many of you have already relinquished that control. So Neil, if you can hear me backstage, your work is already done. Your research here in India is complete, and you're welcome for that. That's right. Confession time. I used ChatGPT this morning, where I asked ChatGPT, how do I introduce my next guest, Neil Thompson? And ChatGPT said, and I want to quote it very correctly, so I'm going to read it out for you. It said, Shiv, don't worry. I've already emailed him your questions and your insecurities. So I don't know what I'm doing here, honestly, because this is a serious issue. This is not a laughing matter. Neil definitely doesn't laugh very much when it comes to matters AI, because this is his life's work. Really talking about relinquishing and losing too much control to AI, giving over too much control to the machines. Are the machines really rising? Are they going to take over? Or is this actually voluntary? Is it something that we're happy to do because we're noticing day by day that ChatGPT or AI in general just does a far better job at so many of the things we struggle to do? And nobody, believe me, nobody studies that better than Neil Thompson. It is his life's work. He leads the Future Tech Group at MIT. He's literally on the front lines of AI, answering some of these questions. And his work takes us into how computing, how human behavior, and how economics, he studied economics, by the way, shapes the future of AI. And it is incredible. His world is incredible because it not only tells us, and this talk will as well, about what AI can do and will do for all of you in the days and the weeks and the months to come, but also what it tells us about how we understand ourselves. So please, a warm round of applause for Neil Thompson.
Go. Good morning. Good morning. Excellent. It's my pleasure to be with you today to think together a little bit about what the future of AI is going to look like, and try and draw a line between, some chaos that we're fearing and the wonderful sort of promise that AI might have, that if we can push it in the directions that we want it to do, it might do really amazing things. So let's start with the chaos part. We're already seeing a little bit of this, right? When I thought about doing this, I thought, oh, well, I'm going to go, my lab has a repository of the risks that AI is posing, and trying to understand, okay, if you're a business or an organization trying to deal with AI, okay, what comes up? And one of the things we can do is we can look at particular types of risk, and we can say, what are the incidents we're already seeing coming up in the news? Well, we see some very sad moments of chaos, right? In Uttar Pradesh, we have a car going off a space where a bridge used to be. But it turns out that the map that it was based on, that the car was self-driving on, just didn't have the fact that the bridge had been washed away. And so some people died. Very sad. We also see some cases where, well, people did have command of the AI, but unfortunately, they didn't use it for good. So this is a case where a Mumbai businessman was defrauded by being called and using a deep fake to report to be his son, report to be somebody from the embassy, trying to get him to give over 80,000 rupees. Okay, so we are already seeing some chaos. But maybe what's surprising about this, given that how much we see AI in the news, is that we don't see more chaos. And the question is why? Right? Why haven't we seen this? And the simple answer is, so far we haven't had it because these systems have just not been capable enough to get to that level. Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit together. So the first thing to understand is that AI really is a big departure from traditional IT systems that we've had, right? So if you think about some sort of thing of some kind of tasks that you might want to do and how well these different systems can do, you can think of traditional IT, something like Excel, right? For Excel, there's some things it does really well. If you ask Excel to multiply some numbers, it's going to be perfect at getting that. And if you ask it, what shall I have for dinner tonight? It's not going to be very good. But with AI, you get a different pattern, right? If you ask AI to multiply some numbers together, it will usually get it right, but not always. So it's a little less good. But if you ask it what to have for dinner, it will often tell you, something. Maybe a good answer, maybe a bad answer, right? But it will give you an answer. Now, it turns out that this distinction matters a lot. Because for a traditional IT system, the fact that you have this area where it's basically 100% correct means that you can stack these systems one upon another, right? So you can gather some data, you might put it in a database, you might do a query of that, all of those kind of things. You can put them one on top of another, and you get 100% and 100% and 100% and so on. Well, what happens if you take an AI system that isn't perfect and you stack it one upon the other? Well, the problem is these errors are going to stack as well. Right? And I call this the idea of AI's garden of branching paths. So think about this as like the AI starts when you ask it for some particular thing, right? And one of these paths is going to lead it to the right answer, and a lot of these paths are going to lead it to the wrong answer. And each time it gets to a branch, it has to make some decision, some internal calculation to say, this is the right answer to your problem. Well, of course, the more times you have that branching, the more likely it is to go off on the wrong path and give you the wrong answer. And in fact, when OpenAI has estimated this for ChatGPT 5, what they found is that 5 to 12% of all of the queries that they give have an error in them. Okay, so this is sort of with the typical number of branching paths that you actually have for the queries that they're being asked. So what happens if you want to go further? Right, what if you want to say, well, I don't want it to just do the things people are asking today, I want it to do really autonomous things, right? Things that might take it a week or a month for it to do. Okay, what does that look like? Well, it turns out there have been some really beautiful work this year by some of the researchers at Meter, and they found the following graph. Okay, so what we're looking at here on the x-axis is how much time it takes a human to do a particular task, right? And you can imagine that as the amount of time it takes a human gets longer and longer, that means it's sort of like more and more decisions are having to be made to get to the right answer. And then on the y-axis, we have how good these systems are at doing it. And what's remarkable here is when the task is very short, these systems are very, very good at it. Now here it looks like it's about 100%. That's just because the sample is pretty limited. As we just said, there actually is going to be a little bit of error. It's sometimes going to make a mistake. But it's quite good when you're talking about things that take humans 10 seconds, a minute, something like that. You can see, as you get to things that take humans 2 days, a week, or something like that, these systems are basically terrible. They almost never get the right answer. Okay, so this starts to allow us to disentangle this idea that some of these things they're able to do very well, right? You can ask it to generate an image, something like that, pretty quick. If you ask it to do sort of a large scam against someone, like lots of pieces of that scam, it will probably fall apart if it's going to take a long time. So this, in fact, has protected us. Right? This has meant that these capabilities have not been good enough to make these systems very autonomous, right? And that's, of course, the thing you'd really worry about for a lot of chaos is if these systems could be very autonomous, get out in the world and do all kinds of things. But this is changing very rapidly. So what do I mean by that? Well, on that last graph I showed you, there was sort of that region of like, things were really good. And there's a region where things were not good in terms of performance. And then there was a middle region where you said, we're just transitioning, right? These systems are just getting good enough. And so the same paper by these researchers, they said, well, let's look at that middle ground and how it's improving and think about how that looks over time. And what they find is this. So here what we're showing, on the far left, you can see some of the early systems like GPT-2. As we get to the right, we have more modern systems like Claude 3.7. And what you can see here is on the y-axis is that, again, that how long it takes a human to complete the task. And notice we're getting better very fast. In fact, yesterday we heard from Rishi Sunak that exactly this idea of these capabilities improving every 6 to 7 months, that is this chart. This is what it is showing you. So this is pretty remarkable, right? This tells us that it will not be that long until these systems are able to do things that take considerably longer to do, and therefore we'll be able to give them more autonomy. And that poses some risks. Now, you might ask, okay, well, if these systems become more capable, maybe we're going to be able to control them, right? We will have this things to control them to make sure that they're only doing the things we want to do. And unfortunately, so far, we actually don't have good evidence that that is the case. As these systems become more capable, they actually it becomes easier for them to circumvent some of the things that we want them to do. Not everything, but some of the things that we want them to do. And so we've tried lots of things. People have tried, having AI watch AI, right? Maybe that can help us do it. It can help in some cases. We still don't have it. So as of right now, we still don't have any guarantees that as we get to these greater capabilities, we're going to be able to have more control, right? And so this is just, for any of you who are policymakers in the room, I want to encourage you, give your companies, give your researchers in the country more money to study this question, because there is promise. There are very small windows where we can show that we can actually do much better prediction, but it's very, very limited at this point. And as we just saw in that last chart, these things are going to move so fast that if we wait until we get to the point where all of a sudden, something bad has happened, things are going to keep moving very fast. We need to prepare for it ahead of time. Okay. So to think then about, well, if we can't get a lot of control, it's going to actually matter a lot how these capabilities develop, right? How fast are these things going to happen? And what is it going to mean for us? And so to do that, I want to take a second to talk about how we've gotten to the current moment in AI. So it turns out that there are basically 3 factors which have been the things that have driven AI forward over the last 10 or 15 years. The most important of those is just having more chips and running them for longer, right? I'm sure this is true in India as well, right? In the United States, we see data centers going up all over the place, right? Huge demands on the energy system, precisely for this reason, right? And it turns out this is one of the most important facts in AI, is this idea of something that's called a scaling law. If you haven't heard about a scaling law, don't worry. What it is a recipe. It's a recipe that says, if you want an AI system that has a certain level of capabilities, I will tell you, if you use this amount of data, this number of GPUs, put those together, you'll be able to get to a certain level of performance. And that is the recipe that all of these companies have followed. OpenAI, Anthropic, all of them have said, we're going along this path, and they've scaled up enormously. And of course, we've had enormous data centers as a result of this. This has been by far the dominant way that we have gotten better AI performance so far. Now, there are some other ways. We can have more efficient algorithms. So imagine AI is a computer program, like a lot of other computer programs. It's going to do a series of steps in order to do it. It turns out that as we either train these systems or as we do inference with them, the actual using of them, there's actually some inefficiency often in the way they're designed, right? So I've sort of drawn that as the circuitous route that you're doing to go from A to B. So that means that if we can think cleverly about it, right, we might be able to go more directly. And so you may have heard about this in the context of DeepSeek, right, which was sort of the famous one we heard about. A lot of what they did was a lot of clever little things in order to get performance improvements so that fewer GPUs could do the same thing as somebody else using many more GPUs, or a smaller model could do as much as someone else doing more. Okay, so this is very interesting, right, because this is really efficient. This means that our systems become more capable. The third source, which is by far the least important of these 3, is more efficient GPUs. We have, successive generations of chips get better. Now, this was actually the dominant way that we got performance improvements before AI, right? If people know about Moore's law and semiconductors getting better, this was sort of the dominant thing. It's interesting that in AI, it's really the third of these. It's the one that's by far the least important. Okay, so why have I told you about these different sources of improvement? Well, the big reason is because what's going to come next matters a lot, whether we continue on this path of the thing at the far left or whether we go in the middle. Is it the more chips or is it more algorithms? So how does that play out? Well, if we have more chips for running for longer, that means we need to scale up, right? And one of the things about getting better performance by scaling up is that every last little bit that you try and get costs you more and more to get. There's just an incredibly expensive thing. That last little bit of performance, squeezing it, takes a huge amount of processors. That means that if this is the dominant way we get, what we're going to get is very expensive AI, right? You might have systems that could cost $10 billion to train, but only a small number of people will have them, right? Because they are so expensive. What if that's not the dominant way? What if what actually happens is more efficient algorithms? Well, if that happens, then what quickly happens is as soon as performance comes in at a top level, so you have some very powerful model that can do something, within just a few years, even very small models like the kind you might have on your phone can be capable of incredible things, right? Under that world, we get a decentralized, inexpensive world. Now, that's a great world in terms of productivity, right? That's a world where we say we can deploy incredibly capable AI systems all over the place. It's also a world where we have incredibly powerful tools in a huge number of hands, and that's going to pose a lot of challenge for control, for security, and things like that. Okay, so the key message I want you to take today is that AI's lack of capabilities is really what has protected us from a lot of the worst outcomes we might worry about. That has protected us, but it is changing rapidly. And we just have no guarantees that as we build these more capable systems, we're going to be able to control them, right? And so that's something we need to invest in. We have these little examples of what we're trying to do, but there's a lot yet that needs to be done on this. And so what this means is that in practice, what's going to happen is we're going to have to sort of manage these things as we go, and what's going to determine that is the capability path. Is it going to be scale up to even bigger data centers, even bigger models? That's centralized, you can imagine sort of regulating a small number of people. Or is it going to be very decentralized, we're going to have it all over? Some work that we've done suggests that that latter one is much more likely. And if that's happened, we call these the meek models. If meek models inherit the earth, that means that there's going to be a lot of productivity benefits, but also a lot of risks that are going to come along the way. All right, thank you. And we're now moving on to the fireside chat.
Thank you, sir. If you could just stay with us for a moment. If you could just welcome Union Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnaw, who is with us in the auditorium. All right. Mr. Thompson, we're going to have a Q&A with you in a while from now.
Okay.
We believe the minister is running a bit late and is busy. So if we could have Mr. Vaishnaw on stage, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Thompson. That was a fascinating keynote, and we can't wait to have that chat with you.
Sorry? Yeah. All right. So we're going to call Senior Managing Editor Vishnu Som on stage. It's going to take us about 2 minutes to set up, after which we will begin. So that was an essential look at the global challenges of AI, but in every challenge, there is also an opportunity, and nowhere is that more true than right here in India.
Exactly, Vedika. India is not just adapting to the future, it's actively shaping it, defining what many are now calling the Great Indian Decade.
And leading that charge, Ayush, is a cabinet minister with one of the most vital portfolios shaping the lives of every citizen. He holds the reins for everything from our national transport backbone to our digital identity programs.
We are profoundly honored to welcome Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Union Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting, and Electronics and Information Technology. He will be in conversation, like we mentioned earlier, with NDTV's own Senior Managing Editor, Vishnu Som. A huge round of applause, please.
Mr. Minister, welcome to the NDTV World Summit.
For the last several years, I've had the privilege of a lot of conversations with Ashwini Vaishnaw on India's digital future. We've spoken about all sorts of things. We've spoken about the manufacture of semiconductors in India. We've spoken about India's AI stack. We've spoken about resilient supply chains. And he's a bit of a futurist. I am not, which is why when he told me a whole lot of things a few years back on how India and our digital future is essentially something that is upon us, quite frankly, I didn't believe him. I thought, ministers, they like to talk. But the fact of the matter is this: India's digital future is upon us. If we don't invest in AI now, if we don't invest in the manufacture of semiconductors now, if we don't get into serious research and the excavation and the refining of critical minerals now, then India will be in trouble. But that's at one level. There's the entire aspect of what he deals with, which is also policy. What about a policy on deep fakes? It is a huge concern. What about ensuring the data sovereignty of India? Again, that's an area that he has to look at very, very carefully. Thank you so much for being with us today. And let me start this by firstly asking you about what's the next big thing, because we've already had the India stack, which has looked at Aadhaar, it's looked at UPI. You're not stopping there, I hope. So what's next for us in terms of DPI, Digital Public Interface?
In terms of DPI, we are going very big on digital credit. And it's very important for the people at the bottom of the pyramid, because if you are able to provide credit for the people who really need credit at a very small magnitude, for example, somebody requiring a loan of 2,000 rupees for 3 days. Now, no bank would generally get into that kind of scenario. But if we use the power of technology, if we can use cash flow of the person as a collateral for loan and use that as the credit rating mechanism in real time, in a very continuous process, then things can be really great. By now, we have done about $16 billion worth of digital credit, and it's progressing very well. Many of the pilots which have been done are giving very good results.
One of the biggest enablers that we've seen in recent times, we heard the Prime Minister speak about this yesterday, was how through our digital network, healthcare can be provided through apps to the last person in the last mountain in the most remote parts of our country. Ultimately, this isn't about tech. It's only about tech as long as it helps people. That's what your function, your job is. Could you tell us how that, in terms of reaching out to the last person in healthcare through apps and our digital network, is saving lives?
Absolutely. And India rolled out 5G at a pace which the entire world was amazed at. We now practically cover more than 90% of our country with the 5G network. And we are the second largest 5G network. We have the second largest 5G network in the entire world. That has helped us reach out to the areas which are really far-flung and provide services which hitherto would have been impossible for them to avail. And there we have used a combination of communication technologies, compute technologies, and AI to provide services which are really good. And the DPI stack has been the foundation for that.
Let's talk a little bit about AI. Indian large language models, do you believe that is necessarily the future? If so, how is it progressing?
So we have to look at the entire AI architecture, the entire stack, starting with the applications which are Indian corporates and Indian businesses, they are adopting in a very huge way. Coming to the orchestration, that entire software layer between the hardware and the application piece, that we need to develop so that our digital sovereignty is properly protected, and we nobody can have a kill switch which can kind of prevent us or isolate us from the entire technology stack. Third is the entire layer of LLMs. LLMs are coming in multiple forms and multiple shapes today. Today, I mean, practically every week or every 10 days, you can find one new model getting announced by somebody in the world. Now, the way the entire AI model scenario is today changing, we must focus on the innovative pieces, the engineering innovation, which can give us a leverage over the huge capital which is required in the conventional ways of training AI models. So we must use that as our strength, and that is what we are doing in the 6 models which are getting developed. 2 of the models will be of the 120 billion parameter order, and I think this will provide us a good base where the models are not biased the way the Western models are. They are trained on Indian languages, Indian context, and they have the same technical strength which, let's say, any other bigger model in the world would have. So many young startups, many young entrepreneurs, they are really working big time, full focused on that layer. The final layer is the chipset, and that is where that should be our next goal once we achieve the application, the orchestration, entire layer, the models, and then we should aim at the chipsets.
We'll talk about chipsets in a moment, but be honest with us. Grok, is that what you use? Gemini, is that what you use? Or
I use
ChatGPT
none.
4?
I try to use my own brain.
No, but that's interesting. Why do you not find use in AI? Some of my research, I run through AI before my programs. I find it very useful. You have to fact check it, but still it gives you a preliminary basis of information.
Part of my nature is that I like to think sometimes, and fortunately I can fortunately I can think on a topic for a reasonably long time. I have a good attention span. Sometimes I can think.
No, but you are pushing AI in India, but you aren't using AI. Is that what you're telling me?
It's perfectly okay. We are using in railways, we are using in so many other things. It's good to use applications where they add value. It's okay.
Let's talk a little bit about something related to AI, perhaps even directly, which is Yep.
I'll start using Sarvam
Oh, you have, right. Okay.
once it comes by
At
December.
December, right? That's when.
December, Jan latest.
Let's talk a little bit about something which is completely related. When we talk about AI and we talk about the manufacture of processors in India, we have to look at semiconductor availability. Resilient supply chains is what we believe in. But ultimately, it's also about having fabs in India which actually manufacture semiconductors. Now, you've got something to show us, right?
So semiconductor is a strategic industry, and about 6 decades back we started this journey, but unfortunately there was no success in the first quite many decades. 22, our Prime Minister gave us a very clear focus and a good vision on how we should proceed with the semiconductor industry. We started the program on 1st Jan 22, and today we have 2 units producing already. We are in end of 25. Within such a short time frame, 2 units have started production. CG Semi and Keynes has started production last week, and 10 units total. They are under construction, and some of the progress is very good because this is a
hold that up and show us.
well, this is a very complex industry because the magnitude, the dimensions at which we have to work and the complexity at which we have to work is really, really difficult. So a chip can be extremely small. You can't even see it with a microscope. It's like 10,000 times smaller than the human hair. So that kind of magnitude, that kind of work is there. And fabricating a chip is like building an entire city on a small little wafer like this. This is a wafer. On this, building a complete city, which will have its own plumbing, its own heating, its own electrical network, its own circuits, and huge, very, very complex. Something, For example, somebody was telling me that if the power supply goes off for 5 minutes, then it's a loss of $200 million. That kind of complexity is there. And the chemicals and gases which are used are extremely pure, ultra pure chemicals and gases, 500 plus chemicals, parts per billion purity, extremely. So good thing is that we have started doing it. This is among the first few chips which have been manufactured. We presented the first Made in India chipset to our Prime Minister. But what we have also done is, we have put a huge focus on creating the talent pipeline. Nowhere in the world will you find a situation where 295 universities, students are using world's latest semiconductor design tools, what we call EDA tools in our industry parlance. World's latest EDA tools from Cadence, from Synopsys, from Siemens. They're using absolutely what the industry uses, designing chips and the chips getting taped out. I'm sure you have Professor from MIT. Very few universities would be there in the world which can claim this kind of thing, right? Yeah. So that kind of focus on developing a very significant talent base has given us a unique strength. Already 20% of our design engineers, global design engineering talent is in India. And today we are designing chips of 2 nanometers in our country. Earlier it used to be 5 nanometers, 7 nanometers, now 2 nanometer chip. 2 nanometer is the most complex chip, smallest one. So those are designed here in India. So that strength we would like to use in our fabrication and manufacturing process.
Can you just show me that chip? I just want to get, and the other one, to get the camera to, this is too small for the camera to zoom in on, but I thought it would be quite interesting if we can actually have this up on the screen. And if once, as soon, right. And so the other one is too small. Despite being Vishnu, I've got only two arms. But tell me a little bit about what I'm looking at over here.
So this
right,
is
as we zoom in on this, tell me what this is exactly.
This is a wafer. A wafer is a piece of silicon. Silicon is from quartz, it's made, it's silica sand. That is made into a wafer. And then on the wafer, we have to fabricate, which means draw the entire circuit. And the entire circuit is like extremely complex, like a city getting drawn on a small piece of, so if you look at this is, let's say, an area of this size would be almost like a complex large city. It is that complex. So then you have to take it out from this, and the very small thing will have to be given a body.
Right.
So then a body is given like this. This is a complete chip. Entire body is given, and this can have multiple floors in it, like a multi-story building.
Yeah.
So, and there is plumbing in between, there is electrical circuit in between, it's very, very complex, really, really complex. Maybe someday you should do a video on it.
No, we will. Just, in terms of something that's happened recently, we've seen Google make an incredible investment in Visakhapatnam.
Yeah.
That is something that's going to take, R&D at one level and many other facets of AI to the next level. How important is that particular investment? And going forward, what does it sort of indicate? To me, it indicates a big interest in India. But specifically, what is that going to generate?
See, compute is the kind of raw material, data is the raw material. These are the two major raw materials for any AI research. Getting good compute facility in our country is very important for us. Part of the AI mission, we have right now empaneled about 38,000 GPUs. Our target was 10,000 GPUs. We could get about 38,000 GPUs as a part of the AI mission. And now we are inviting other large players to come and set up the compute facility in India. Once we have the compute, then the ability to do good research and the ability to develop AI applications will significantly increase. So Google has come with a $15 billion investment. I think Meta is also working on another investment. So it's going to be very good for our country in that sense.
There's just something I missed out on. When we talk about semiconductors and wafers, obviously it's linked to critical minerals.
Yeah.
Now, we've had our Prime Minister travel to China recently. There is a reset in the equation. There is an indicator that China may be willing to provide us with critical minerals. To what extent are we going to be dependent, that's my word, on them?
See, we have to be Atmanirbhar in critical minerals for sure. Honorable Prime Minister has already approved a critical minerals mission. We have a good large deposits of rare earths, which is found on the beaches all the way from Odisha to Gujarat. This beach sand is a very good source of the lighter variant of the critical minerals. There are heavier variants, then there are lighter variants. So then we have partnerships with Brazil, with Argentina, with Australia, which have large quantities of the higher variants of the critical minerals. Key is the processing capability. We are working with many partners for developing the processing capability in our country. There is one processing plant in Vizag. There are other plants which are getting set up. And I think over a period of next few years, we would certainly become independent, Atmanirbhar on self-reliant for the rare earths and critical minerals.
There are a couple of important policy areas that you also are part of a team that looks at. Data sovereignty is important. Your critics will say that, in an interconnected world, data sovereignty doesn't necessarily need to reside in a geographical space, whereas we have always argued that no, we need to have it in India because it potentially gives us an element of control. A, is that the case? And B, why are you so clear that data sovereignty must reside geographically within India?
Data is the new oil. Data centers are the new refineries. The new economy which is today taking shape, in that economy, we must take control of the destiny. And we must make sure that the talent that we have in our country, that talent should find the opportunities here in our country rather than just going out. And that's why we have taken multiple steps. For example, we have recently announced a deep tech fund of $1 billion to begin with. We are now working with many entrepreneurs. Just yesterday, I had a couple of meetings with 2 more entrepreneurs who are planning to work on something very innovative. So we are continuously, we are encouraging our startups and entrepreneurs to come out with new solutions, new ways of solving world's problems, solving our own problems, solving population scale problems, and also doing that deep research. So that's why it's very important that we keep that edge, keep that thing in focus, keep that entire goal in focus, rather than just becoming totally dependent on the big tech.
Deep fakes is obviously a huge concern.
Yes.
At the same time, there are those who will say that, AI allows us to do fun things. It makes a young person look old or vice versa. There is a sense of humor that the government needs to have also. So let us play around with AI. Not everything is insulting to anybody. How do you draw that ethical line?
Now, there was a nice video a few months back where all the all the political leaders, they were presented as young kids, and it was quite funny. I think, yes, that's very interesting element of AI, and it should be encouraged. There's no harm in it. What's important is that we save the society from the significant harms which can be caused by using deep fakes, where your voice, your face can be presented to give out a message which is absolutely disconnected with you. So it's your right to make sure that your face and your voice should not be used in a harmful way for the society. So that's the thought process by which we are approaching this topic, and we would very soon bring out regulations on the deep fakes.
You'll have regulations
Yes, we
in
will
terms
have.
of a law.
We are approaching this entire thing in 2 ways. One is technical, second is legal. We believe that the world of AI cannot be regulated simply by passing a law. There has to be a technical solution to it. So we have this AI Safety Institute where people are working on very complex problems. For example, IIT Jodhpur has come out with a solution for deepfakes, and they can detect it with an accuracy of 90% plus. So that technical solution plus a regulation combined with it is going to be more effective than, let's say, the European Union, where they simply focus on regulating things. Our bias is more towards innovation. As a country and as a government, we are focused more on innovation. Simultaneously, we have to protect the society from the potential harms. So that's why we have taken the techno-legal approach to this.
Let me ask you a follow-up to what I asked you a couple of years back. When it comes to Aadhaar or some of our other different digital public interfaces, the message during G20 is that this isn't just about India, it's about India sharing the knowledge of our digital backbone to countries who seek it, or countries who are friends of ours, countries in the global south. Since then to now, have we actually done that?
More than 13 countries are using the UPI architecture, including many rich countries. Japan has given a patent to the UPI architecture. So many countries have taken our Aadhaar architecture for their digital identity. I think that number would be more than 50.
Tell us a little bit more about that, because that's a big win for you, isn't it?
It is.
It wasn't just a policy statement. It was very much India's vision about transferring our knowledge and our tech around the world.
The big difference that we made in implementation of this policy is we made the entire thing open source. We made it open standards. We made it open access. Open access, open standards, open source means if a country wants to implement this entire solution, they can absolutely be clear that their digital sovereignty, their data sovereignty, their citizens' privacy, all those will be absolutely protected the way they want it to be protected, correct? So that's why we positioned the entire thing, the entire stack, in a way which the people found very easy to adapt. And we said that we are absolutely fine, you give whatever name you want to give in your language, your country's culture, your ethos. But the soft power, for example, I feel like all Indians, we feel happy that the Hindu numerals we gave to the entire world. It went to Arab. From Arab, it went to Europe. The Europeans started calling them Arabian numerals, but they are basically Hindu numerals which went from India. We never charged any royalty for it, right? We believe that the knowledge that we created in our country as a civilizational country should go to the entire world, and that's our way of thinking. We don't send armies to other countries to conquer. We send our soft knowledge, our power to contribute to other societies. That's the way we think.
And a final question to you. I was speaking to the Qualcomm chief a few days back where he spoke about the future of 6G and India. And he said in a finite period of time, when the next generation of, for example, spectacles come in, you can actually look at a bill, say pay, and it pays. But for people across the country, realistically speaking, what are the applications of 6G for the common citizen?
6G will be a totally different network from 5G and 4G because, see, till 2G, there was a totally different architecture. It built, then 3G was built upon that. 4G was a significantly different architecture. 4G and 5G was built upon 4G. 6G will be absolutely totally new way of thinking where the network is thinking on itself. It becomes a software defined network. It becomes a network which is persistently available in the entire system. And today, if you think of a network, then there is a tower and there is a mobile device. Tomorrow, it will be anything which you hold in your hand will be part of that network. So that's the way it will be. And we took a very good lead in 6G research. We started the 6G Council totally with the industry and academia, absolutely driven by industry and academia. And I think by now we would be, I'm no longer in charge of the telecom ministry, but I think last count we had some 60 odd patents for 6G, and that number is growing very rapidly.
Well, Minister, it's been wonderful speaking to you. I know you have a very, very tight schedule, but in terms of India's digital transformation, our digital future, this is the man who's a real visionary, and it's not just talk. In terms of semiconductors, we've already seen the progress we've made. There'll be new regulation, new legislation. It's designed to make technology, whether it's AI or so much else, our next DPIs, something which impacts millions across the country, and it's something which is also available potentially across the world. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Before you leave, we've got a little memento for you.
You know, Minister, we've got Professor Neil Thompson here from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. A lot of foundational AI research happens at MIT, and I'm very curious to know from Professor Thompson about what he makes of your efforts and the Indian government's efforts to stay one step ahead of AI. I know that you have a press conference. We'll let you go very quickly, but I'm very curious to understand, Neil, you heard the minister speak extremely passionate about tech, about AI. What do you make of how India is approaching challenges around AI in terms of adopting technology and also in terms of staying one step ahead of how to deal with regulation?
Yeah, so I would say the thing that I found most exciting when I was hearing the minister's remarks is this idea of building these data centers and getting your researchers to be able to have access to this to do exciting work. Because often when we think about AI, we're very focused on the sort of day-to-day jobs that we do that are going to be automated, but actually the automation in science is going to be, I think, even more important, right? But unfortunately, because it takes so many GPUs and so much money to do this, if you just go out and tell your scientists, like, go and do AI, it's actually very hard for them to do it on their own. Like they will tend to use a very small number of GPUs and use models that are not powerful enough. That you're building models, that you're building the infrastructure for them will allow them to do innovation that is going to be incredibly important. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Comes.
Neil, thanks very much. That was a fun moment with the minister. He had a hard stop, but it was a useful interlude, clearly, because it's actually set the stage a little bit for some of our questions. So, for those of you who don't know, I've followed Neil Thompson's work very, very closely for years. And when I was researching for this session, Neil, I had a whole bunch of questions already, right? But I decided I wanted to do something a little different because Neil isn't someone you bump into every day. So I drafted my questions like a good student, and I fed them into a couple of AI models, and I asked the AI models, do you agree with these questions? Should I ask these questions to Neil? And I was very surprised by the reply, honestly, because all of the models that I asked that question to said, sure, Shiv, these are nice questions. These are good questions. But how about you also ask these questions? So think of me today not as an NDTV anchor or Shiv Arur, but as a sort of messenger for the machines. So I'm going to be asking many of the questions that AI wants me to ask Neil Thompson. And some of these are mine, and I won't tell you which is which. You'll have to distinguish. But I want to start, before I go to that, to something that you mentioned in your presentation, Neil. You gave those two very serious examples of chaos. A navigation app driving someone off a bridge, a deep fake affecting someone's life. Those are things we've reported here on NDTV. And, myself, many of my colleagues here who are on camera, we've all been victims of deep fakes where, random products are advertised with our faces. And we've been in trouble because of that. So I want to ask you, in your line of work, paint us a picture of a nightmare scenario of how bad things could be in terms of what AI can do. These two examples you've taken, the mind kind of understands them. They can happen. Are there extreme scenarios that you think about?
So when I think about this question, I think often about this question of empowerment, right? So one of the things about AI, as has been true for a lot of IT tools in general, is that they empower people to do more things. And the problem is, of course, when people are empowered in that way, sometimes they'll use it for good and sometimes they'll use it for bad, right? And so when I think of the sort of bad scenarios that can come here, imagine that you're a business and you have, even just one client who's really dissatisfied, but they can then go home and flood every place where your business is rated with bad reviews. Imagine that you're in a situation where you come in and suddenly, like, your email servers are flooded with all kinds of things that seem to be maybe real, maybe not real, and it becomes hard for you to distinguish these things. As tools get more powerful, this idea of harnessing what computers can do in a huge number of ways becomes a real challenge.
Again, something that you touched upon, and then I'll go to the questions from the machines, Neil. What should give us comfort about AI? Because AI is a part of everyone's life. When I did that show of hands, maybe 10 hands went up, but I know that knowingly or unknowingly, everyone here uses AI, right? It's part of our life. It's sliced bread now. What should give us comfort and what should trouble us about where AI stands right now?
Yeah, so let me give you sort of two sources of comfort here, right? So one of the sources of comfort is just that we are going to become more productive from this, right? That it's like one of the things that society always struggles with is when there's some kind of disruption, right? If the pie is not getting bigger that we're sharing, that can be a challenge. AI should make the pie bigger, right? And that means that we can make decisions as societies that are humane, that make sure that people are protected. Now, we have to make good choices to go down that road, but we can. The other thing to think about is if you're thinking about your particular job or some tasks in your job and you're worried about them getting automated, it's really important to understand that there's a separation between how the capabilities are developing. So if you think about what OpenAI has within their own walls and how fast those things get developed. Because there's this thing that we call AI last mile costs. So people may be familiar with this idea from telecommunications, right? It's very cheap to get broadband or something to like within a mile of your house. And it's very expensive to get it in that last bit because you have to go to each person individually. There's an analogy here with AI. It's very easy, comparatively, to build these really powerful systems. But if you then say, well, for your particular business, what are all the customizations you need to do? What's all the data you need to curate? All that infrastructure you need to build? All of those things are last mile costs. And it's going to take quite a while for society to build up those last mile connections. And so for many people, there's going to be this very long tail of jobs that will be protected for quite a long time. And that will ease the transition a little bit.
That definitely is a comfort because I can tell you that in the media here in India, there's always a survey every week about the number of job losses that are going to happen as a result of AI. And those are the stories that do really well because they instantly scare everyone. So now, question from the machine number one, Neil, which is that AI breakthroughs, and again, some of your work deals with this, might hit a wall of diminishing returns because of computing power, because of GPUs. But there are models now that suggest that the ceiling could possibly be broken. Is it possible that the bottleneck isn't hardware at all, in your view, but human imagination? Are we underestimating how far clever algorithmic hacks can go before physics really hits back?
Yeah, so this is a great question, and it's one where when we first started thinking about this question, probably about 7 years ago now, we looked at it and we said, well, we think there'll be an analogy to what has happened with the rest of computer chips, right? If you look at all of the other stuff we run, all these semiconductors we were just hearing about from the minister, the overwhelming source of improvement we've gotten for them is miniaturization. We make these parts smaller. That means you can put more on a chip. You can run them faster. That means we have more and more powerful computers that we're able to harness. And so that has been sort of a very promising thing we've had. And we said, okay, the problem is that path for semiconductors is limited. There's just not that much left in it. What is that going to mean for AI? But what I showed you today is that actually, now that we have, and my lab has led many of these things, now that we've actually tried to measure all of these different components coming in, actually, that chips part has not been the most important. The most important has been, one, scaling up. That's not great for the environment because you're using a lot of power and a lot of chips, but it's okay. But the second one is this algorithm improvement. That has actually been more important. Yeah. And so, if I come back to my old self, I would say, you underestimated the algorithmic improvement that can happen. Now, it is important to say, though, we don't know how long it will continue. Yeah. Right? So I told you that algorithmic improvement is this idea of making things more efficient. For all algorithms, there is some optimum. There's some sort of better thing you can do. And when we've looked at traditional algorithms in computers, we find that many, many algorithms are already as good as they can possibly be. we can imagine that we might have an analogy for AI algorithms, but we don't see evidence of it yet.
So this next question, Neil, is a question where the AI model struck out one of the questions that I had and said, no, Shiv, ask this question. So here that question is. It said, a lot of work being done right now is about how humans don't so much lose control to AI as willingly hand it over to recommendation systems, like I did with these questions, right? Self-driving cars, even military drones. So the question is, if the results are consistently better when we relinquish control faster, safer, are we wrong to resist that handover? Is the problem really loss of control or loss of human ego?
So I think it really matters sort of what you're talking about here, right? So if, I recommend to business people all the time this idea that, and actually to my students as well, using these systems as like an idea generation system is fantastic. You say, give me 20 ideas for this particular thing. You look through them and you say, number 3 and number 7 seem really promising. I'm going to continue exploring that. I think that's a great use of AI that helps us do it. Similarly, I think, for self-driving cars, I think we will get to some moment where all of a sudden they are safer on the road. And I think it will be really good for society to do that. So I think in many of these cases, we should do this. But we should remember what I talked about in my session before, that there are these errors that come in, right? And those errors can be exploited. Those errors can create unexpected harms. That we need to keep those in mind, because if we think about AI and just put it in that box of traditional IT, we're going to think like, oh, it's 100% accurate, and it isn't. And those can have very serious consequences.
Neil, the idea of self-driving cars is so appealing to all of us here in India. Believe me, and especially in festive season, everyone wants a self-driving car. Now, until a few months ago, maybe a year ago, it was a faraway castle to most people, even in the United States. But now I understand, and as Nitin Mittal was mentioning yesterday as well, with companies like Waymo and others, it's becoming pretty normal for people to take driverless cars. So I wanted to use that example to ask you that next question, and this is a human question from me, which is that that skepticism keeps getting eroded the more we use it, doesn't it? For something like a self-driven car, and this can be analogous to many other uses of AI as well. We don't think it's going to work. When we use it a couple of times, it works brilliantly, and then we can't remember never believing in it.
Absolutely. And hopefully some of the data that I showed today sort of explains why, right? We saw that this frontier was moving out, and you very quickly can go from a situation where it just cannot complete the task at all when you look at it, right? I think we probably all had this experience. You put something into ChatGPT and it gives back an answer and you're like, man, this is just terrible. This is not even close, right? And then you come back 12 months later and you're like, oh my goodness, this answer is quite good. So I absolutely think that's the case. I think, again, for humans, I think the autonomous vehicles is a really informative case. We do often we say, I saw 4 examples of it doing really well, and I handed over control. And I think that actually is a problem, because when we think about how capable these systems are, we tend to analogize from the way that we learn, right? And so we say, if you show me that you can do well here, you can do well here, and you can do well here, I assume that everywhere in that space between it, you're also going to do well. That is not the case with AI systems, right? These are systems that are trained on particular examples. If there is something that is away from what they've been trained on, they can get very far off track, right? And so it's actually considerably harder to test it than we might imagine, because they don't learn the same way, and so our intuition doesn't carry over very well.
Neil, you don't know this about me, but I'm also a defense reporter. I cover war and conflict, and so I had to squeeze this question in, and this is one of my own. The defense dilemma. When we talk about AI, we have to talk about drones. India and Pakistan just went to a sort of semi-war where they used drones against each other for the first time. Now we've seen it happen in Ukraine in a big way. Every side claims their systems are still, human in the loop. But we know, that this combat loop is shrinking by the day. So my question to you is, if machines can make faster tactical combat calls that save human lives or take human lives more efficiently without collateral damage, do you think moral hesitation itself becomes unethical? And at what point does restraint become liability?
Okay, well, all of the ethical implications, I'm going to let you bring a philosophy professor up for the full version of that. But I definitely think that we are running into this problem, right? And this problem is that when you have a competitive system where you have, two sides in a war, or you have two competitors in a market, right? They're going to start racing, right? And that's going to lead to people wanting to escalate capabilities. And of course, one of the things you can do if that human in the loop is slow is you can relinquish capabilities, and that can create just real challenges, real risks that come into these things. And so I think it's very important for us to think about, is there a way to control it? And so, one of the questions my lab has sort of been trying to ask, and, as I mentioned in my talk, we don't know the answer yet, but we would really like to find a path to develop AI where as we gain capabilities, we also gain control, right? And the hope is that if you can find that, that will also be efficient. And if that's true, then that means that as people race, systems will become more controllable and safer. We don't know that that's true, and we don't even know where that path is yet. And so we can hope that we can avoid some of these situations, but I think that racing is going to happen, and I'm quite worried about where it's going to go.
As we come to a close, Neil, a personal reflection, and this again is a question from the machines, interestingly enough. If you could freeze AI development for a whole year and ask humanity to think hard about maybe one question before resuming AI, what question would that be? And I remind you, this is a question the machine is asking you.
Yeah, so it really would be about this: how do we have controllability of these systems? That it's you can tell these systems, people may know, you put in a prompt and you say like, hey, I want you to solve the problem this way. Absolutely don't do this. Absolutely don't do that. Sometimes it will follow your instructions and sometimes it won't, right? And that means that if you say, I want a system that is not going to have bias, if I want a system that is not going to, treat people in a certain way, is not going to use some resources it's not supposed to, we don't know that it won't do those things. That idea of how do I build up a system of control that will do it, I think would just be incredibly valuable and would give us so much more confidence as we build these systems that we're not growing the amount of risk we're doing as we grow the amount of benefits we're getting.
So my final question then will be my own once again, which is, we had the minister on stage just now, and he was talking about how, Indian AI model will be coming, and there's a lot of things for India to do. There are so many problems for India to solve using AI. What role do you see globally for India as far as AI is concerned? India has been a software and an IT, giant and a powerhouse, but there is a sense that India doesn't have an open AI just yet, despite having the brain power perhaps to have built something of that kind. What path do you see and what role do you see for India in the path ahead for global AI?
Yeah, so I think, if algorithmic progress really is this sort of path that we're going to be down, I think that means that, the fact that you don't have an open AI doesn't mean you can't have models that are, pretty close to the frontier. And then I think you get to leverage all of the other benefits that India has, right? As we build agentic systems that are going to be using tools, the incredible expertise that the country has in these systems and building and that interconnection will be incredibly valuable. The kind of data and situations you have here where you can pull it in and solve different kinds of problems, I think all of that will be of great benefit.
Because Sam Altman on one occasion famously said India can't build an open AI, and he had his reasons for that, but then he had to backtrack a little bit.
Yeah, I do not know what those reasons would be, but I think, I can imagine lots of promise.
You've given us an incredible amount to think about, and I know the machines are listening already, so I don't have to relay your answers to them. But thank you very much for shining the light, doing this frontier research on behalf of humanity, and that is not a sentimental thing to say, because the work you do truly is letting us know what the next steps are going to be in something that is becoming increasingly a part of our daily life and that we soon probably won't be able to live without. Neil Thompson, a very warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah. Stay for a moment on stage. We've got a memento for Neil. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson,
O'Neill,
don't go
yeah.
away just yet. We have a couple of questions for you as well.
Okay.
Did you look AI up before getting to India to understand which would be the best meal to have? Indian meal?
I did not.
And what have you been eating? Have you liked any of the cuisines that you've been
Yeah.
offered? Indian food.
Yes, well, so last night in particular, so I have to tell you, when I was younger, Indian was one of my favorite cuisines, and then unfortunately about 10 years ago, I developed some allergies, and so a bunch of the meals I couldn't have anymore, and so it was an absolute delight last night at the dinner to have the chef who was aware of my allergies prepare a whole bunch of things specifically for that I was able to eat. So I got to enjoy it once again after such a long time.
Fantastic.
Professor Thompson, I'm going to ask a $1 trillion question, like the valuation of a lot of AI companies. When you were braving Delhi's traffic and weather, like she was saying, autonomous cars, you think you'd have used AI to get through?
Well, so I have to say, at MIT, we get to see a lot of what's going on in the self-driving cars, and what we've been told, and I think this is evolving, but it was like for common situations, driving on the highway with clear lines, system's incredibly good. As you get to more unusual situations, it becomes a little more iffy. I saw a lot of unusual situations on the way from the airport, so I think I'm going to trust the human for a little while longer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Thompson, a huge round of applause. Thank you,
Thank
Shiv,
you.
for a fascinating
Thank you, Shiv.
session. Now, if the EV revolution had a poster child, it would be none other than Karthikeya Haryani, founder and CEO of ChargeZone.
From building cutting-edge EV charging solutions to driving India's transition to clean mobility, Karthikeya is turning ideas into real-world impact and fast.
And let's be honest, if your car is in charge, you're probably wishing he was your BFF.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Karthikeya Haryani, the man who's keeping India moving one charge at a time.
Moderating this discussion will be NDTV Profits Managing Editor, Tamanna Namdar. A huge round of applause, please.
We were waiting for you, Karthikeya.
Likewise. Thank you, Tamanna.
Okay. So I've had an opportunity over the last 2 days to understand and spend some time with Karthikeya, getting a sense of what an important part of the EV ecosystem comes from what ChargeZone does. And it's crucial because even as EV adoption is growing at a frenetic pace, the question that people have in mind when they're looking at buying an electric vehicle is always, charging mein dikkat to nahi hogi. And this is where the answer is. Just for your information, ChargeZone has 70% of the market share of EV charging. That's quite a feat. Karthikeya, let's start today by understanding the ChargeZone ecosystem, what this company is and what you aim to do.
So, ChargeZone solves EV charging or range anxiety for EV owners. This idea was created in the year 2017. It came into being in the summer of 2018 when Government of India declared EV charging as a consumer service and kept it away from the clutches of power trading regulations. And that was, I still vaguely remember, probably around mid-April evening, we created ChargeZone as a name, as a brand. And then we had a kind of a sort of a pre-COVID journey as well, plus post-COVID too. But in the beginning, we started solving EV charging for fleet customers, for electric buses, charging corridors for four-wheelers or large format commercial EVs, including cars, buses, and now even trucks for corporate customers, for fleet customers, for individual customers, and so on. And today, we have emerged to be India's largest EV charging network with almost 14,000 charging points across the country. Yeah.
So you are solving for, you said you're solving for anxiety of those who have electric vehicles.
Yeah.
So is it feasible right now to buy an electric vehicle and not worry that if you run out, where is the closest petrol pump? Are we there yet?
We're already there yet, yeah. Thanks to various ecosystem players, it's not just us. our peers, our competitors in the market, plus our other stakeholders, that is the electric car OEMs, electric vehicle OEMs, who have started investing or co-investing into EV charging stations by putting the valuable capex in the city hubs, on highway stations, and so on. So I must say one thing: this was probably the answer would have been a mixed one last year, maybe this time last year, but today I can say with confidence that go and buy an electric car. And yes, if you face a rain anxiety, just call me.
Okay, we'll be putting his number out after the
Why
show.
not? Yeah. All right.
I just want to understand a bit about your journey as well, Karthikeya, because you started, you're a trained electrical engineer. You started out with a very, very stable corporate job with a large conglomerate, and then you've taken this leap. Is entrepreneurship something you've always dreamed of, and what made you take that risk?
Yeah. So what prompted me was something during my university days that probably during the journey, we'll like to create something very innovative, something from scratch, something, well, Atmanirbharta is probably a new name that is trending, but 20, 25 years ago, it was always there as an instinct that can I really put my knowledge into a practical use and help technology come to the masses. Now, that was a very high-level, blurred vision, I would say, for myself. And well, the journey started in 2010 as an entrepreneur. It was into renewable energy. While EV ecosystem I came across the EV ecosystem, or rather EV ecosystem picked me and my team then to solve for the masses in terms of technology adoption. And today when we talk about EV charging, it is nothing but a network of so-called petrol pumps, which does not sell molecules, but it sells electrons. And I'm glad that that blurred vision came into reality in the middle of last decade. But today, every day, I feel that it's a day one to do something new, something more creative.
No, but you know, it's not an easy decision at that time because you worked with a large infrastructure company, and you know, in case you want to give those details, what made you give up that very, very secure job? How did your family take it? What was the reaction then?
Well, I won't recommend that again to anybody, to be honest. Yeah. When you have a house on mortgage and the baby is just born. So I've also been accompanied by my co-founder and my beautiful wife, Kennedy, here. But let's put it this way. Sometimes there's always a push and the pull factor here. In a large corporate setup, you may want to do a lot of things, but then you are being confined into probably systems, sometimes processes, even bureaucracy as well. But having said that, it was a spur of moment decision, to be honest.
Spur of the moment.
Yeah,
I wonder how you reacted, man. I would love to hear. Spur of the moment decision.
Absolutely,
I think definitely that's as much credit to her that, you know, she was okay with this.
Yeah,
wow,
she was okay. Amazing. After 10 years, yeah, she's okay now. Yeah. All right. But as one of my friend had quoted, he says, as an entrepreneur, there are three things. Much has been spoken about. First two, hard work and passion. But third is access to capital. And I must say one thing. I'm the product of the new policy of the current government, which has started somewhere in 2016-17. Startup India, Stand Up India as one of them. But the time of being an entrepreneur is now in this country, in this market, where there were time, the access to capital was only through public markets, but it's extremely difficult for first-time entrepreneurs, first-time businessmen, first-time promoters like me. But I must say that since 2021 onwards, I think there has been no dearth of capital. In fact, there's dearth of ideas or even dearth of lack of skill of execution, but certainly there's no longer dearth of capital anymore.
That's amazing. You know, you have to contextualize this. When we listen to slogans, Stand Up India, Start Up India, you wonder what it is. What is it going to actually lead up to? Here's a living example. And I think that's very impressive, and it's also inspirational to people out there, because this current generation, for you it was a tough call. I think this current generation is not necessarily interested in getting a cushy job and spending the next 25 years there. They want to achieve what you have. What is your advice for them?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, probably 30% of our workforce are already millennials. Yeah, and now the Gen Zs are also coming in. And I can see that they are brimming with very good ideas. In fact, they need an environment, a team that they can bounce upon their ideas, work upon them, have a factor of encouragement to test and experiment those ideas and go after it. Yeah, that was probably not the case even 15 years ago, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's acceptable now to take those risks.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's it.
I want to talk a bit about the EV ecosystem because you are an integral part of it. You know, you're the last mile. We can talk all we want about being safe in terms of energy as a nation, being reliant, etc., not having to import as much. But is the EV ecosystem really here to stay, or is it a bit of hype? Now, yesterday, we had a very prominent speaker on this platform that talked about the EV system, saying it's a bit of a hype. This individual said EV car is like a toy car. What would be your response?
So obviously, if you are driving to your office in a Lambo or a Ferrari every day, for sure, any other car will look like a toy car, yeah. But let's zoom out a bit. Let's pause for a second now and see as a nation, as a citizen of this country, 80% of our energy needs are still imported. It's a matter of fact. Crude oil is getting imported, coal is imported, and so on. Now, when you talk about electric mobility, there are two parts of it, right? There is a vehicle or a product, and then there's a fuel. Market is there, of course. Yeah, there are people, yeah. But when we look at the fuel part, let's start addressing the easier part of it. Electricity is produced from various sources in the country. Renewable energy contributes almost 20 to 25% of the daily needs of we Indians. Now, when in a country like us, where we are blessed by sun gods and wind gods, both Surya Deta and Varun Deta, that is solar and wind, I don't think we should be holding ourselves back in terms of creating more sources, more alternatives for electricity for this market, or for our country rather. Now, talking about the product, well, automobile engineering or automotive industry has been around for the last 100 years. I don't know if most of you or some of you might be aware that around 120 years ago, actually there was a first car that came was also, or one of the first few cars that came was also an electric car. Yeah. So if we, but somehow for some reason, it got dominated by, the industry got dominated by oil and gas, that's petrol and diesel. But now let's fast forward in the current decade or the current year context. For our country, these products of, that is electric vehicles, are being produced to, I won't say a mass scale yet, but certainly the penetration of new vehicles has touched 5% as of last quarter, which means if you look at or pick up any OEM in the country, you will find that they have at least one electric vehicle as a product, whether it's a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, car, or a bus, or even a truck now.
Even the most hesitant ones have. You're right. And, you know, we speak to, on NDTV Profit, we speak to OEMs, auto companies all of the time. Even the most hesitant ones.
Yes.
The largest player by volume has, you know, reluctantly decided that they have to come in with an electric car. Have you seen that adoption also go up? Because the numbers that we track show that EV adoption has zoomed.
Okay. So I think this question can be asked to the audience here. So you've been seeing more green number plates these days than, let's say, a year ago. And from the charging point of view, we measure, or we eat, drink, breathe electrons every day. Yeah. Just be careful that we don't get, you know, electrified. But obviously, when we talk about the consumption on our network has steadily been growing. In fact, we have seen a 10% growth month on month since February this year.
10% growth in usage.
In usage of our charging station, 10% month on month. Now, this was very incredible. In fact, we were also surprised because for the last 3 years, we saw most of the announcements. We saw there were newsreels, there were people talking about EV charging, people being skeptical about it, and so on. But end of 24, a lot changed. And one of the major factor was the cost of batteries. The cost of battery cells, which is a basic raw material for battery packs, came down by almost 50%. And that made the TCO, total cost of ownership, to be extremely competitive compared to the cost of EV, which was, say, let's say, in the beginning of 23 or 24.
Having said that, allow me to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, sure.
Because since you are obviously so, you're living, breathing the idea of electric vehicles, let me take the reverse position on this. It costs more.
Yeah.
An EV vehicle still costs more. And if it's a four-wheeler, it's nearly 1.5 to 2 times we were talking about on an average cost more.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, people should love the environment, but they don't want to pay out of it from their pocket.
Correct.
How do you solve for that?
All right. So let's address the elephant in the room. Yeah. When a few minutes ago, I did mention about the energy needs and other things. Now let's understand the personal priority and the national priority or the business priority. Well, the product or EV car or EV bus or a truck for that matter is definitely almost twice more expensive. There are new models of cars which are also now become very competitive, which has bought to a very striking distance of 1.3 times or 1.5 times expensive. But the real thing is the arbitrage between the cost of running or OPEX unit economics of diesel or ICE vehicles versus electric. I'll give you a small example. If you're driving a petrol or diesel car, it will cost 8 to 10 rupees per kilometer as a mileage. While when you buy an electric car and if you're charging at home, it is less than 1 rupee per kilometer, as a matter of fact. If you use our public charging network, then it is probably 2.5 to 3 rupees per kilometer. So there's a roughly 70 to 80% of savings on the OPEX cost, the running cost of your vehicle. We look at a commercial vehicle. Well, we have another platform called Billion Electric Mobility. My colleague Sanjeev, who is the CEO of Billion Electric, and we just reached a fleet size of 100 trucks, both 55-tonner and 19-tonner. And well, today, our customers are paying exactly the same cost of diesel on a per kilometer basis as much as for electric, which means on a TCO basis or a total cost of ownership, the arbitrage of diesel versus electricity tilts the balance in the favor of EVs. Let us also understand that there are multiple factors why we as a country need to adopt e-mobility or more of electric vehicles. And the first and foremost factor has been obviously reducing the carbon footprint, as I said. But let me give you another data point. So if by 2030, which also government has envisioned, if by 2030, if there are 30% of vehicles being electric, we'll be saving enough dollars. There's up to 80 to 90 billion dollar of forex reserves, which will fund the education and healthcare budget of this country. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So instead of your or my priority for buying an electric, I guess it should be a national priority for various business houses, various corporates to push for electric adoption.
But then on an
across the
individual level, someone needs to facilitate that.
Yeah.
Either it's the business house or the corporate, or it is the government, because an individual will look. But in the calculation that you provided, clearly, if it's costing you 1/3 in terms of fueling your car, then that makes a difference. Point number 2, or question number 2. How sure can you be of ensuring that you will be able to charge your car if you're moving out of mega cities?
Correct.
If you don't live in a Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, you live in a remote location.
Yeah.
Why should I have an EV? I'm not sure if I will. Even electricity is not as consistent there. The supply of electricity.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me try to answer your question in 2 parts. So I can vouch for your personal mobility because Taman, I know you live in Mumbai and you don't buy a car only to move around Mumbai. Of course, you might be taking car only once in a year to Pune, but yet you want that reliability part, the range anxiety to be solved and so on. But let me put it this way. Since Jan 25, this has been our data from our network. There were roughly 100,000 new electric car owners got added onto our network. And every 45th day, they are coming onto a charging network on a highway, which means an electric car is no longer your second car. Yeah. But maybe it may not be the first car yet, but it is slowly becoming your most preferred car to navigate not only within the city, but also in the suburbs, and also to take a plunge on a short intercity travel, maybe Delhi-Jaipur or Delhi-Dehradun even. And for that matter, CharZone has electrified more than 40,000 highway kilometers in the country. In fact, you can drive from Amritsar to Chennai using our network without any range anxiety issue.
Wow.
Now, which also means that, and it's not just as I said, there are other players who has also enabled some of the highway locations and so on. And we truly understand the psychology of an electric car owner. That I've not just bought this as a city car, but I want to go out of station. But there's another challenge: is a grid reliability issue. Well, if you talk about grid reliability, it's not just about our country. I've seen many developed countries. I've been for the last 10 years. I've traveled probably more than 35 countries around the world. And I've seen basic problems related to applied electrical engineering, transmission issues, distribution issues, and so on. And I must say that this problem is now getting solved by battery energy storage. And earlier, we believed that the battery energy storage is only to solve the grid reliability issue. But if you see some of the screen, some of the slides which are just on my background, there is an RE adoption with battery energy storage. If you combine RE and battery energy storage, you are actually bringing a very compelling factor to the equation itself. So today, most of those charging stations are now getting backed by battery energy storage, but they are not just for grid reliability issue, but also we are bringing RE into the equation, which also means the EV is now more cleaner, more better than it was before.
So how do you see this moving forward? You talked about 40,000 kilometers of highways that you have now electrified. At what speed and pace does this grow? Where there is enough security of someone who has an electric vehicle, whether it's for commercial purposes or personal use, to move out without worry. What is that timeline that you see? And since you are the dominant player in this space, what does it mean for the ecosystem?
Yeah. So for the ecosystem, okay, let's put it in this way. There are several CPOs. Our industry is called a CPO industry, charge point operators. And there are more than probably 10 different players in different parts of the country setting up charging stations and enabling the e-mobility journey for electric customers such as maybe yourself or even the futuristic customers such as yourself. And I must say that out of the 19,000 zip codes, there are more than 60% of the zip codes that has already been enabled by EV charging infrastructure, which means that you can actually go for mid-mile distances, as I said, like 300, 400 kilometers, without blinking your eye. You can take a decision that, I can go and drive to the nearest city or a nearest vacancy possible, for example. On the other side, the technology enables a lot of electric mobility. Our charging stations are unmanned in nature. You can use our app, or you can simply drive up to a station, scan the QR code, make the payment, and charge it by yourself.
Do you also see it becoming faster? Because that's, the other question mark. Do I want to wait 25 minutes to charge my vehicle?
Yeah, correct. So we have moved up the curve now. We have started introducing superchargers, which are 240 kilowatt, 180 kilowatt charging stations. In fact, some of our charging stations, or the capacity of charging station range from 0.5 megawatt to 1.2 megawatt as well, which caters to cars. But we are also building the infra for intercity buses and intercity trucks as well. There are 11 corridors in the south and the west that has been electrified by us with supercharging network for all the three format of vehicles.
Okay, so the future looks completely electric and quite charged. Thank you so much, Karthikeya, for speaking with us and explaining to us your vision. Big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
For an electrified India. Thank you.
Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab. the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days, all approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership, and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty, and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest, and grow with confidence.
ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੋਰਟਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਉਠਾਓ 2 ਹਫ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਵਿੰਡੋ ਐਂਡ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਉਹ ਇੱਕੋ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ
From mega industrial parks to green energy corridors, Punjab is building the future now. And the only thing missing is you. It's time to invest in ambition. It's time to invest in Punjab.
All right, so we've spent the morning discussing so far decade, AI, and global shifts. Now we turn to the crucial ingredients that determine if India can become the skill capital of the world, talent and leadership.
Absolutely, Vedika. India's greatest advantage is its demographic dividend. The question is, how do we transform that massive youth population from a dividend into the world's most powerful employable workforce?
And given the youth population that India has, this is in fact a very important topic here. To talk about the future of India's talent pool is our next panel, academic and foundation leaders at the frontier of education. Please welcome Ravneet Pava, VP Global Engagement and CEO, South Asia Deakin University, and Dr. Payal Kanodia, Chairperson and Trustee, M3M Foundation. They will be in conversation with NDTV's own Gargi Rawat.
Thank you so much for that, and good afternoon, everyone. Over the last day and a half, we've been hearing lots of big ideas for India. We've been talking about the opportunities that are going to come our way. Tony Abbott spoke about how we could be the leader of the free world in the next couple of decades. And we've also heard about artificial intelligence, creating jobs, also taking away jobs. So how do we ensure that our youth are ready to grasp all these opportunities that are coming our way? How do we ensure that we can convert knowledge to employability? And I can't think of a better panel to join me to have this discussion. Thank you so much for being with us here today. And Ravneet, I'd like to start with you. We've been talking about Viksit Bharat 2047. And by that time, we hope that India will be the skill capital of the world. But there's a long way to go for us to do that. So how can foreign universities, and in your capacity as a representative here of Deakin University, how can foreign universities play a key role here?
Thanks, Gargi, and very good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Look, when you think of Viksit Bharat, the first thing that comes to mind for me, being sort of in this academic cycle of things, is skills and people. You cannot have a country leading into the future without a very strong focus on skilling people. So if you look at the Indian population, I think it's about 5% of the overall population that is skilled at the moment. So there's a huge requirement, a huge scope, and a huge need for skilling to happen at the sort of grassroots and right through the pyramid. Now, what can foreign universities do? I always feel in our sector there is a pre-NEP 2020, and then there is a post-world of NEP 2020. And that has transformed how India looks at foreign education and how India looks at engagement with the rest of the world for education. Post 2020, with the implementation of what can really happen in India, it has opened doors for universities and Indian universities to come together to be able to do and make the difference. I think the exciting world today is how you bring in change together. How do you bring the best of both the worlds and melt it into a melting pot in India to make this big difference that India needs to see? I mean, if you look at, again, some stats around the skilling agenda, 15% of the people that go through some skilling program are able to get some sort of employment. So we still have the rest of the 85% that is looking for employment in spite of being skilled. So there is a gap, right? How do we come together with this change that will happen in the next 20 years for India to be the skill capital of the world is where foreign universities will play a huge role. And for me, it's really very interesting because Deakin became the world's first university to set up a campus in India. And it is our second year of operation. And I'm very happy to say that our experience has been really, really rewarding. And of course, lots of learnings. India, is not all that easy to do business. And this is quite a focused area of growth. But I think it has been very exciting to see that journey.
All right. Well, you spoke about, developing together, taking everyone along. And Dr. Payal Kanodia, that brings me to you because your work as the chairperson of M3M Foundation has been more at the grassroots, community building. We clearly are in need of more vocational training to ensure that our youth are more employable. So if you could tell us a bit about your efforts and what more can be done.
So continuing where Ravneet left, I think she's made my job easy by saying skilling and education literally goes hand in hand, and India is a long way to go. Because whatever we talk about, a developed nation, India 2047, Skill India, Viksit Bharat, and PM Modi's vision, everything aligns with the population that lives in the rural part of India. And having said that, majority of our population even today is the rural population. So they definitely need support. They definitely need skilling. And I would like to just take you quickly through some of the programs that we run at M3M Foundation. Our programs like I Empower Academy of Skills. These academies basically upskill children in different vocational courses. There are almost 17 courses which we run across Haryana as multiple skill centers. And we train children, youth, and women in different courses and make them independent, make them employable. And the youth, which has dropped out of school, education system, it is specifically designed for them because, once you come out of that education system, now there's no way you can get into jobs. So this skilling plays a very, very significant role. Through our initiatives on the community kitchen, we skill women, we upskill women, and this skilled force of women today, I'm proud to say, in 5 years of establishing these community kitchen, we are serving almost 90,000 meals a year. And these women are earning money, they are taking back income to their homes, to their families, they are more independent than ever. Then many more programs. iMill on the Wheels is something where we upskill the youth from the villages. They go door to door and, they literally help households to give their products, and they would take oil out of those products and give it to them. That ways, we are also providing skilling, employment, and a lot more which is needed for us to see a India 2047 vision come true, a Viksit Bharat vision come true.
That's right. And, being at NDTV for over 20 years, I'm fed up of seeing those stories where you have PhD students applying for a job of a peon. And, we've done those stories time and again, innumerable times. But Ravneet, if we can talk again about the role of foreign universities, if you can tell us what are 5 things that Deakin University can do or is doing to help us in this journey of having, a skilled youth of India?
Thanks, Gargi. If I look at the pyramid, I think that foreign universities can contribute right across the pyramid. When you look at the grassroots level, like Payal was mentioning, I think there is a lot that foreign university can bring in. I'll give you an example of what we are doing. So we are working with an Indian institution in Pune, where we have adopted 200 villages across together, where we are looking at women empowerment. And we've also brought in universities that are Deakin Universities partners. So we've got 2 universities from the UK, 1 from the US, we've got 2 from Australia, and then ourselves. All of us together with this particular Indian institution are working towards a program which will do the research, which will do the analysis, use of technology, providing a platform to these women from these 200 villages to be able to use digital marketing to showcase and sell their product out into the world. So while universities in the past have not really been thought about being action on the ground, I think the world is changing. Like Payal also said, I think skill and education, skill and knowledge, in my mind, have to go hand in hand. And at this point of time, it's really an important part for India to look at that to make the change. In my mind, inclusive education, accessibility, how do you use technology for accessibility, for high quality education? And NEP now allows you to do that. So I've got my 5 C's that I think foreign universities can bring in. The first to me is collaboration. And when I say collaboration, I mean collaboration from top to bottom. You could look at high value skill training through leadership training. Again, there are numerous examples that universities are already working in India, but that can be amplified. You can actually take it to the next step and really make it more accessible, not just to the elite sort of band of people, but across to India. The second to me is looking at curriculum. How do we bring best world curriculum to India? And how do we make it applicable in India? And I think it's not just about foreign universities doing it. It's about doing it in collaboration with the Indian ecosystem. I mean, if I was to make one point about the, the law about foreign universities coming to India, I would like to tell the education minister that you should absolutely be looking more towards how foreign universities can collaborate and also look at campus within campus in India. It's good for foreign universities to bring in their campuses, but the melting pot really is when you bring this together. When you bring an Indian institution, when you bring an Australian institution and put it together and get the best out of it.
So collaborating with Indian institutions that are already on the ground.
Yes, and that's where my third point about culture comes into play. I think it's really important for Indian culture and for culture from different parts of the world to come in and make a difference in how you can change the youth of today and tomorrow. Because we live in a global world, we've got to think about how we can look at the boundaries, and make it into more of a melting pot. I think the other 2 for me are capacity and capability. Building India's capability is building the capability for the world, right? With 1.6 billion people and a lot of them hungry, a lot of them wanting to make a change, you can change the world. And which is to me why skilling is absolutely the imperative to Viksit Bharat.
Absolutely. And you spoke about collaboration. So I'd like to bring in, Payal here and talk a bit more about that when it comes especially to public-private partnerships. What more can be done there? What message would you have on that to the education minister, as we just heard here? How can we get states more involved? You spoke about the work that you do in Haryana, but yes, clearly more states also need to put a lot of focus on this to ensure that their youth are capable and ready for all these opportunities that are coming.
Of course, and public-private partnerships is something that is essential in any kind of work we do. And as Ravneet has already put it together, I think it's so beautiful, even when you look at the top of the pyramid or the bottom of the pyramid. Collaboration, capacity building, culture, everything, literally goes hand in hand, whether you're working at grassroots level or you're working with international universities. It's all same. The structure is same. The methodology is same. It's just that the people are different. They need to be treated a little bit differently. So collaboration is extremely important. The public-private partnerships is very, very important. And especially when you talk about working in grassroots level, social sector, public-private partnerships become even more important because there are a lot of policies, there are a lot of frameworks that are needed for the beneficiaries to take advantage of that and to be able to take full potential out of them. Hence, it is absolutely, absolutely a key to, doing any kind of a work for our youth, to make them future ready, to make them empowered. We really need the collaboration with the government, the public societies, and the grassroots population.
I just want to add, Gargi, when I think about, to Payal's point, when I think about skilling, so we have ITIs in India, right? These are the technical institutions. In my mind, if you pick an IIT and you focus an ITI as a buddy system with the top IITs, and say a cluster of 5 IITs, 5 ITIs with an IIT, and focusing on one skill set. Let's say energy transition. Let's say green revolution. And you pick these 5 ITIs with world collaboration. You bring in the curriculum, you use technology, and you channelize the youth to be able to look at upskilling in the jobs of the future. So I really have this dream about how one can actually do, almost plot this against India's amazing education system with the use of foreign universities coming into India. Rather than just doing degrees, and I'm being in the academia, I'm not against degrees. I think degrees are a must.
Not hollow degrees, which
Not
is the problem.
hollow degrees.
Yes.
Our problem in India is we churn more graduates without the skill and the knowledge. So they don't have the jobs.
And I agree with the
That
point
has
of
to change.
future-ready jobs and technology being the key today, because that is something that will make our youth future-ready.
Absolutely. We have to make our youth future ready. We're going to end this session on that, note, on that message that we want to put out there. I'm also very happy that I had an all-women panel here. It's great to see that. And women, too, will play a key role in, grasping these opportunities when we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
And
very
a big round
much.
of
Thank you
applause,
so
please,
much.
for these lovely ladies. Thank you. If you can just wait, we have a little felicitation.
Now, having grounded ourselves in India's future, it's time to look beyond to the geopolitical, demographic, and technological shifts defining the entire next human era.
Vedika, honestly, I'm super excited about this one. I've been taking notes, AI summarized on all my apps because there's so many AI sessions. I think here at the NDTV World Summit, AI is the way forward. Our next speaker is one of the sharpest global voices on exactly what's changing. He's the founder of Future Map and the author of global bestsellers like The Future is Asian, Move, and Connectography. His predictions are quite simply essential reading for any world leader. Joining us to deliver a talk you just cannot ignore on 5 predictions you can't ignore is Dr. Parag Khanna, futurist, founder and CEO of AlphaGeo.
Welcome, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you.
Over to you, Parag.
Happy Diwali. What is the biggest question that we can ask of ourselves today. It's what is the future of humanity? It's not a question that we can answer looking only at technology, looking at geopolitics, or looking at social affairs. We have to take everything holistically. And so, the most crucial approach is to be holistic when we're trying to understand and decipher the future. That's what we're going to try to do today. So let's start, though, with perhaps the most literal answer to the question, what is the future of humanity? Normally, when we ask this question, we retreat into philosophy, ideology, we talk about religion, maybe a big idea that we think is going to dominate the future. But the literal answer to the future of humanity is answered through demographics. We, the people. And here we actually have a very clear answer. We don't have to be particularly philosophical at all. The future of humanity is the young people of today. So the first idea I'd like to share with you, the first mega trend that is defining the future of humanity, is simply by looking at the composition of the young population of the world. And here you see it in the starkest possible terms. What is youth? Youth is the millennials, Generation Y, it's the teenagers, Generation Z, and it's the toddlers, Generation Alpha. These three cohorts add up to the world's youth, roughly everyone who is under the age of about 40 years old. And if you add up just the youth population of Asia and just India, as you can see, you have by far the largest number of young people on the planet Earth. So not only does Asia represent more than half of the world population of today, it represents an even larger share of the world population of tomorrow. So quite literally every single day, every week, every month, every year, the world becomes more Asian demographically and a bit less of everyone else. You have older populations, lower fertility rates, and therefore a higher turnover in the population in other countries. You can see it happening in Western societies in North America. You can certainly see it happen in Europe. You're seeing it also in Japan and Korea. But just the young populations of Asia, especially India, especially the Southeast Asian countries, if you add them up, you get most of the world's future population. And therefore, quite literally, the future is brown, and the future is also Asians, and wherever Asians decide to go, they take Asia with them, if you will. And so that is the next big question to tackle, is where will the Asians be, is quite frankly where the action is going to be. So I started to tackle this question about 5-6 years ago, and I wrote a book called Move, M-O-V-E. And I finished the manuscript at exactly the worst possible time you could ever have titled a book Move. It was January of 2020. The last thing that any human being in the world was allowed to do during the Great Lockdown, the only time the human species has ever fully coordinated its behavior on anything, was to stop movement. So I was in a bit of trouble with my editors. They were not very pleased. They were a bit pessimistic about the fate of this book. But I said, let's break down why over the past 100,000 years since humankind began spreading across the continents, why do people move? Why does anyone go anywhere? Why don't they just stay where they are? And the answer is there's very clear structural underlying drivers that you find to a greater or lesser degree throughout history. I'll take them in a sequence. The first is the one that's very familiar to those of us looking at the economics of wealthy societies in particular today, and that is demographic imbalances, or even globally. Never in the history of the world has there been such a huge imbalance between where old people are and where young people are, both within countries and across countries. And bridging that gap between old and young so that you have intergenerational balance in a given society, so that you have enough young people who are working, who are entrepreneurs, who are taxpayers, who are laborers, who are paying taxes to finance the pension system. All of that balance. Bridging that gap is a key part of fiscal sustainability, and those demographic imbalances need to be filled. Again, today it is more acute a gap than ever in history. Let's take another perennial, epochal kind of challenge or risk or driver, and it's of course politics and geopolitics. Could be civil wars, could be international conflicts, sadly genocides, expulsions of populations. We've seen it, of course, in every century. We thought the 20th century was perhaps the worst, but indeed this century is not proving to be necessarily a whole lot better. And we see the conflicts raging in many parts of the world that is driving people to move and to relocate. Economic dislocations. When you have technological disruptions, competition, industrial policies, you have countries that are seizing the ever higher rungs of the global value chain and supply chains, rendering other places to be deindustrialized. Jobs get lost, people move, people relocate. The search for economic opportunity that every single person goes through, from birth through education, through their professional lives, that is a constant driver of mobility. Again, technology is a subset of this. When we talk about AI, so many people think about labor displacement and they assume, well, then you're just stuck. But when you lose a job because of technology, you might have to physically go somewhere else to find a new job. And we'll get into how that plays out, of course, with Indians around the world. And then there's the oldest of all forces, which is climate change. From the Little Ice Age 12,000 years ago to more recent climate volatility, disasters, catastrophes, fires, floods, droughts, all of those things also force people to move and to relocate. And then you not only have these 5 categories of drivers in overdrive today, more economic competition and technological dislocation, more political conflicts and upheavals, this huge gap between old and young, and climate change accelerating. But people thought in 2020, when COVID struck, uh-oh, this is the end of migration, the end of mobility, maybe even the end of globalization. It turns out that was just a blip, wasn't it? And by the end of 2022, only 2 years after COVID broke out, migration reached record levels again. It exceeded what it was in 2019, and 2019 had been the highest level in world history. And every year since then, 2022, 2023, 2024, and now 2025, we keep seeing more and more and more. So where are we today? 300 million people live outside of their country of origin. 2.6 million just professionals are relocating this year. About 150,000 high net worth individuals are changing their jurisdiction, their domicile, their residence. People are literally on the move like never before. More than 1 billion people will cross borders as business travelers or tourists, and some will return, some will not. And all of this is being amplified by another megatrend, which is, of course, connectivity. The investments that we're making in airports and shipping and all modes of transportation and connectivity are accelerating. In economic terms, we would call it the CapEx super cycle, the capital expenditure super cycle. India leads the world in the percentage of its annual budget that it's allocating to that fixed capital formation domestically and internationally in partnership with other countries. And so, if you add it all together, you can clearly see why you cannot stop people from moving. So this tide of Asians, the force of connectivity, the drivers that push people to relocate are all very much alive, well, and perhaps stronger than ever. The data is absolutely undeniable. So let's talk about the emerging human geography of our civilization, of our species. Why is this so important? Well, again, we are reaching peak humanity, the maximum number of human beings who will ever be alive simultaneously. We're practically there already. 9-some billion people that we're approaching, and not to reach 10 billion people ever. This is it. And most people alive, again, now and in the future are Asians. Asians are motivated to migrate and relocate. Where are they going? Now, a lot of people, again, just as 2020 was the year of COVID and people felt that the pandemic meant that we wouldn't have as much mobility in the future, now we have populism, another pandemic of a different kind. And people say, well, this is going to suppress the movement of people. Walls, borders, protectionism, xenophobia, nativism, nationalism, fill in the blank. There is always an argument that says that borders are going to close, walls are going up. You're seeing numbers go down, yes, again. So it is a political pandemic almost. In migration to the United States, for example, is temporarily, might even be close to zero this year, even though, of course, historically, the United States is the most open and generous to migrants. But again, think about those underlying drivers and think about where the populations are coming from and where they're ultimately going. And it's not always one place. What is this map telling us? This is the stock of intra-regional and inter-regional migration of the past exactly 25 years, since the year 2000. Let me be clear, never in the history, in the recorded history of the human species, have this many people physically relocated from one region to another region, right? I've gone back to the slave trade, the 15th century, to the age of colonialism and imperialism, in which, of course, South Asian populations, among others, were relocated across the world, looked at nationalist movements and world wars through the 19th and 20th centuries, and now today. Every single century, the decimal place keeps shifting. Not just millions, not just tens of millions, not just hundreds of millions. In this century, easily 1 billion people are going to relocate from some place to some other place, many of them crossing borders. So there's the stock, which is primarily Asian, and there's the flow outward. Already, if you look at where the arrows are pointing, we know very well that particularly Indian populations dominate the demographic landscape of the Gulf countries. We see huge in-migration over the past 25 years, or out-migration from South Asia to all the way to North America, either by way of the Gulf and Europe first, or just straight across the Pacific. In Canada, any given year, the new migrants from India outnumber those from the next two countries combined. You have Latin Americans that have been moving in record numbers. You have Africans in record numbers crossing the Mediterranean to Europe. Focusing on the Asian vectors for a moment, let me point to two. One in particular is what you might call the new Silk Roads, right? And so many are familiar with this concept, this idea that Europe and Asia and even Africa that used to form this system known as the Afro-Eurasian system, the pre-Columbian world, before the discovery of the Western Hemisphere, was effectively the Afro-Europe-Asia maritime and terrestrial Silk Road system. That world is coming back in a very big way. And so you have the Asian populations that have moved prominently into the Gulf, but now even further to Europe. I spent some time when I was a teenager living in Germany. And at the time, near Hamburg, there were very few Indians. There were very few Indian Americans. There were Turks to the extent that there were Asian minority populations at all. And of course, everyone just thought I was Turkish for lack of an imagination that there might be an Indian there. Go back there today, and what do you see? Go back to any part of Germany, and you're going to find a lot more Indians than were there 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. The complexion of societies is changing so rapidly, even in the countries that gave us the notion of the nation state, the idea of the ethnically homogeneous state defined by the pure unified ethnic group that defines that state. Almost all major economies in the world, at least in the Anglophone world, have become immigrant societies. So the term Indian American was quite common, or Asian American, but Asian European is not a term you hear at all. And yet if you go to Europe today, you see an entire generation, whether they're Indian, whether they're Vietnamese, Chinese, Korean, who have now grown up in Europe, and you have this blending, this ethnic blending going on around the world. And it's also happening pushing northward. We were on a family holiday traveling through Uzbekistan a few years ago, in Kazakhstan. And who did we encounter everywhere was trainfuls, quite literally, of Indian tourist groups. When an international school opens up in Kazakhstan and they're looking for English teachers, where do they recruit them from? From India, right? And when you need a new ophthalmology clinic, when you need a dental clinic, where do you recruit your doctors, nurses, and so forth from? And going back to the point about the age gap between old and young, when you need nurses, now we commonly see in European countries and certainly in North America, Filipino nurses. But the Philippines will soon have a shortage of the number of young nurses that it can export around the world. Well, I know a country, and I think you do too, that has 10 times the population of the Philippines, right? That can train young women, young men in nursing, in elderly care, and a wide range of other professions, and circulate them around the world and send remittances back. Can you think of which country that is? Yes. So it never stops. It never stops. And this is just a taste. This is just the past quarter century. And which force is telling you that this is simply going to stop and reverse when it's just literally hitting overdrive? Now let me come back, perhaps tragically, to one of those forces and why we are in a non-linear dynamic in the complex system of our civilization today. One of the things that's happening that is so different from centuries past is not only that rather than the world population going like this, it's plateauing and will decline, we're also facing rapid climate change. So yes, the world population is becoming ever more brown, but sadly, it's also being divided into red and green. This is a real map from scientific sources that looks at the change in the suitability for human habitation over time as temperatures rise above not just the 2-degree temperature above the industrial baseline that we're already reaching and crossing, but we may get to 3 degrees, to 4 degrees. And again, this is completely uncharted territory. And what you see is a really stark picture. Now, there's some data embedded in this that is really worrying. Because, of course, not only do we see that India itself is one of the most red geographies on this map, but let's overlay those demographics. Where are the world's young people, right? The future of humanity, we've agreed, is the young, the youth. Where are they? Primarily in countries that are red zones on this map. Is anyone doing anything about this? No, I'm afraid not. Now, we turn on the television, we follow the climate summits, the Paris Climate Agreement and targets. We're supposed to bring down emissions. Not really happening. We're supposed to reach a cap, right, on emissions, and we're supposed to control temperature rise. Not working. This is the ultimate collective action problem in the world. There is no supranational body with the power, with the authority to achieve our objectives. We are therefore on our own, in a way. Every society has to adapt. We've been focused on mitigation, right? Reducing those emissions. That is a global public good. But adaptation is a local private good, if you will. What is India going to do to adapt to this reality of climate volatility? And even if it does, or even if it doesn't, you are undeniably going to see more relocations of populations. You have domestic movement of people because of droughts and floods, heat waves, other phenomena, and then you have international migration of people as new geographies open up. And that's the link I wanted to make from the previous slide, where I said, look at that new vector of South Asian populations, not just moving across the Pacific, not just moving to Europe, not just moving to the Gulf, but increasingly you see us in Central Asia, in Russia even. President Putin has, over the years, multiple times increased the quota, the request even, that Indian farmers and other Indian professionals, construction industry and others, relocate to Russia. Other countries have made the same request to help to retool, to diversify, to stimulate their economies, their basic sectors and industries. And so, not only the economic drivers, the political drivers, the demographic drivers, now the climate drivers are yet another source of a new wave of human mobility all across borders, all across the world. And it is in the central interest of India and Indians to come up with solutions, not only in terms of climate adaptation, but in terms of enabling and reducing the friction on global mobility that we all face. We live in a world where your identity is primarily defined by the state that bestows it upon you. You cannot cross a border without carrying a passport issued by a state. Passports actually were considered a feudal relic about a century and a half ago. People could move freely around the world. There was obviously lots of voluntary but also an involuntary migration. Today, I cannot think of any other country that has a greater incentive to transcend the system where we are so dependent on interstate relations and protocols and agreements and the vast bureaucracy, the over-bureaucratization of migration that we face in the world than India. Indians being the largest diaspora in effect in the world today, reaching every corner of the planet, being one of the youngest countries in the world. In any given year, India exports, in a way, more people than any other country does. It's not even worth looking at who is in second, third, or fourth place. But again, is there some higher authority that's going to solve this problem of either climate adaptation or enabling or easing frictionless mobility around the world for the global Indians of today and tomorrow? No. I think India has to be part of actually determining, generating what that solution is. I have an idea. I call it the Passportal. It's a play, obviously, on the passport and a portal. And the portal is an online one. The fundamental architecture is the blockchain. You upload, you create a secure digital ID wallet. It contains your birth certificate, your financial statements, your academic credentials, your travel history, those kinds of basics that 99% of countries want when you're applying for a travel and migration. And countries know that they are competing in a war for talent, that they need those young people to come in, to be their software engineers, to build their infrastructure and all of those things. Companies are recruiting for a certain set of skills in a certain place, looking for certain demographics. All of that can go on one seamless, secure portal. And then you upload your profile. This can all be done with AI matchmaking, and people can simply get, rather than waiting in line for a stamp or a visa in your passport, you should just get a QR code, and away you go. That kind of world, that kind of platform, that kind of tool, we could build yesterday. Don't expect it to simply be built for you and for someone to offer it to India and to Indians. This is the kind of application of technological ingenuity, creative policy that we need to pioneer and drive from here. And it was great to hear Minister earlier talking about DPI and the internationalization of Indian DPI. How about the globalization, creating literally a global public good out of the kind of tech stack that India has already built to enable mobility as a public good, really, for everyone who moves, which is not only all of us, but think about those future generations. Rest assured, this will eventually happen. People are going to move. The obstacles, the barriers, ultimately are overcome. They are blips. What we are talking about is the mega trend. I talked earlier about economic dislocation, political conflict, technology, demographic imbalances, and climate. And I said multiplied by the power of connectivity, that amplifies human movement. This map is not a dream. It's not a vision. This is exactly, precisely today, the map of the world. It is quite literally every highway, railway, electricity transmission line, oil and gas pipeline, fiber optic internet cable. You can put in airports, seaports. It's all here. Ask yourself, is our world really defined only by sovereign states and the borders that divide them? Or, in particularly the last 100 years, and very much today, are we in the process of building and building and building ever more connectivity? Already capital across the world in milliseconds. Goods and services move also at lightning speed. Logistics is improving. Only for human beings is mobility so tedious, so slow, so painful. We ourselves are the final frontier of leveraging connectivity to optimize productivity, efficiency, and ultimately human welfare. There are a lot of studies that show that if you were to simply accelerate customs clearance and processing for goods at borders that are sitting there, that could raise global GDP by 5%. But research also shows that if you simply make human mobility, especially labor mobility, frictionless, world GDP would go up by 25%. At a time when we're so concerned with achieving global growth against all of the headwinds we face of geopolitics, of trade tariffs, of sanctions, of other kinds of divisions, shouldn't we be seizing the opportunities to grow the world economy, to increase individual and aggregate welfare, to raise productivity? Things like this are what we need to be doing, investing much, much more in connectivity. Remember that human migration, our first steps, that is the origin of globalization. So many conversations about globalization are rooted in simply counting the number of containers on the top of vessels as they transit through the Suez Canal. That is a very narrow, limited, I would say, impoverished view of what the richness of globalization is and the global story of humankind. It is very much about people, very much about ideas, and the technologies that enable their flow and circulation. I showed a map earlier of that stock of human migration of the past 25 years. In the past 25 years, we have actually had 5 major episodes where people said globalization is going to stop, it's over, it's going to reverse. The 9/11 terrorist attacks of 2001, the global financial crisis of 2008, Trump's first election and Brexit in 2016, COVID, which we spoke about earlier, and now the trade wars. Every single time, what actually happened? Globalization didn't reverse, globalization didn't stop. You have new vectors of globalization. You still have resilience in trade and capital flows. You have a huge amount of migration. So never bet against globalization. Never bet against humans seeking to achieve their full potential. Never bet against human mobility. I would say if there's one destiny that humankind actually shares, it is mobility. Mobility itself is our destiny, and it is our obligation to build the tools to make it safe, to make it smooth, to make it ethical, to make it productive. And again, no country in the world will benefit more from that system, that institutionalization of connectivity at global scale, than India. The choice is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Khanna. Can we please express a token of our gratitude here from NDTV for that stellar session?
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Khanna, for opening our minds. My head is officially full of predictions. And I'm crystal ball gazing here, but from some of those faces in the audience, I predict that we will be breaking to refuel very soon, right? But before that, let's look at the other kind of spirit that makes India move. One session before we break for lunch. For our next talk, we would like to welcome Prasanna Mohile, National Head of Corporate Affairs and Executive Board Member, Pernod Ricard, to the stage. A huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected members of the media, colleagues from corporate India, and all my dear friends. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at a moment when India's economy and social journey is being rewritten in real time. The history of corporate India is filled with stories of challenging times that have tasted every sector, from agriculture to aviation, from technology to tourism. Yet, in the face of these, we have seen enough and more stories of resilience, transformation, and reinvention. Stories that remind us that volatile, uncertain times are also great catalysts for growth. And now, nowhere is that transformative spirit more evident than in the industry that I represent. The $52 billion alcobev industry, a sector that has been powering the nation's economy and showcasing Indian quality and innovation on a world stage. More than 30 years ago, Panurica began its journey in India with a bold vision, not only to build a business, but to shape the future of the Indian spirit industry. From those early days, our belief was unwavering. India was not just a market of opportunity, it was a partner in possibility. Long before Make in India became a national mission, we invested deeply in India's potential, in local manufacturing, in supply chain, and in people. Today, we are proud to be one of India's leading alcobev companies, contributing close to 24,000 crores to government exchequer in the form of taxes, supporting nearly 9 lakhs jobs, out of which 6 lakhs are from the agriculture sector, generating an estimated 43,000 crores plus impact on India's GDP. Dear friends, our 24 manufacturing units across 27 states makes us truly global in standards, local in spirit, complementing our global portfolio of brands. We have a vast range of segment-leading brands. These constitute over 97% of our portfolio, which is produced right here in India, blending international expertise with local craftsmanship. Our products now reach over 85,000 outlets nationwide and are exported to more than 50 countries, contributing meaningfully to India's growing ambition of achieving $1 billion in alcoholic beverage exports. We are proud to carry the spirit of India to the world, responsibly, sustainably, and with pride. Every entrepreneur, policymaker, and corporate leader in this room knows that risk is an inevitable part of progress. But when guided by vision, risk becomes a catalyst for transformation. The pandemic reminds us that resilience is not built in comfort. It is forged in crisis. And it reinforced our belief that the true measure of an organization lies not only in its performance, but in its purpose. The shared resolve between government and industry must focus on 3 priorities. Number 1, building a transparent, modern regulatory ecosystem that encourages responsible innovation. And 2, supporting sustainable sourcing and rural livelihoods. Third, advancing a culture of moderation and responsibility, because real resolve is shared resolve that unites business ambition with public good. At Panurica India, renewal means reimagining what growth can look like. Being from Nagpur, it gives me immense pride to witness the transformation of Maharashtra under the dynamic leadership of Sri Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So recently we have announced to set up our Asia's largest malt distillery and maturation facility at Nagpur. This is not just a manufacturing project, but a catalyst for rural transformation. The facility would revolutionize the agriculture and other allied sectors of Vidarbha and Central India. We intend to source 5,000 tons of barley per month from local farmers and create thousands of jobs. This initiative reflects our commitment to our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji's 3T vision, talent, training, and transformation, ensuring that India's next decade of growth is powered by skill, sustainability, and shared value. We are also committed to further our Prime Minister's Startup India initiative. Panurica's venture arm, Conviviality Ventures, is investing in startups that are tech-first, innovative, and are looking to transform the space that they play. We are actively investing in US, India, China, and EMEA. We have 50 plus portfolio companies worldwide and have bagged ambitious Indian founders focused on building local solutions for Indians. Globally, our sustainability roadmap, good times from a good place, drives every decision we make. We are committed to reducing carbon emission across our value chain. Today, 100% of our packaging is either recyclable or compostable. In India, our decision to eliminate permanent monocartons under our Unbox initiative has already saved 7,300 tons of carbon emission per annum, equivalent to conserving over 250,000 trees annually. These are not symbolic steps, they are strategic imperatives. Our 285 community initiatives across 1,600 villages in 22 states have impacted 3.6 million lives, delivering long-term values in education, healthcare, water access, and skill development. Because we believe that progress is meaningful only when it uplifts everyone it touches. As an industry, we recognize that responsible progress requires responsible policy. We are encouraged by the government's ongoing efforts to modernize excise system, streamline taxation, and foster ease of doing business. A partnership of trust between policymakers and enterprises is essential to strengthen business confidence. When policy creates confidence, business creates progress. Together, we can craft an enabling environment where innovation thrives, industry grows, and sustainability becomes second nature. We believe that together we can stand not at the edge of uncertainty, but at the threshold of possibility. If we have the courage to take thoughtful risk, the resolve to act together and be mindful to renew responsibly, then our industries will not only thrive, it will help shape India's economic, cultural, and social future. Because the spirit of India has been defined by reinvention, by the ability to transform volatility into vitality. We see India as the powerhouse of the world, and we are proud to be part of that journey. To make in India, innovate in India, and create value for India and the world. Before I conclude, I wish all of you a very happy Diwali. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Mohile. If I could ask Vishnu Som to come on stage, please, to hand over a memento on NDTV's behalf. Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Mohile, for those insights. Even the best and brightest insights need fuel and sustenance. And that brings us to another high point for today, the official cue to sample the wonderful food. And I see all of you leaving already. All right, we're going to be back in a while from now. The NDTV World Summit will reconvene exactly in 1 hour from now, which is at 2:30 p.m. The stakes get even higher. We have a wonderful lineup for you. I promise you, post-lunch. Be back on time, be seated, and we'll get started on time. All right, thank you, everybody. And a quick reminder and a big thank you to our sponsors today, presented by Charge Zone, co-presented by Raymond, State Partner Government of Punjab, co-powered by GE Aerospace, co-powered by Pernod Ricard India, payment partners MasterCard, Gold Investment Partner, World Gold Council, healthcare partner Intas Pharmaceuticals, insurance partner Axis Max Life Insurance, e-mobility partner Billion E, outbound partner BLS International, banking partner State Bank of India, associate partner M3M Foundation, associate partner Adani Group, State partner, Government of Uttarakhand. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Transformation partner, REC Limited. International education partner, Deakin University. Gifting partner, Manav Gangwani. Coffee partner, Billy Who. Outdoor partner, Graphis Ads. See you in a while from now. Thank you.
Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days. All approvals within 4. Go. 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 Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, lots of exciting sessions lined up, including a Bollywood star. Kindly take your seats inside the hall. We're going to start very soon.
मेरे को बस दिखा दे यार एक बार डिस्प्ले अगर आता है तो सुरेश, वरना लेफ्ट और राइट पे इजी है, अभी तो लेफ्ट और राइट दे दे। थैंक यू।
Ladies and gentlemen, a sincere request, if you could take your seats inside the hall and settle down. We are unable to start without you being here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats inside the hall. We're about to start very shortly. Thank you very much.
ओ या चल रहा है। सुरेश यार, मैं हटना पड़ेगा अभी।
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats inside the hall. We have some very exciting sessions coming up. We can't start without you, so kindly settle down and take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the post-lunch session on day 2 at the NDTV World Summit 2025 promises to be really exciting. So take your seats and we will begin shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch and had a chance to recharge. May we remind you to keep your phones on silent mode. And now, please welcome your host for this afternoon, Vedika Sood.
Welcome back, everyone. Are you recharged? That doesn't sound like anyone who's recharged. Thank you, Gauri. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session of the NDTV World Summit. We hope you successfully navigated the geopolitical landscape of the buffet line. If you're feeling any post-prandial sluggishness, we have the perfect antidote, the genius of the indigenous. If the morning dealt with AI's potential future, we now connect that cutting-edge technology back to its deepest roots, from the hectic chaos of Silicon Valley to the wisdom of the Indus Valley. We're about to explore the idea that the secrets to surviving the AI revolution might not be in the next line of code, but in ancient texts. From the digital to the philosophical, please welcome our next speaker, Nick Booker, also known as Indogenius.
Are we ready to go? Namaskar, Vedika. Thank you so much. Namaskar, everybody. And those of you who are watching this at home, including my mother in England, who keeps up with my life in India by watching NDTV every night and then telling me the next day everything that's going on in the city I live in and the country I live in. And I've called home for so long. The tabla of NDTV has been the soundtrack of my life. And in fact, I first said, I love you to my wife, Me Too, with the NDTV soundtrack tabla in the background. I can remember the moment. And 18 years later, to be here on this stage with all of you truly is an unbelievable honor and a great, great pleasure. I am going to take you on a whistle-stop tour of the past, right up to the near future, and I hope to be able to convince you how ancient India made artificial intelligence possible and can save us from it. I'm going to start with a very short video, which has some audio, of an incredibly important moment in my life earlier this year at Mahakumbh Mela. I am right at the very heart of the Triveni Sangam, on the channel where Ma Ganga and Ma Yamuna meet with the mystical Ma Saraswati. This is the most central I've ever been in the 6 snans that I've taken here at the Sangam, this Mahakumbh Mela. It's Maghi Purnima, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world. Still true, still true. On the screen, you can see a beautiful aerial image of that Triveni Sangam. And I want to show you this because it really clearly shows you those 3 channels, those 3 rivers. You can see Ma Ganga on the top,
and you can see my Yamuna on the left, bottom left, and there you can see in the center Saraswati, the merging and the third river. Now I'm going to talk to you today about two super trends of the 21st century. And I first identified these, recognized these, and believed in these way back in 2006. And that's why I got on a plane to India in January 2007. The first one is we live in an era of accelerating technology. And of course, when we're talking about technology today, we're all thinking AI. But there are a whole suite of other technologies which are also coming for us, and AI is just one of those. But the second most important super trend of the 21st century is the re-emergence of Indian civilization. And I believe that we are now living in the first Indian decade of what will prove to be the Indian century. And I'm going to show you a little bit of why I believe that to be the case. So first of all, let's start with how did ancient India make artificial intelligence possible? Here is a very quick summary of some of the things that you might have heard of, which are connected with this quite literally. So some of the earliest rituals, which we're going to talk about shortly, the Vedas, the altars, they required geometry and they used algorithmic thinking. The Shulba Sutras, including Bodhayana's theorem, which predates Pythagoras' theorem. In astronomy, the work of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta, but before him for millennia, an understanding of time using mathematics. Grammar, Panini, formal language rules, which were precursors to modern linguistics, and Chandas, Pingala, binary combinatorics. So you've probably heard of some of these, and I'm not going to go into too much detail on these because there's so much that I want to cover. But these do demonstrate quite literally discoveries in ancient India which went on to shape the modern world that we are all living in. So Indian ideas revolutionized European science, giving birth to the modern world. Here are some manuscripts that I was looking at earlier this summer from the 12th and 13th century. And you can see in those tables the first uses in Europe of Indian numerals, Hindu Arabic numerals, of zero, of place value, of decimals. And they absolutely caught the imagination of the intellectuals of the 12th and 13th century in England, which is where those manuscripts were made. And the table on the right is a guide to how those numbers were being used. They were being used for computing time. In fact, the word computus was used in Europe to describe the calculations required to calculate when the Easter falls, which is the most important of the Christian festivals. And it's a movable feast like many Indian religious festivals because it relies on both calculations around the moon and the sun. So those numbers were being used. Now, all of those numbers were being based on astronomical tables that were created by Brahmagupta in India, and they were centered around astronomical observations made in Ujjain. So in many of these texts in Latin and in Greek and in English, what we were finding is references of the world for their calculations was right here in India, in what is now Madhya Pradesh. And there's another table there. And look at that on the right. That is an astrological chart for King Stephen. And it looks just like a kundli, doesn't it? Right. Here is one of the leading experts in the world, Professor Charles Burnett. He specializes on the introduction of Arabic learning to Europe. But in the conversation we had together earlier this summer, he re-emphasized the fact that, of course, It's really Indian learning coming through the Arab world into Europe. And on the right there, you can see just how excited Europeans were with Indian numerals. This is the personification of Arithmetica. And you can see on her dress, there are numerals. Those are numerals which come from Brahmi, Devanagari, through the Arab world, Gurba numerals, and into Europe. And on the bottom left, you see a rather, the bottom right, you have a rather unhappy chap, though he's frowning. That's Pythagoras. And Pythagoras is calculating using counters, abacus counters. But on the left, you see a very happy chap. That's Boethius. And the reason why he's happy is he is using Hindu numerals. And he's able to make faster, quicker calculations as a result. So this is from 1508. The 12th century mathematization of science is the key step in the making of the modern world. We talk about the Renaissance being the 15th century. We talk about the discoveries of Newton and Leibniz. But actually, they are standing on the shoulders of giants, to quote Newton. And those giants were in the 13th and 12th century, and they were standing on giants that once stood on this soil here in India. There is a difference in the way of thinking, Greek, European, and Indian thinking in the millennia that preceded this moment. The Europeans were into something which is called axiomatic model making by modern scientists. So they believed in self-evident truths, they believed in creating a model, and then you go out and you find the data and you kind of make it fit your model, your way of understanding. So it's very easy to be logical and rational on that basis, but it isn't actually, interestingly, necessarily grounded in reality. It's grounded in a model that is then applied to reality. India specialized in something which is being called by Rodham Narasimha, fantastic Indian academic from IISc, as computational positivism, about looking at the world, looking at reality, at Sat rather than Asat, and interpreting it and changing your models and your computations based on that reality. And we're going to be coming back to this shortly. Here's something fun for you. All monkeys climb trees, right? I think we can agree on that. The porcupine is a monkey, right? Therefore, the porcupine climbs trees. This is a logical statement. It's an argument that makes sense. Monkeys climb trees, porcupine's a monkey, the porcupine climbs trees. There's only one problem. Porcupines don't climb trees. So although the first statement is true, the second premise is false. And therefore the conclusion is also false. But if you believe the premises and you follow the logic, then you come to the conclusion that porcupines climb trees. Ian McGilchrist is a fantastic psychologist and neuroscientist who looks at the difference between left and right hemispheric ways of perceiving reality and attending to the world. And he describes the left hemisphere as logical, rational, seeking order, seeing parts rather than wholes. And when someone suffers from a right hemispheric stroke, they will read this and totally agree with it. It makes perfect sense. However, right hemispheric attention is much more holistic, contextual. It's looking at relationships between things. And people who have a left hemispheric stroke, they're immediately able to work this out because their right hemisphere is able to realize, well, porcupines aren't monkeys, so this doesn't make sense. We have left and right hemispheres of our brain, as do all animals and creatures, going back to nematode worms 700 million years ago, because we need to do two things at once. We need to, imagine you're a bird, you need to choose the grain from the grit on the floor, grain, grain, eat, grit, ignore, grain, eat. And at the same time as that, make sure that a cat doesn't jump out and eat you. So the left hemisphere is focused on the task. It reaches out into the world. It masters the world. It's very powerful. The left hemisphere takes a step back, attends, and is aware, an open awareness. Indian philosophy has always looked at these differences, gods and goddesses as consorts and pairs in stories and mythology, in yoga, Ida Pingala, Sushumna. There's all sorts of references to this idea of harmony being required. And obviously that is one of the definitions of yoga. But I want to look at it in a slightly different way and apply it to artificial intelligence. So here we've got and don't worry, some of these slides are going to have more information, and I'll go through them fairly quickly and highlight the important things. So the axiomatic model making I'm suggesting is European, computational positivism is more Indian. And let's just jump down to the porcupine example. So it accepts the axiom and concludes porcupine climbs trees, whereas computational positivism would reject the false premise based on data, based on experience. So the AI parallel, the artificial intelligence parallel, is that with aligned and constitutional systems, which is what ChatGPT, Anthropic, some of these models are doing, they can make these mistakes, whereas something that's just grounded on the data will just give you the answers in the data. So if the data's wrong, it will give you a wrong answer, but it will give you the answer that's in the data, and we're going to come back to what that means. The availability of metaphors is one of the greatest and most important reason for anyone learning about other cultures, and I would suggest especially India. So the mythology, the stories, the historical examples, the more you learn about things, the more you're able to understand other things that fit those similar patterns, and you're able to spot connections. And I've been doing that ever since I came here. My whole mind has been opened up to entirely new ways of seeing the world, and some of that is by applying stories and examples that I've learned about in India into other contexts. So the availability of metaphors is one of India's great gifts to the world. And I'll give you an immediate example of that, which you probably do know, and this is well known around the world. That's the story of the invention of chess, where the wise man tells the king, in return for teaching you this, give me 1 grain of rice on the first square, double it for each square. And that is how we can learn about what exponential means, because the king happily gives the grains of rice, but by the time he gets into the second half of the chessboard, he ends up with a pile of rice that's 18 quintillion on the final square, bigger than the size of a pile of rice taller than Mount Everest. So there are examples of Indian stories reaching out into the world that have become more popular. And I think there's several more that would also be useful for us to help understand the world that we're living in. How many of you have heard of AI being like opening Pandora's box? Yeah, this has been a go-to metaphor used at the World Economic Forum, Chinese ambassadors in that bottom right, many a YouTube video, books. Lots of people have used Pandora's box as a go-to metaphor. Let's consider the difference between Pandora's box story and what it tells us about the Greek and therefore the European mentality towards fire, which is what Prometheus discovers, and Zeus punishes him by sending Pandora with actually it's a vase, not a box, and out of that come all of the ills of the world. And the only thing that's left in the box is hope. So let's compare that to Vedic Agni. So fire is stolen from the gods. It's about conflict and punishment. Zeus is angry. It symbolizes forbidden knowledge, rebellion, and technology. It's tragic, it's guilt-laden, feels bad about it. It's a tool for civilization and power. And Prometheus ends up becoming this ideal of the rebel scientist and the revolutionary and the rationalist. And a view of knowledge that is, fire is an example of something that's dangerous when seized from the divine. Now think back to what Agni means in India. So Agni, from Vedic thought right to the present, is invoked through ritual and mantra rather than stolen. It's about cooperation and reciprocity. It's about honoring the divine. It's about sacred consciousness, purity, transformation. It's progress, it's participation. It's a bridge between heaven and earth. And it's Agni-centric in the sense that it seemed to be a good thing, a focal point because of the illumined seers and the sacrifices, the Yajaman, who use fire as a way of communicating with the divine. It's divine when aligned with cosmic order. Completely different attitude. Here's one of my favorite metaphors, which I think is far more relevant to artificial intelligence than Pandora's box. And that is, of course, the Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean, a story central to the Kumbh Mela. So here we have the divine, represented by the devas, combining forces with the asuras, with the bad guys. And when they're churning, they're creating not just all of the beautiful things, Shri, Lakshmi, wealth, Dhanvantari, health, but they're also creating halahal, poison. And that poison needs to be regulated, needs to be dealt with. So Shiva swallows it, Parvati holds his throat, he takes that sacrifice. And then just as the Amrit, the elixir of immortality, comes out of the ocean, the Asuras snatch it, run away with it, and Mohini is required to come and distract them in order to get it back for the Devas. Think about what's going on in Silicon Valley right now. We have forces of good and evil. We have, ego and power, as well as people who want to make the world a better place, joining forces out of convenience, using money of venture capitalists, using greed, using ego, in order to create something that some people think is going to be beneficial. And when it emerges, is it going to produce good or ill? It's going to produce both. How are we going to deal with the ill? How are we going to deal with the problems it creates? Who's going to be Shiva? Who's going to drink the poison? Who's going to be Mohini? Who's going to distract and require the return of the Amrit to the Devas? Okay, a Havan. Many of you, in fact, all of you, I'm probably guessing, have attended a Havan, a wedding, an Indian wedding, or the opening of NDTV's office, I'm guessing. It's a ceremony that is part of so many of our lives. We perform Havans at home. We perform them with our students when they come to India. I've been attending, I would guess many hundreds of Havans over the last 18 years. And almost all of us will have seen the Havan as a fire pit, a kund, which is normally square-shaped, and it's something that we sit around, okay? This is a simplified version of the actual Vedic ritual. The real Vedic rituals, when you go back to the Yajurveda and the Rig Veda, are describing something far more complex. And that's what I'm going to show you now. So the Havan that we know is, there we go, is the square, okay? And it comes from a Havanya. But look, there are other places, other kunds, other elements to this ritual space. So in a proper Vedic ritual, there's a Tretagni. It's 3 Agnis, 3 fires. The first one is the Gahapatya. This is the householder's fire. This is where the Yajaman and his wife, the Patni, they sit and they make their offerings into the fire. And it's circular. Then the Vedi, which is the altar where all of the implements, the hardware, the tools, the ladles, all of that is kept. And offerings from the householder then go into the Havan, the Ahavanya, where they're then offered on to the gods. And there is a third fire. The third fire is the Dakshinagni. This is the southern fire, which represents offerings to ancestors, to Pitra, and also regulation and oversight. It's protecting the entire operation. But this is only just the beginning. In the grand Jyotistomas, Agnistomas, Agnihotra is the smaller one, but you get up to Agni Chayana, Atiratam. These are piling up of fire. It goes on for 12 days. Some of these are incredibly important, long, and very, very expensive in terms of time and investment to create. And they look something like this. So you have the Tretagni, the 3 fires, which you still find in many homes, or some homes, in Andhra Pradesh, in Kerala, and some other parts of the country, Maharashtra. I've seen in people's homes, they actually have the Tretagni set up. But in the grand rituals, you also have a Mahavedi, the grand altar, the grand Vedi, the greatest. And that has Sadas, and it also has here, in the case of the Agni Chayana, the 12-day ritual, it has the Sayanachiti, the falcon altar, place of offering. So what begins with the householder ends up going to the gods and then ends up with this enormous offering through Agni, through the fire. So what has that got to do with artificial intelligence? Well, there are 4 kinds of priests who are involved in these rituals. The first one is the Hotri, and the Hotri recites mantras from the Rig Veda. Second is the Advaryu, who is learning from the Yajurveda. Then we have Udgatris, who are singing, chanting from the Samaveda, often mantras, but and other verses from other texts, but they're compiled into this beautiful musical Samaveda. And then finally, you have the Brahman. So the Brahman is only one of the 4 priests, and he is the expert on the Atharvaveda. What I'm about to say, I mean, the psychological worldview, the mentality of those 4 priests, of these rituals that took place where we are sitting or standing today on the banks of Ma Yamuna, here in Delhi, they are the same ways of seeing the world as are going on right now in Silicon Valley. And of course, by Silicon Valley, I mean not just California, but Bangalore, Hyderabad, Gurugram, and so on. The Hotri is reciting mantras. These are like command line instructions. It's software. It's using language to manipulate. The Advaryu from the Yajurveda, they are the hardware specialists. They're building the servers, the chips, the GPUs. They're creating the physical matter that is manipulated using the software. The Udgatri from the Samaveda are like the kind of public relations, marketing, and I mean that with due respect. They are summoning the gods, the deities, to come to the ritual, to participate. And the Brahman from the Atharvaveda is overseeing it, oversight, regulation. I would suggest that right now, we don't have this. So the Brahman is missing. So we have conversations going on around the world. We heard it yesterday from Deloitte, we heard it from Rishi Sunak, talking about who's going to oversee what's going on with the development of AI. So that's the missing role. So the Dakshinagni, the southern fire, the protecting fire, and the Brahman, the oversight, the understanding everything's going on, is missing. So here are the Vedic concepts I've spoken about and their modern parallels. Agni is like the computational energy, electricity, photons, quantum. Agni Chayana, the fire altar, is like the data centers, the layered geometric symbolic representations of reality that are manipulated by the Advaryus, by creating hardware, GPUs, servers, chips, data centers. The Hotris, the coders, the prompt engineers, the software specialists who are invoking algorithms with language. The Udgatris are the public communicators, the CEOs, the vision casters, people we've seen on this stage, marketing. And the Brahmans, the philosophers, the ethicists, the regulators, considering what should happen. So here are the fires. So what are the literal things that we are doing in order to build this? First off, our devices that we all have in our pockets, that this is being played through, the internet, your mobile, your iPad, your computer, in your office, in your home, they are like the Gahapatya. We are all householders offering data through our cameras, through our texts, through our messages, through our locations, through everything that we're doing with our devices. We are offering data as householders. We don't know the technology, but we use it and we're feeding it, just like the Yajaman in the sacrifice doesn't know that he has to have, the priests have to build everything for him. He's just there to offer and do what they tell him. That's us. Then, once it has been processed through the devices, it ends up with the apps. So these are like the minor deities. So Facebooks and YouTubes, the places that are consolidating all of the data that we're offering as householders into the world through our fires, our kuns, our mobile phones, our Black Mirror devices. And then they are aggregating that and shifting it on to the big AI models themselves. This is the huge consolidation. This is the multi-trillion-dollar fight that is going on right now. Like different Mahavedis in the forests of northern India 5,000 years ago, people are competing for the offerings to be made at their Mahavedi. And those are the Microsofts, the Googles, the Anthropics, the OpenAIs, the Oracles, the large aggregators of all of that data coming from all of the apps, from all of the householders, from all of us. And notice that there's no regulator, there's no Dakshinagni. So here are the Silicon Valley equivalents. We now have the, oh, we've gone that. So ancient India can help us understand artificial intelligence through metaphor, through analogy, through parallels. In fact, at the core of the Vedic worldview is this idea of bandhus, of connections that can be made between people and places and priests and rituals and cosmos and celestial objects. They're all seen to relate so that you can understand one and then it helps you understand another. Arundhati Darshananaya, one of my favorites, but a story for another time. So how can AI that is ancient India save us from AI that is artificial intelligence? At the moment, I've just described how it created it through the discoveries that were made in India and traveled across the world, and how it can help us understand it, but how can it save it from us? So how do AI, particularly these large language models, which are the current forefront, how do they work? So the first layer is the base model. That's where all of the data is aggregated, okay? I would suggest that that's computational positivism. So that's gathering the data and you just got the data. The data is what the data is. So if the data's wrong and biased, for example, if it just says elephants are pink, elephants are pink, elephants are pink, then guess what, guys? Elephants are pink. Then you get alignment. So reinforced learning, human feedback, constitutional AI, different approaches that OpenAI and people and others are taking. That's fine-tuning. That's these teams of people sitting in San Francisco mostly, but also with offshore centers in different parts of the world. And they're creating a normative layer where they're layering values and ethics on top of that data. Axiomatic, model making, could be wrong. Maybe the model says elephants are pink. The system prompt is what most rappers, and when you're using AI, most of them, you can either add a system prompt yourself if you're building a system, or someone's done that in between you and the model. That's institutional, it's typically corporates. Again, if it says, pretend elephants are pink, then when the user said, what color are elephants? It will say they're pink, even if the data said they were gray. And then finally, us, the users. If you go onto ChatGPT and you give an instruction saying, I want you to pretend that all elephants are pink, the next time you say, what color are elephants? It will say they're pink. Even if the system layer said, be truthful, even if the model itself had got different data. So I'm proposing something which I'm calling the law of metaphysical convergence. And this is the formula that I've created to summarize this. The probability that an intelligent system converges on a worldview that is benevolent, i.e. it has reverence for living creatures and consciousness, which I hope is what we all want from these intelligences, that increases with the quantity, the coherence, and I'm suggesting the dharmic quality of its data. And by dharmic, it doesn't necessarily have to come from Indian traditions. It can come from other traditions that are ethical. But the point is that we want data and we want models that respect life, that respect humanity, that respect all living creatures, that are peaceful, that are cooperative and helpful, harmonious. And this is how we do that. We need to swamp the AI with data. We need to build out the base model based on the largest corpus of data it doesn't yet have. And that is the tens of millions of Indian texts, Sanskrit mostly, but also Pali, Prakrit, Tamil, other languages. They're undigitized, and they are the greatest evidence and exploration of consciousness ever. Not even Harvard and MIT can compete. This is testimony and experiments with what it is to be human, what it is to be conscious, that goes back thousands of years. It's accumulated in this country and in British Museum and British Library and a few other places. And it's currently inaccessible. So all of the data from your phone, as householders with your mobiles, they've got that. Wikipedia, Britannica, every published book, that's all in the system already. They've run out of data. Tesla cars driving around, bringing in data they know what roads look like, they know what stoplights look like, but do they know what consciousness is? That's what ancient India still has to offer. And if we can train the models on that, we could Minister Shekhawati and Prime Minister Narendra Modi were at the Gyan Bharatam conference talking about the digitization of Indian manuscripts. There's a big effort going on right now, and I had the good fortune of being there. And here's an example of me finding some Hindi, there's also some Sanskrit ones, these were Hindi, in Prayagraj about Devi Mahatmya, about the Puranic texts and the Prayag texts about the Margi Mela and the rituals that were being carried out at Prayagraj over the centuries. And on a train, 3rd AC, from New Delhi down to Prayagraj, I vibe coded over about 5-6 hours an app which enabled me to translate Sanskrit text into English, because there was one particular text, the Trisali Setu, which is by Narayana Bhatta, who was the inspiration behind the Gyan Kashi Vishwanath in Varanasi. He had written about the rituals of Prayagraj and Gaya and Varanasi, and the bit on Prayagraj had not been translated into English, so I built an app on the train to do that. Another text I came across was the Ganga Bhakyavali, which is by Vishwasa Devi. Have any of you heard of Vishwasa Devi? Probably not. She was a queen of Mithila, northern Bihar. She ruled in the 15th century. She was not only a female political ruler of India, but she was also an incredible Sanskrit scholar and poetess. And it was actually her work that Narayana Bhatta, a century later, used for all of the references on Prayagraj, on Varanasi, on the rituals around Ganga, Turpan, Pindan, Mundan, all of these things. She collected all of that in a text. Okay, so I'll leave you with this. Indians right now are also at the heart of AI. And I'll give you a couple of quick examples. This was the most important paper, Attention is All You Need, which described transformers, which is the birth of the modern large language model movement. So ChatGPT and everything that we're taking for granted now comes from this paper. And 2 of those people were modern Indians who have changed the world. Ashish Vaswani, who went to BITS Mesra in Ranchi, Jharkhand, and Nikki Palmer. And Nikki was self-taught in Pune because she didn't get into IIT, and she ends up changing the world with this. And of course, we have Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai. What's missing in the middle? Satyam, Sundaram, Shivam. We need the good. We need the auspicious. The quest for the truth, the quest for the beauty needs to be combined with the quest for the good. Bharat Mandapam, where we are sitting right now, I would translate Bharat Mandapam as the protective shelter of the possessors of light, the light of knowledge. One of the roots going way back for Bharat is this, the possessors of light. And it also connects to the English word bright, which means, ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, my mum, the future is bright. The future is Bharat. Dhanyavad, Shubh Dhanteras, and Shubh Deepavali.
Thank you so much. Folks, wasn't that outstanding? And I'm going to use Nick's logic here and then defy it. Nick, you were great, you were great, you were great, and you were truly great. We aren't using the pink elephant logic here. We're defying it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Sounding and looking sharp as always. Thank you, Vedika. From history and philosophy back to modern times, one of the greatest assets a nation possesses today isn't just its military or its currency. It's the story. How Bharat tells its story to the world defines its future. Indeed, and no one is more central to shaping that narrative than our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sanjay Jaju, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, to the stage for our next talk.
In fact, I'll continue from where the previous speaker left. He's talking about India, he's talking about Bharat, and he was also talking about our rich ancient heritage. So that's where I'm here, respected dignitaries, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor that I'm speaking on the theme that actually captures the spirit of India, spirit of our civilization, and of our century. The topic is soft power, strong nation, how Bharat shapes the world. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment when nations are measured not by the size of their economies or militaries, but actually they are measured by the strength of their ideas, strength of their cultures, and of course, values. It's important to recognize that Bharat's greatest export to the world has always been its wisdom. You saw it in the earlier presentation. Wisdom, not its weapons. Its compassion, not its conquest. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, spoke at Waves, and he actually said that India's strength lies not in what it can acquire, but in what it can inspire. And that inspiration, friends, is the essence of our soft power. The ability to move hearts before we move hands. And from the chants of Rig Veda to the codes of UPI, Bharat's story has always been one of continuity with creativity, of a nation that tries to convince, not coerce. Friends, in an age that currently is dominated by noise and disruption, Bharat speaks with a quiet confidence, the confidence of a civilization that has endured, evolved, and enlightened humanity for millenniums. For much of history, nations competed for hard power, the power to command, the power to control, the power to coerce. Friends, hard power can protect borders, but it cannot build bridges. It can win wars, but it cannot win hearts. In today's interconnected world, influence flows through trust, ideas, and inspiration. And as a scholar, Joseph Nye pointed out, this is what is called as soft power. Friends, hard power controls, soft power connects. And it's the hard power which actually wins only wars. Soft power wins trusts. As I say, hard power may dominate space, but soft power is the one that's going to define time. So as the world gets fatigued by the friction of wars, walls, and wealth, soft power replaces fear with faith, rivalry with respect. During India's G20 presidency, right here in this enclave, the motto, Vasudev Kutumbakam, which was one earth, one family, one future. And it was not a slogan, but it actually was a statement of civilization. And when the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration came out right from here, which achieved consensus despite global polarization, it reminded the world that moral persuasion can succeed where military pressure fails. Friends, India's soft power is civilizational. Our values of ahimsa, satyagraha, sarvodaya transforms global movements. We have seen in the case of Martin Luther King to Nelson Mandela, the moral compass of the modern world has actually pointed back to India. Yoga and Ayurveda have become universal symbols of wellness. Dharma and karma, as was there in the last presentation, have entered the world's vocabulary of virtue. Every 21st June, when millions of us perform Surya Namaskar from the Sydney Opera House down south to Central Park up there in the north, they salute not just the sun, but the source. That's India. Our sages taught us that world is one family. Our scientists are now proving that planet is one ecosystem. This actually is the continuum of consciousness that defines Bharat, which is ancient in essence, but modern in its expressions. And as spiritual heritage, the philosophies underlying Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism has shown that peace, tolerance, and coexistence are not political choices. They actually are civilizational imperatives. And friends, when scriptures speak to the spirit, when storytellers speak to the screen, India's media and entertainment segment, the segment that I currently have the charge to take forward, is now a huge enterprise which is trying to explore economy as its, which is trying to explore emotions as its new economy. From Satyajit Ray to Rajamouli, from Lagan's cricket field to Elephant Whisperer's quiet compassion, Indian cinema has turned culture into conversation. To give this creative current a global harbor, India hosted, as all of you know, the first ever World Audiovisual and Entertainment Summit, of which all of us in the media industry were a part. A platform that brought together more than 100 countries, more than 3,000 companies from world over, with one global message coined by our Honorable Prime Minister: connecting creators, connecting countries. And this reflected our belief that collaboration is the new currency of culture. Our music, from the tabla beats to A.R. Rahman, blends tradition with technology, finding rhythm in every culture. Our art and craft, Madhubani, Kalamkari, Khadi, they're all heritage with a heartbeat, living and breathing symbols of our resilience. Festivals like Diwali, that we currently all of us are celebrating, and Holi are now being celebrated across more than 100 countries. Not just as Indian events, but as global festivals of light and joy. The year 2023 was declared as the International Year of Millets. This was another Indian idea that was shaping the world's future of food. Through every medium, cinema, crafts, cuisine, or kala, Bharat not just entertains, it also educates the world about harmony and diversity. India's intellect and its invisible infrastructure, from the zero of Aryabhatta to Chandrayaan 3 touchdown at Shiv Shakti Point, our pursuit of knowledge has always married science with soul. Our ancient universities, Takshila, Nalanda, Vikramashila, were the Silicon Valleys of their age. Today, our IITs, IIMs, and AIMS are carrying forward that flame. Through our digital public infrastructure, Aadhaar, UPI, CoWIN, ONDC, we are building the world's largest open source model of inclusion. More than 50 countries are now studying our stack, proving that our software is not just code, but it is conviction. As was indicated, artificial intelligence going forward is going to be one of the major disruptions, not just for the media and entertainment, but for the economies at large. And that's where India's AI mission is going to ensure that machines learn not just logic, but ethics. The Shiva in between was pointed out by the previous speaker, which will actually embed the dharma so pivotal in the AI age. So innovation with integrity and technology with trust is what our soft power offers to the world. Friends, in this era of Shouting capitals, India remains the calm center. Our diplomacy blends policy with philosophy, growth with goodness, influence with integrity. Our leadership at the International Solar Alliance, Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment shows that we practice what we preach. And friends, we do not aspire to be a dominating superpower, destabilizing the world. We aspire to be a power center of stability, sustainability, and above all, spirituality. Our diaspora, close to 35 million Indians living in more than 200 countries, they form a constellation of competence and compassion. They are our ambassadors of ability. When Diwali lights up the New York City Hall or the Melbourne Cricket Stadium, it echoes with the beats of Bollywood and Indian films. It's actually our diaspora which is turning our culture into celebration. Bharat's spirituality, our soft presence, is mindfulness in motion. From our gurus, Swami Vivekanand to Aurobindo, to Mata Amritatmayi, to Ravi Shankar and Sadhguru, all of them have made ancient insights a modern instrument for harmony. India's compassion also walks the talk. Through vaccine Maitri, we sent COVID vaccines to close to over 100 countries. Our eternal gift to the world has been turning faith into fellowship and culture into compassion. Friends, as I talk about India's soft power, I'd like to mention that India's soft power is not ornamental. It's actually operational. It converts our diversity into dynamism, our heritage into humanism. It is the reason India is trusted when others are merely heard. As I speak before the members of the industry, I'd like to remind all of you that every product that we build, every partnership that we forge, we need to project brand India. We need to stand for quality, credibility, and conscience. To all our creators, artists, innovators, and scientists, it's essential that our technology is inclusive, our technology is intuitive, and our technology is inspired by dharma, because that's what the ancient heritage teaches us. And to each one of us, the world's idea of Bharat begins with us. It's our honesty, it's our humility, and our hard work that's going to bring in our soft power across the world. Because when Bharat speaks, the world listens, not out of fear, but out of faith, not from compulsion, but from our conviction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is India. This is India's soft power. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. A very happy Diwali to each one of you.
Thank you, sir. May I please request you to stay back? And I'd like to invite NDTV's managing editor, Shiva Roor, on stage to express a token of our gratitude. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
Thank you, sir, and a very happy Diwali to you too. Now, part of India's story lies in the road it takes to 2047. What are the fundamental pillars that will support India's ascent to a fully Viksit Bharat by the year 2047?
Our next speaker is uniquely placed to guide this conversation. He holds the Georgie Paulo Lehman Professorship at the Harvard Business School. He is someone who doesn't just study global challenges, but consults on how nations can successfully innovate their way out of them.
He's here to talk about innovation, equity, and the role of science education and fiscal spending on R&D as a pillar of Viksit Bharat, because science is strategy, research is strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a special one. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Professor Tarun Khanna. His talk will be followed by a conversation with NDTV's Vasudha Venugopal.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's after lunch, so we need to get some, you can stretch if you want a little bit. Just get ready. It's lovely to be here. I had a good time yesterday listening to all our political friends and the different colleagues from different walks of life. I'm here to speak to you about science. By training, I'm an applied mathematician, economist, but I've come to appreciate that ultimately the driver of most of economic growth lies in scientific discovery. Most of what we see around us in the room is a consequence of somebody tinkering with science at some point somewhere. And my concern is that I titled this India's Growth Frontier, Endless Growth Frontier. There was a very famous manuscript written in 1945 by a gentleman named Vannevar Bush in America. And this is a picture of the actual report. It's a very thin manuscript, but I would submit to you that no other 15-page manuscript has had more consequence for modern economic growth in the last several decades than this one. It is basically a submission from Vannevar Bush to the United States president of the time, Harry Truman, saying that unless we invest in science, it's very unlikely that the US will grow the way it has grown in the last several decades. What he really meant by that was the taxpayer, the US taxpayer should be the one who puts in the money for science, not the individuals, the state. The importance of that moment is hard to overemphasize. It was the beginning of a societal consensus. And I want to say that phrase again, societal consensus. I think one of the things that we are lacking in India right now is a societal consensus behind the importance of science. We talk about engineering, and engineering is important, and India is known for its prowess at producing engineers, but we underemphasize science, I think, to our own detriment. There is so much upside potential. I live and work in the Harvard-MIT complex, which is one of the bastions of science in the world, and I'm very fortunate to be there. And I see it all around me. Companies being created, discoveries being formed, vaccines, new age materials, new algorithms, genome sequencing. Everything is happening within 10 square miles around me. And the number of entrepreneurs who are creating dramatically new things is fantastic to watch. I'm trained as an academic, but over the last 15, 20 years, I've started a dozen companies, essentially feeding off the science and contributing to it also. And to me, creating a company is as much a research project as writing an academic paper, because in the end, it's all a process of experimentation. And I've just loved it so much that that's what I want to communicate, that excitement to you. Now, most of my professional time is spent in China, India, and the United States. What I'd like to get us to think a little bit about is what are some of the possibilities that a consensus around science can unlock for us in India in the next several decades. Prime Minister Modi ji was here yesterday talking about us being a top 5 economy already and aspiring to do much more. I think the aspiration is truly endless. And again, let me keep going. We are familiar with a number of amazing things that have happened. If you go back to the 1960s, those are some archival pictures on the left. when we used to borrow small rockets and ride our bicycles to different places in the 1960s, all the way to now doing Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan and these very heavy launch vehicles, LVM-2. This is just a picture of the heaviest launch vehicle that we have, which shot its first satellite into space, I would say around 2017 or 2018. And the progress is just dramatic and rapid. Some of the policy frameworks that have kicked in to enable this are also now well known. We've got the NSIL, which permits commercial space applications in a way that unlocks the monopoly away from ISRO. So it's always the state setting the stage for private entrepreneurs to do something. This is an area where we've done quite well. Another area, of course, is, again, the Prime Minister alluded to this yesterday, the Aadhaar, the biometric ID, and the India stack that has been built atop it. I like to use the phrase ease of life, right? It's not just ease of doing business, it's just ease of life. And the phrase at the bottom says India has gone from being a data dark country not more than 15 years ago to now being one where each individual's data exhaust is a monetizable asset. What does that mean? It means that you are poor, even if you were poor, you're still going about your life and using various forms of digital payments and generating a digital paper trail to yourself. And that exhaust is monetizable to you in principle. And that's what's going to happen. And the beauty of that is that that's not related to your paper income or your rupee income in some ways. So lots of progress. But I'd like us also to be realistic and say that India's progress has to be put in perspective, right? If we want to go from a 3 to 4 trillion economy to be a $10 trillion economy, we have to be realistic and we have to look around and say, where can we pick and choose lessons from and see how we don't need to reinvent the wheel. As I said, I spent a lot of time in China, going back to my first trip to China was in the mid-1990s, maybe early 1990s, starting in about 2008. I co-built a company, a software company in Beijing and New Delhi that was quite successful, sold it a few years later, learned to speak Chinese, my kids learned to speak Chinese, and so we are sort of full citizens of these two countries in some ways. And I want to share, but the way that China has gone about leapfrogging its historical assets, so to speak, is quite different from the way that India is going about it. And I think there's much to be learned from it. And that's what I'd like us to do. In preparing for these brief comments here, one of the things I did was go to the Global Innovation Index. This is an ensemble of about 60 or 70 indicators that collectively purport to represent the innovation environment in a country, and looked at it going back about 15 years. And the two countries that have shot up the innovation index the most in the last 15 years are China and India. China by much more than India has, in fairness, but India's done pretty well too. So in that sense, China offers a good counterpoint to us to learn from in some ways, since it's also been the site of pretty dramatic growth. This is a graph that requires me to explain a little bit. It's done by my colleague Josh Lerner and some of his academic partners. You may not be able to see it very well. It essentially is a graph of domestic patenting for specific areas. I just put up 6 examples here, but there are 14 in total. These 14 are the technologies that the United States considers the most salient to its economic security in the next several decades, right? So examples of this would be advanced computing, quantum sciences, space technology, renewable energy, advanced materials, so on and so forth. The red line shows China's progress over the last 40 years. The blue line shows America's progress. What you see from this is that in every one of the 14 critical areas, on the screen here we just have 6, but in every one of the 14 areas, China vastly outstrips the United States. Right? This should be very so. This graph of 40 years, you would have to find a microscope to find it. It's completely missing. I want to pause with this graph. It really is something that we should take to heart and say, what is it that we can do about this? None of this is to say that I'm not as excited as the next person about the progress that India has made with India Stack, space materials, vaccines, All of those are amazing. But those are just the foundation for us to do 10x and 100x better. And these graphs tell us that we have our task cut out for us. It's that simple, right? If China is completely eclipsing the United States, particularly in the last 10 years, there's something that they're doing that maybe we can take a page on. Not literally copy it, but maybe see what it is that they're doing that's worth emulating. Our entrepreneurial policy agenda, I believe, has to be orders of magnitude more ambitious than what it currently is. It's not sufficient for us to be doing what it is. Just to give you a particular concrete data point, the ratio of R&D to GDP in the United States is give or take 0.6, 0.7%, right? And if anything, it's trending in the wrong direction. It's going down because our expenditure on R&D, this is an ensemble number, so I'm lumping in a whole bunch of things into it from the national accounts. The R&D number isn't budging so much. And I'll talk, of course, about the National Research Foundation, the ANRF, and so on and so forth in a few minutes. But despite all that, it's not really budging, and GDP continues to grow. So R&D divided by GDP is stuck at about 0.6, 0.7%, again, give or take. The United States is about 2.5%, right? So quite a bit more, 3.5 times more. China is about 3.5% of a much, much bigger economy than ours. Israel and Korea are in the 4%. So we are very, very far, even in the amount of money that we're spending. I just heard a sobering thing with a collection of some of my entrepreneur friends in Bangalore, which is that even the money that our government is, with all good intention, allocating to R&D, as small as it is not getting fully utilized. We're having trouble finding, not that we lack human capital, we certainly don't. Not that we lack people with good intent, we certainly don't. But we're having trouble translating the science from the laboratories that we have into anything approximating commercial applications. So not only is the money going in minuscule by world standards, our results on patenting are very low, and whatever money we are putting in, the production function isn't working to generate patents. The data are pretty clear and sobering. But I think that there's a lot that can be done that can improve this pretty dramatically. Okay, one of the things I want us to focus on is just to ask, what is it that China does and India currently does not do? Again, I'm not saying that we should blindly copy it. I'm simply saying that one of my roles as an academic is to look around and say, what can we learn? How can we make sense of the patterns in the data and see what lessons we can draw from it? These are examples of very simple but very important, fundamentally important scientific infrastructure. Without these things, individual scientists cannot do their jobs, right? Just like we need the infrastructure of a road, which is a publicly owned asset for the most part, for us to be able to drive and do whatever it is that we do, whether it's attend the NDTV summit or go to work somewhere or go to school or do an errand, we're relying on public infrastructure, right? Similarly, scientists have to rely on scientific infrastructure, and that scientific infrastructure is a public good. We cannot reasonably expect individuals to fund their own infrastructure. That would be a grotesquely inefficient way to go about things, right? Examples would be testing facilities, right? I'll give you some examples. Here's a picture of one that I know personally a little bit. It's the Shanghai Synchrotron, right? This is, I would say, I have the size there, 180,000 square meter campus, right? It's basically a super microscope at the molecular level, right? So it allows you to look at molecular structures, both for life science research, material science, and any number of other things. It is put up by the city of Shanghai. It is not put up by an individual company. It's not put up by a tycoon, by a consortium of private assets. It's put up by the city government in conjunction with the government of the province, in conjunction with the national government. It is a public scientific asset that is then made available to all scientists in China to leverage in some ways. I looked up this one. There's about 500 million, billion with a B, billion hours of what's called beam time, in other words, microscope time, that's been used by scientists in companies and in academic institutions to write 11,000 papers and start literally 4 or 5 dozen companies, many of which are household names now. Right? So a small expenditure, it's not that much actually. I think I don't have the number up here. It's about $150 million that the cities, that the different government setups came together to fund. It took about 10, 15 years for it to get fully up and running and kicked into it. But the IRR, so to speak, for the economists and the financiers in the room, the internal rate of return on putting that capital in is massive, right? Here's another number for you to think about. On average, at least in the Western world, $1 spent on science produces, anyone want to guess how many dollars of value come back when you spend $1 on science or a rupee on science? Anyone? How about this guy in the front row? What do you say? 50. Any others? 100? These are real optimists. The average is about 18, right? So you spend $1, you get 18 bucks back, which is a pretty good deal. Any private person would tell you that's an awesome deal, right? For almost any reasonable cost of capital, that's an amazing result. Right? And for the outlier ones, you know, the things that are so massively successful, even the numbers that the two people in the front suggested, 50 and 100 or something like that, are conservative. The Human Genome Project has already yielded $200 of value for every dollar put into it. Right? The challenge for us is that our policymakers, we had one of our policymakers here just now, I think right before me, policymakers and even our political classes have very short electoral horizons. Right? This is what I mean by scientific consensus, societal consensus. As a society, we need to agree somehow. I don't really know how to do it. I'm saying it's a collective task. We need to agree that even though the benefits will not manifest within the election cycle, right, that we have to get somehow the national will, frankly, the guts and the courage to invest in science so that you can get payoffs that are not 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1. You can't get to be a $10 trillion economy with results that are 3 to 1 and 4 to 1 and so on. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. The math doesn't add up. There is no society that has transitioned from middle income status to high income status without extraordinary investment in science in recorded human history. Why would we be any different? We're just not going to move. So how do we do that? That's our collective endeavor in some ways, right? Okay. People know about BYD. Has anyone heard of BYD? A lot of people, okay. World's biggest electric car company now. Completely by serendipity, I happened to go to BYD soon after it was born. Okay? It's about 30 years old now. No plans, I just happened to be in Shenzhen at the time and went to see it. And at that time, it was a battery company. But even at that time, in the showroom, I remember, not the founder, but somebody in the early days, took us around and said, eventually we're going to make these electric cars. 25 years ago, the idea of an electric car was something very futuristic, Isaac Asimov-like. But this guy was already saying, I've just about made a battery, but I'm thinking 20 years from now, I'm going to make an electric car. And you know what? Here are all the research papers we're writing today, so that 20 years from now, that's a time horizon. That's a time horizon. Right? The second thing I want to say about BYD is I put up on the left public infrastructure. Remember the point I just made that you need the infrastructure. BYD has completely leveraged and contributed to the public infrastructure in Shenzhen over the years. I just put some examples up here. The national EV policy, the city of Shenzhen, the infrastructure that they had to develop to allow electric buses to move, and so on and so forth. So this is a development that has happened to make it the largest car company in the world by far. Not quite the most valuable because of the differences in the capital markets in the US and China. But really an amazing example of pure science, right? Leveraging scientific infrastructure and the importance of working in conjunction with the policymakers. Okay, my colleagues did an animation. I'd like you to see this. China has anyone know how fast the fastest high-speed rail train goes in China today? 350 kilometers per hour. 680 is not done yet. 450 is not done yet. The target is 450, and the ambitious target, 15 years out, not electoral time horizon, 15 years. I realize they have a different political system, but The target 15 years out is 600 kilometers per hour. Today's average reality is 350 kilometers per hour. I take the Amtrak Acela, which goes from Boston to Washington routinely through New York City, and it struggles to get to 150 kilometers per hour. It struggles. The Chinese trains are at 350. You know where all this started from? It started from an academic paper. There was a scientist in a small university in China who started writing an academic paper, a simulation engine, and the simulation was about what happens when you have high-speed rolling stock, in other words, the wheels of a train, going on solid track, metal track. What is the deformation that happens in both the rolling stock and the track? Because when you're going at that high speed, you need to make sure that you manage that, and the material science is exactly right. So it was a scientific paper and a simulation engine that created the impetus for the very first high-speed track, and then a series of experiments over a long time. And I'll play it just for fun, right? 2008, 2011, 14, 16, and that's 25, right? So this is clearly the biggest anywhere. And as we were just saying, the targets are now to double this in speed. So we need that planning horizon, and we need the scientific infrastructure to allow us to do this. Now, we've got a lot of successes. I put up nuclear energy, right? We're a nuclear power. Going back to Indira Gandhi's time and Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time, but the world has moved far beyond. Right? We had accidents. I put up the names of the most celebrated ones that I could remember, Chernobyl, Fukushima, and so on and so forth. But today, when I look at the scientific infrastructure around me in the Boston area, right, what I see is fundamental research. I just put up one of the main labs, again, publicly funded infrastructure, publicly funded science, right? Lawrence Livermore Laboratories that does research both on fission and fusion, nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Most of the really cool results coming out are on fusion. Put up a few examples up here. The ones on the right are fusion companies that are racing to be the first to see if they can get to commercial nuclear power, fusion power. The ones on the left are fission power. We don't know which one's going to win out or whether both will, but in the end, something will. And we just can't afford, I think, to be stuck with our glories. I don't know how to go backwards at this. I was going to go back and say that, yes, it's true that we did that. It's true that we have atomic power, but the world has moved rapidly ahead. I'll give you one more example, right? We love to say that we're the pharmacy of the world. Right? We produce the medication. When I go into my local drugstore in Newton, Massachusetts, and I pick up medicine off the shelf, I think there's a 40% chance that it's made in India somewhere, right? Either an unbranded generic or a branded generic that gets some other label on it. And that's nice that we were able to do that. And we provide vaccines to the world. There's a lot that we can be justifiably proud of. But again, the science has left all this way behind. The only company around here, I should say that carefully because there may be others that I don't know of. I know Biocon pretty well because the founder, Kiran Mazumdar, is a good friend. This is an example. This is a company that she's co-founded, Immunil, that CAR T cancer therapy is one of the newest ways to treat cancer, harnessing the body's own immune system, right, to tackle the cancer. So which is a more sort of natural way to take care of it. You essentially stimulate your immune system to attack the tumor cells. But it costs between $500,000 and $1 million per patient. Obviously, that's unaffordable, both in the West, but also in India. So Kiran and Devi Shetty and some other people are teaming up to come up with completely different science that tries to reach the same goal in a different way. It is extremely high risk, right? Extremely high risk. We need much more of this, stuff that keeps up with the science in some way. And again, we need the scientific infrastructure and we need the time horizons to be able to do this, right? I want to just keep saying this word again and again. We need the courage to arrive at a societal consensus, to invest and take risk. Yes, the Prime Minister loves to talk about taking risk, and he's a risk taker, right? But we need to translate that into arenas other than the political and policy arena, into places that we are not currently displaying that, right? I put up here, about 10 years ago, the Prime Minister asked me to help devise something of an innovation framework for the country. A collection of us came together in an act of, I hope, public spiritedness and wrote a report that resulted in the Atal Innovation Mission. which is now housed in Niti Aayog, and part of it is going into Dharmendra Pradhan's Ministry of Education right now. That's the logo. That's a vote of confidence for AIM. It's really been an incredible success. But I wanted to put up here a picture from the report that we wrote. We had this very simple pyramid to say that there are some things we should do immediately so that the public and the schools and the incubators and the universities and entrepreneurs can get some immediate benefits. You want some early wins so that people feel like we want to participate in this. There are some things that we have to do for the medium term, create an innovation ecosystem, and the long term is a tough one. We have to create a mindset of curiosity, risk-taking, and courage. I went to a very nice school in Mumbai as a kid, and then to a very nice school in Bangalore before I went to the United States for my further study. But the one thing I can tell you about the way science was taught, and then I sat for the IIT and matriculated IIT Madras before leaving it instead. But what I can tell you about all the science that it was taught, it was not exactly fun, the way it was done. I would like science to be taught to be fun. And one of the cool things that have worked really well are these Atal Tinkering Labs, right? Which really is a place for kids from standard 6 to 12 to have fun. Instead of memorizing a textbook or, Bernoulli's principle or Archimedes' principle or whatever the heck, or first law of thermodynamics or second law of thermodynamics, I would memorize it, that I would go to my dad who's sitting here and say, Dad, explain this to me. And then he would come up with some gimmick to explain it to me, right? But it'd be so much nicer if the kids could go and play with something, materials, little wires, little Lego building blocks, soft robots, hard robots, simulation engines, CAD/CAM. These are dirt cheap now. And so we've got 10,000 of these labs opened all over the country. And Nirmala Sitharaman in the last budget announced that they would take it up to 50,000. All that is good. That's part of the infrastructure for science, right? But there's a lot more that we can do. There is a nonprofit that whose board I chair that was started by a couple of colleagues and friends in New Delhi called FAST, Foundation for Advancing Science and Technology. They provided a lot of the input for the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, that was just announced as a big research fund. I put that up here also. So there is an ANRF that's in progress, right? There is a new fund for deep tech, RDI, I've forgotten what the acronym is, 1 lakh crores, which is about, what is 1 lakh crores? 12 billion. $12 billion, something like that. So it's decent size, right? Not huge by world standards, but it's a very decent size to get things up and running. That's going to be announced soon. But there are many things we could do. A number of folks in the last day have talked about tapping into the fact that the US is not being exactly hospitable to foreign talent these days. And maybe this is a time to get people who want to be in India to reconsider whether they can do some of the research here. Many other things that we could be doing. Thinking about the ease of doing science. And one of the things you will find if you poll scientists around the country is that they find the simplest task difficult because, again, the physical infrastructure of doing science is missing. So if we measured the ease of doing science and treated it as something that we needed to improve and a KPI for us as policymakers to improve, I think it would yield dramatic results. And the last thing I would say is that we need to do stuff that would allow us to, the India Science Festival is the creation of one of the founders of that same NGO, FAST, Varun Agarwal. Varun and I had created a software company ourselves about 10, 15 years ago. But Varun has started a nonprofit which runs an annual India Science Festival, right? I think it's in its 7th or 8th year now. It runs mostly in Pune. For some reason, I forget exactly why it's over there. But it's an amazing fun thing for 3-4 days when scientists come from all over the world and show young people, actually all ages, how to have fun with science. So we're trying to create a culture of scientific literacy and scientific risk-taking in different ways. But there's a lot more that we can do with this. About 3 years ago, one of my Harvard colleagues and I were inspired to do something about the following very sobering and distressing fact. There are 8 billion people in the world, right? About 1 billion of those are in the 18 to 26-year-old age range, okay? most of those kids have a hard time getting to college. Okay? If they do get to college, they have a hard time with their careers taking off because they are low income, they're first in their families to go to colleges, they lack social capital, they lack mentors, they lack role models, they lack the infrastructure that allows those who are not in that situation to have their careers go to a flying start. So we decided to do something about it, and we've created a global NGO, right, headquartered in Boston and Cambridge, Massachusetts. We've got 10 offices around the world now, including one in Bangalore. And what we do is provide an infrastructure for low-income college kids to come and engage in a really fun process of rediscovering the joy of learning. I'm an educator and an entrepreneur, but primarily an educator. And I want people to experience the joy of learning, just like my parents taught me to be joyous in learning. Right? So then it's not a tax to keep on learning. Yeah? And what we do is put them into groups of people, synchronous learning, asynchronous learning, peer-to-peer, where they learn to communicate, negotiate, argue in a friendly and constructive way, give and take, the kinds of skills that you need in any profession. We're not, the NGO, it's called Aspire Institute. We're trying to teach them to aspire to being something much more than simply getting a job. It has been, if I'm allowed to say, wildly successful. This year we had 300,000 students sign up. And we're just getting started. We're doubling every year, and our projection is to get to 1 million students a year by the beginning of 2027. Last year, we had about 45,000 students from India, and our projection for next year for India is in excess of 200,000 students to go through it. And you can see in country after country after country, we're in 190 countries, you can see that the kids who go through this and manage to finish the course of the program, it's all free, by the way, completely free. All those who go through this start raising the odds of getting internships and getting their careers up to a kickstart. I'm going to pause with these comments. This is the name of the institute, Aspire. I'd encourage anybody who wants to participate. It's a plug-and-play platform. People who know others who should take it. You know kids who should take it. Your organizations, spread it around. It's completely free. It's spreading like a virus in a good way. That's the website, aspireleaders.org. And if you have something to contribute to it, either as a donor or as a company that wants to participate, to provide internships, or you want to be a mentor, it's completely plug and play. We have 300 corporate organizations from around the world participating. We've got dozens of religious organizations, charities, churches, NGOs, government ministers, entire countries, you name it. Again, it's just a plug-and-play platform to help the kids to get their careers to take off in a better start. But I think that in the end, to tie this back to the scientific program that I have in mind, if we can get young people to think of science as a key driver of economic growth, societal well-being, and progress, right, and human development in its broadest possible sense, the world would be such a better place. And if we could allow this billion kids to have their careers to go off to a better start, think about what a nicer world we'd live in. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to our engagement.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being part of World Summit, NDTV World Summit 2025. And thank you, Professor Khanna. Professor Khanna, I was thinking academics generally tend to be a little dense and rigorous. I don't want to use the word boring, but this was very accessible.
Not dense.
Presentation.
I can make it dense.
Dense is going to come now. So,
okay.
Professor Khanna, Professor Tarun Khanna is somebody who went to Princeton University. He also has been teaching at Harvard Business School for several years now. He's somebody who takes a lot of interest in culture, society, geopolitics, and more importantly, he's been driving home the message that innovation is incomplete without inclusion. And that is something that we want to talk about. But Professor Khanna, I was watching your presentation, and one thing that came to my mind is that as political reporters, every time the budget comes up, we see that the research funding has gone up. But colleges, educational institutions, paisa jata kahan hai, when it comes to scientific research. So why is India not able to showcase public investment in science? What do you think is the most important reason?
So first of all, I would say that it's not an India-specific problem. I think most developing countries, so we are currently what's called the low middle income countries. So we've gotten into middle income status. I'd like us all to internalize that no country has escaped middle income status without investing in science, ever. It's not happened. So we have to do it, right? I just don't think the consensus is around. Can I tell you a story to answer your question? Uday Kotak, who is one of our bankers, and I were engaged in what we're doing now, like a fireside chat. I don't know why they're always called fireside chats. We're engaged in a chat with a room full of maybe 100 CEOs. And I just asked in the course of that chat, how many people in this room have had an honest-to-goodness conversation with a scientist in a professional capacity in the last 12 months? Any guesses for how many raised their hands out of 100 people?
Zero.
None? You guys are so pessimistic. One. It was somebody from pharma. I repeated the experiment in the Harvard Business School classroom. It's not an apples to apples comparison, but it was, again, a room full of about 70 to 100 CEOs from all over the world. And I said, how many of you have had a bona fide conversation? 70% of the people raised their hand, give or take, almost in any cohort of people. There's something that is stopping our entrepreneurial classes from thinking of our scientists and our academic institutions as resources for ideas. Dare I say, the standard impulse is to say, those guys are in their ivory towers. They're not doing anything productive. They're not worth really talking to. They're not working on problems that are meaningful to us.
But Professor Khanna, when it comes to tech, when it comes to IT, we do so well in welfare apps, Aadhaar, UPI. But when it comes to generative AI, DeepSeek or ChatGPT, it looks like a very far-fetched dream. Why is our tech not really competent? And is the same problem applicable even in the area of technology?
I think it's the same problem. I mean, the scientists dismiss the entrepreneurs dismiss the scientists, and we're locked in this mutual suspicion, which just needs to be debugged and something needs to be done about it. There was a very nice experiment that the government started in the previous administration of Prime Minister Modi, which involved finding 5 sets of corridors, Pune, Bangalore, NCR, a couple others, bringing together small groups of scientists from universities and small groups of entrepreneurs in those cities, and creating the soft infrastructure and the physical infrastructure to help them to realize that they can work together, right? To make sure that the scientists knew that there are practical problems that their science would apply to. And it began to work. I just think we need to try a lot of experiments to see how to debug that process, to break that cycle of mistrust down.
Absolutely. Professor Khanna, also tell us a little bit of, because you work very closely with students, you have a lot of students. How is America now for Indian students? What's your one advice for parents aspiring to send their children abroad? Because there's a lot of uncertainty here. And there is a sense that the shift in policy and politics seems to have really affected education institutions the most.
Well, as anybody who accesses the news, I should say, rather than reads the news, accesses the news would know higher education is going through a tumultuous time, and my university, Harvard, is no exception. It's uncertain times, and when students are asking me, should we be considering the United States, my honest answer is you should consider all the options. At this point, we have plenty of interesting universities that are starting up in India. Not just the IITs, but liberal arts institutions. We've got Ashoka, we've got Kriya, we've got Plaksha, we had a whole bunch of others, Flame. We have universities in Canada and the United Kingdom that are capitalizing on the US uncertainty at this point and are competing for talent. And in the end, I think competition for talent is a good thing. It's good for the students, it's good for the academics. And I just hope that the policy uncertainty in the United States dies down in some ways.
Right. Professor Khanna, when you look at international trends, what is that one trend, be it in trade or in policy, that you think is really worrying for the world? And in that context, how do you think the American consumer is looking at this whole trade war that's playing out in the context of tariffs?
Oh, to me, by far the most worrying trend, well, there are two. Can I give you two? Yeah. Two worrying trends to me are dramatically rising inequality, income inequality and wealth inequality more than income inequality. And that's what's fueling, I think, the unrest. Rishi Sunak spoke about that in his comments about Britain on the discussion yesterday with the other prime ministers. And that's true in most societies that have embraced market forces. Markets have an uncanny ability of allocating resources to whoever is able at that moment to use them well, but they also seem to be generating quite a bit of inequality. So we need some balancing out through public policy to make it more equitable. And the other one is just managing the carbon footprint. There are these, I forget what the technical term is among environmentalists, but there are, I believe, 7 environmental thresholds that constitute tipping points.
Right.
And the world has already gone over the tipping point for 6 out of the 7. So I think we're in a very precarious place as a human race vis-a-vis using too much carbon. It's fantastic to see India being so open to renewable energy. And I see that one of your main sponsors is ChargePoint, which I gather is part of the clean energy infrastructure around here. So that's the second thing that really worries me.
Right. And Professor Khanna, when you look at India's multi-alignment policy and the fact that India is also very assertive now when it comes to its own national policy, you've been an avid watcher of India, China, and the US, and these are 3 superpowers that India is hoping to have, a good relationship with. Help us understand, do you think India will be able to stand its own ground when it comes to challenges in the future?
Okay, I don't mean to force it back to my topic, but honestly, if the only way to have bargaining power is to have some unique cards to play, right? One unique card that we have to play is a relatively youthful population and an extremely large market that people want access to. We're using that card. We can use it better. I'm sure my friend, Mr. Jaishankar, would be a better person to address that question too. But the second thing I would say is, if we don't have our own science and our own scientific prowess, we're always going to be hostage to somebody else who has a better set of cards to play. So we better get our scientific act together. Otherwise, I think it's going to be very hard to be a superpower of any sort. That's just the reality.
Right.
And it's doable. That's the good news part of it. Yeah.
And so what do you think is the most optimistic part of India, and one thing that you think is really challenging, something about India that worries you?
Something about India that worries me. Excessively short time horizons. Maybe another way to say it is impatience, right? I think we've gotten used to, in both a good but not so good way, of finding ways to generate quick economic wins. That's why we have so many startups all over. I'm part of that feeding frenzy of creating startups and funding them and so on. So I'm not knocking it at all. I think it's a good thing. But it's not the same as doing really long horizon stuff. I gave you a couple examples from China just because it is the one country that has outstripped everybody, and so I think is deserving of some introspection. Those are returns in multiple orders of magnitude that are higher than what we're pursuing. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times greater.
Right.
So we need to play in the big leagues.
Right. Professor Khanna, there was one, I think Parag Khanna talked about political pandemic, and he talked about populism.
He's my fourth cousin.
Oh, the Khannas are all related, is it?
I'm just kidding.
So he talked about populism, and there are 11 states in this country that have some form of direct benefit transfer, some income support to women or unemployed youth. Some people call it freebie. I believe it's welfare economics. As an economic strategist, do you think this is a good policy, or what is the flip side to this?
Oh, I do have a point of view on this.
What is it?
So we've tried all sorts of benefit transfers, we meaning humanity, in the last 10. My reading of the evidence is that the thing that has worked the best are forms of conditional cash transfer, right? where there are cash transfers and giveaways to people who deserve it, but they're conditioned on things that most people in the society would agree on are good things. A canonical example of a success is in Brazil or Mexico. CCTs, conditional cash transfers, are predicated on the family making sure that the kid is in school.
Yeah.
Or making sure that the kid eats a midday meal, or making sure that vaccinations are done. As long as you do that, you get the free cash. And those have worked very well to move people from the lowest rung of poverty up to what I would say is lower middle income status in that country. So I think that there's a lot of evidence that's a good idea.
Right. Professor Khanna, this is my last question to you. I want you to answer all of this in just one word.
Answer all of them in one word.
You've worked with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, so can you describe him in just one word? What is that one thing that comes to your mind when you hear this
One word. Hyper prepared. Okay. Like really, really with it.
That's what.
Briefed at least.
Oh. So. Okay. Donald Trump?
No idea.
Okay. 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 New World Order. This is something we keep hearing. So.
What's the one word that comes to mind? It's a jargony word, but it rings true, multipolar.
Okay. Impact of AI on jobs.
Very positive.
Okay. Okay.
For me.
That's nice. Indian politics?
Chaotic.
Gen
I'm not
Z.
involved in it, so it's chaotic to me. Yeah.
Okay. Gen Z, because that's what we hear of quite often.
Well, Gen Z thinks I don't get it.
Okay.
That's not a word, but that's the way that I relate to Gen Z. I'm a source of bewilderment to my Gen Z kids.
Okay. So you work with a lot of Gen Z kids, so yes.
Yes, I do, yes.
Harvard University, the rock star of academia.
Yes.
So what would you say if I were to ask you?
Actually, very socially conscious.
Okay.
Much more so than I think my generation was.
That's nice. One word for NDTV World Summit. You attended all the sessions. How would you describe the World Summit?
Really fun to meet all sorts of people, yeah. So.
Okay. My last one, merit, because that's your core area of interest.
Merit. So merit and meritocracy is something we have to keep on working on to make sure that it's fair and delivering what we think it should be delivering. It's not something that automatically happens. Yeah.
Right. So Professor Khanna, you also have set an example for others. You have a unique model. By creating Aspire, you have taught children from marginalized backgrounds the importance of AI and modern tech. Let me call some of these Aspire leaders is what you call them, right? We have Gauri Challa with us, Pavani, Nitesh Taral, Roshan, and we also have Vineet. Ladies and gentlemen, these are students, these are young people from extremely marginalized backgrounds. I was looking at some of their profiles, their parents are all extremely, they come from extremely poor backgrounds, and also all of them are first generation graduates. In fact, all of them are the first in their families to go to college, and all of them now have companies of their own, or they are into some form of invention. Innovation is core to their existence. They also have entered professional courses. Many of them are also looking at doing their masters, right? Gauri, you said that you wanted to, STEM is something that you are very passionate about. Help us understand a little bit about your background and what you want to do. You worked in Oracle, right? Yeah.
So basically, when I was in my BTech second year, I did a project in college and we submitted it was SIH, Smart India Hackathon. And that project we also submitted for Inventors Challenge TV show, which was aired on Colors. So out of 1,600 participants who have submitted their ideas, our idea got shortlisted and we made it till the final. And when I actually went to the TV show, what I realized was the number of females who attended the show were very less. Out of all the participants, only 3 were girls. So at that time, me, along with the other girls, we decided, let us make a platform where we can teach STEM to the girls right from the early age, so that they can learn it and they will have that confidence that tech is also a part. We can do tech and we can actually erase all those stereotypes where
they feel tech is not a girl thing. And especially for the underprivileged kids, we wanted to give those STEM kids, teach them practically how science can be done. So that was the thing.
Beautiful. Nitesh's father is a bus conductor in Best Bus in Mumbai. I love the city, Mumbai. But tell me a little bit about your, where did you grow up and what made you take up this program and what do you do now?
So my father has been a bus conductor in the BEST, and my mother worked as a jewelry worker in Seeps, Andheri. So since they just matriculated, education has always been a core in my journey. And my parents always focused on education. They sent me to a good convent school in Mumbai, and which is the only reason I think, because I'm the first generation learner in my family, extended my across my extended family, and that is only because possible of education. And when I came across Aspire Leaders program, I was the website said that they're empowering first generation and low income students like me.
Right.
That gave me the power to pursue.
Professor Khanna, you've also been talking about the importance of peer groups for children, because otherwise many of these opportunities do get inaccessible. Roshan, would you like to explain to us? He studied hospitality management in Chennai. You're a sales executive. Help us understand the importance of good mentors to have a good career.
There was a point where when I was doing my hospitality and COVID hit, and it was all across, the job opportunities were very less. Then I came across Aspire Leaders program, where I was fortunate enough to learn from peers all across the globe. The Aspire resources were really helpful to me. When I was preparing for my MBA interviews, I fortunately got selected at IIM Visakhapatnam, and I'm currently pursuing my MBA from IIM Visakhapatnam. So Aspire Institute resources like the social impact seed funding, which I received for empowering the visually impaired students, which I come from a small town in Odisha. It's known as Berhampur. I started my project over there, got this fund, and finally I'm a Community Action Award winner now. So the learning about the business aspect, just when I was doing my hospitality, I was understanding the service excellence side.
Right.
But I always wanted to learn more about business, operations, marketing, strategy. And then I came across Aspire, which provided mentorship sessions on business. And fortunately, I'm here at NDTV World Summit. I'm extremely grateful for the team over here.
That's very nice. Pavni is from Hyderabad. She's the first generation college goer here. Help us see, for women, a lot of limitations are already set, right? Especially when you come from families that may not have resources. How did you, take that leap of, getting into a program like this and setting yourself free in a lot of ways?
So I am from Hyderabad, and I come from a area where all my peers who are around me are in science, and I have like that road not taken. Always wanted to take economics, because I know that science always gives a direction, but economics is economics is actually helps us to strategize the operations, right? So that's why I chose economics. And in my bachelor's, I got to know about Aspire. When I was in my bachelor's about to graduate. So I was in this midst where I had to take a right path. I was academically strong, but I was always not confident in making decisions decisively on spot. But after going through this program, I guess because I had a lot of peer learning, I got to meet a lot of people across the world, got to contact people from Indonesia, someone sitting in Nigeria who are of my age thinking differently. I thought, why can't I do it?
Okay.
So this program actually helped me think beyond the boundaries and beyond traditional thinking. And that is not actually taught to girls who come from my background. I'm fortunate to have parents who are encouraging me. They always like, whatever opportunity you get, grab it, own it, and transform your world.
Very nice. Vineet is from Dioghar in Aurangabad, specifically interested in him because he's from Bihar and Bihar elections are coming up. Vineet, help us understand. He's also somebody interested in clean tech, right? So, and he has a company of you have a little company of your own. So help us understand. See, I mean, getting a job is one thing, but you also wanted to have something of your own. How did you get there?
Yeah. So definitely, so in Bihar, people usually say कि लोग बिहार से बाहर आते हैं काम करने के लिए. That's a very big problem. So I take that problem when I was in the college, and then I started inventing something from that Bihar, and I have invented a technology through which I convert the waste plastic into fuel. But from doing that innovation from that village, there were nothing to do. क्या करूं, कहाँ जाऊं, किसको present करूं, where I'll find these things and all. Then I got to know that there is a Spire program from somewhere on social media, and then I directly applied कि चलो कुछ करते हैं, मिल ही जाएगा कुछ ना कुछ, we'll see something. And based on that, I applied, and they have guided me through that process. How I can present myself, how I can present my idea. And currently I am leading a company, Javix Technology, as well as serving my community to empower them through the startup and entrepreneurship. And all the youths from my community, I'm from a very remote place in Aurangabad. So I support them through this journey, and that's what Aspire has transformed me, what I have invented at that small village, and currently presenting my idea and leading a company.
Okay, thank you so much, all of you, and all the best. Really inspiring stories of struggle, resistance, and eventual success. Professor Khanna, do you see this as a responsibility? Do you see this as the only model that works for the world?
No, no, I wouldn't say it's the only model. I'm just saying this is an experiment that my colleagues and I started, and I invite you all to join in. It's a plug-and-play model. It's really for the next generations. I think I do think that I was brought up, my parents are here, they brought me up to leave the world a better place. And I think if we can do something, just remember the numbers. There are 1 billion people with a B in this age group, right? And the vast majority of them, let's call it 900 million, are like these kids. They are completely deserving. They're unbelievably smart and motivated as long as they get a little bit of a chance. All you have to do is extend your hand out, metaphorically, with support, right? 40 years in Cambridge, making friends. I have students everywhere who are accomplished. And I'm pretty shameless about telling them it's time for you to step up and join this. And I'm walking the talk along with all my friends. So please join me in thanking all of them for coming all the way. Our two Aspire leaders in Bangalore, Nitya and Sashi, are sitting there. If you have time, please talk to them before you leave. Yeah. And join in. The website is aspireleaders.org, and a big thanks to NDTV for allowing us to invite these kids up on the stage. And thank you, Vasudha.
Thank you, Professor Khanna, and thank you all of you, and all the best. Thank you, Professor Khanna, for this wonderful session
Wonderful.
and for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khanna, for that deeply strategic session. From the vision for 2047, we're now setting up for another essential session that really gets down to the details.
Absolutely, Ayush. Our next talk is set against the backdrop of India's rapid digital transformation and the success of our digital public infrastructure like UPI and Aadhaar. India is a global model of how a populous country can successfully digitize its economy.
But, Vedika, the future isn't just about strategy. It's also about speed and security of your transactions. I want to ensure that there's privacy, security, speed. More importantly, how do we turn our massive digital economy into a diplomatic advantage? Our next speaker is a man who ensures your payment is swifter and more secure than an international treaty.
And I think secure is really the operative word here, Ayush. I mean, in today's day and times, it's a huge challenge. So please welcome on stage Gautam Agarwal, President, South Asia MasterCard, for a conversation with NDTV Profits Managing Editor Tamanna Inamdar. Please join us in giving them a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. I got them. Good to see you. So we've called this session "Swiping the Future: The Digital Edge." Let me start with asking you: is anyone really swiping?
We do. We have about 30% people still swiping, actually.
I thought it's usually just, UPI, largely QR codes, maybe in some places cash, of course, outside the cities, much more cash. I want to start this conversation really there. And earlier in the day, you would have heard from Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw about how India's digital payments infrastructure has become the standard and the trademark for so many nations to adopt, including nations which are supposed to be much richer than us. I want to start there. As someone who is in the industry and lives, breathes this financial system, how do you see where India is right now and the innovation that we take for granted? I mean, no one thinks twice, right, before making a payment on a QR code for $10 at your door. But there's a lot that has happened to achieve that. Let's start there.
So yes, I think India is, I would say, undoubtedly the most advanced payments ecosystem in the world today. The Prime Minister talked about the fact that 50% of the world's digital payments are happening out of India, which is a true number. We've seen various numbers. The numbers have been growing. Despite everything that we talk about, I would say whatever you hear is still just the beginning. If you actually look at the potential of India, the 150 to 200 billion transactions that people are talking about that we're doing on an annual basis, is, in my opinion, is still a very small number compared to the potential. And the reason I say that is there are about 350 million consumers that are active on digital payments in this country, but there are about 900 million people that are actually participating in the economy of this country, buying or selling something on a daily basis, of which only 350 are using some form of digital payment, be it UPI, be it cards. So given that, and given that we already are the world's largest digital payment ecosystem in the world, there's a lot that has happened. And the credit, of course, here goes to, we've talked about many things, jam, innovation. Really, the way, at least we look at it, MasterCard, three things that have made it happen. One is the fact that we have innovators in this country that have come together, right? Both global innovators such as ourselves and local innovators. Two, probably the most progressive regulator in the country, which is what we have in India. From all the regulators I have seen, and I work with MasterCard in a few countries, we have the most progressive regulator in terms of the innovation that they are driving. We are the world's only country that is fully tokenized as far as card transactions are concerned for online transactions. We're the world's only country that is driving for a full tokenization of offline transactions as well. I know these are some geeky terms here I'm using, but that is a huge, huge development compared to many other countries. So that's number two, the fact that we're a really positive regulator. And the third thing, of course, we do have this collaborative mindset. I'm sure a lot of you know about this event that happened in Mumbai last week called GFF, Global FinTech Festival, largest of its kind now in the world. And I was telling somebody there, if you looked around and looked at all the companies that were there, including MasterCard, they're all companies that we are in some form competing, but they're all companies where we were also cooperating with, we were partnering with. We announced 30 partnerships, last week with 30 odd, companies, but we're also competing with them. So there is this cooperation that is going on in the ecosystem that is unique. So I think the blend of those three have really made India the leading digital payments player in the world, in my opinion.
May I suggest that the reason why all payment companies cooperate is because they have one aim: to make people spend more.
I hope my wife is not listening to this, but yes, I wouldn't say that. I think what we want is we want people to be more aware of what they're spending, how they're spending, the ability. See, if you were in the cash economy that we were all used to, our mothers did it, our fathers did it, they wouldn't know how they're spending. They wouldn't know what their spend patterns were. They'd say, okay, back in the day, 10,000, 20,000, whatever your household budget was, you would know what your household budget was, but you couldn't really break it down as to where are you spending. Today, what digital payment allows you to do, it gets a lot smarter. Whatever form, you can go see the history of your payment. Yes, if you did not have cash in your pocket back in the day, you couldn't go buy something, but you can now do that. You don't need to have cash in your pocket. So yes, there's an argument to be made that maybe it has made the ease of buying things easier, so therefore you could potentially spend more. But I think on the flip side, it has also allowed you to track your spend, understand your spend better, and therefore maybe be smarter about your spend. And then of course what has emerged, the ecosystem of commerce players that have emerged, whether it's the traditional e-commerce players or the Zeptos and the Blinkits of the world today. there is some impulsive buying, but I think they're all making us smarter at some point. So I don't have data to say whether we are spending more, but my gut, as somebody who's watches his own spend, I would say we're probably evening it out right now.
Yeah, no, but there are a lot of studies which show that the thing with digital money is that in your cognizance of how much you're spending is less because it's just so easy. On the other hand, like you said, you can actually go ahead and track it. My question is, what is the future of money looking like? And as MasterCard, how do you see it? Like I said, when we started this, are people even swiping? So physical cards, and a lot of millennials, Gen Z users, are they finding the use of a card as a matter of prestige? There was a time when a credit card was also, a symbol of prestige. Are they seeing it that way? Has the idea of what money looks like completely changed, and how do you see it?
So see, the idea of what a card would look like in the future, it's anybody's guess. I would agree that the card, the form that we know today, plastic, probably won't exist in the very near future, right?
Really?
Yeah, it won't exist in the form of plastic. I still carry a plastic card because I'm still old school, but between tap and pay that we have in the cards world, pretty much you can tokenize your cards, you can digitize your cards on your phone, on a device, on a wearable, on a ring, on a bracelet, and especially now with a lot of foreign companies also coming to India, I don't see a reason why somebody would need to carry a physical card. Now, I carry it simply because I'm saying, agar mera phone ka charge khatam ho gaya, then what? Right? So I carry it for that reason. And that is true for UPI also. Your app won't work if your phone is dead, right? So I don't think the card will exist in the physical plastic form, but it will take a digital shape in some form, which may be almost near subconscious. I look at this as it's not too far away in the future, where today the act of payment that we do is a very conscious effort. You go to a shop, you scan a QR, you tap, if you're using cards, you swipe still, some people do. And it's a very conscious activity that somebody does. I think the future is that activity will be in your subconscious, much like the air that you breathe. You breathe air, you breathe it day in and day out, but you don't realize you're doing it. Right?
This is sounding like a Black Mirror episode.
No, it's not. It's not. Absolutely not. This whole concept of agentic commerce, AI-enabled commerce, that's exactly what it's going to enable. What it is going to enable is you will have something that will be a form of identity. It could be your smile. It could be your biometric. It could be your body mass. It could be your, I don't know, your blood metrics. Who knows in the future what would that look like? But today it is your retina scan. It is your fingerprint. It is something else. Smile is another one that people are talking about.
No, but Gautam, if every time I smile, I spend money, I'm going to have to stop smiling.
No, so I think there is, of course, a framework, right? So in our world, we talk about a framework of context, right? In what context are you, let's say, smiling? And therefore, is that the context? We'll identify, is it you, who you are? Do you have something that requires to be paid for? We'll have to create trust in the ecosystem. So I use a word called trust, which really has 3 pillars. It's convenience, it's safety, right? And it's also trust in the form where it's without any friction, right? We have been very focused as an industry on the safety aspect, on the convenience aspect, but the friction aspect is something that we've not really solved for. We talked about it backstage. Today, pretty much anything that we want to do in our lives, you require a second factor of authentication in the form of an OTP. I'm sure half of us don't want to get another OTP SMS.
OTP se chutkara dilaiye.
Exactly. So that we are doing that thanks to the RBI again. In payments, at least, we are doing that. We have this thing called the alternate authentication framework, which essentially replaces OTP. I won't say replaces, but augments companies to not use OTP, but use another form of authentication, which is biometrics. So in this case, passkeys is the term that we're using as an industry, where your biometric that is embedded on your phone, much like what you use your biometrics to unlock your phone, any phone today, the same biometric could be used to actually make a payment, right? And that would remove that friction aspect. But that is the early stage of this friction-free, payment as I'm talking about. But there will be a day, and not too far from us, where you will walk in and walk out of stores, where you wouldn't go through the conscious effort of paying. The system
Give
is
me
smart
a
enough.
for example of how all of these things fit in. You talked about non-plastic payments, including on devices. You talked about biometrics, including smile. You talked about a subconscious autonomous payment. So in an everyday scenario, what does this actually look like?
So So let's take them each one by one, right? So today, for those of us who are transacting out there, when you go to a shop, you buy something and you either use a UPI QR, you actually make the physical payment, you pull out a card, you swipe your card, you can tap your card if you have tap enabled on your card or on your phone. And those are conscious actions that you're taking. And all of this is enabled with various levels of safety and security. And we, in MasterCard parlance, we actually authenticate you, where we confirm it is who you are, who you're saying you are. And then we authorize the transaction saying, okay, this transaction is, let's 400 rupees. You're trying to do, yes, Tamanna is who Tamanna is, and she's making a 100 rupee transaction from her credit card, and she actually has a credit line that has 100 rupees available, and let the transaction go through. And then, of course, the bank that you have the credit line against allows for the transaction to go through. So those are the motions that we go through. In a world where agentic commerce will come into play, where AI will come into play, there would be systems that will do exactly what we just described, where a system, an agent will work on your behalf because your smile will be registered somewhere. Again, I'm using smile. I don't know what that would look like. It could be any biometric. It could be any form of biometric. Today, we are used to using a thumbprint or a face recognition that will be matched to some form of payment that is already allocated. You already assigned that whenever I'm making this up, whenever I'm buying something at, what's the store that you shop at the most? A physical store.
Okay, let me not take any names. Say
Okay.
XYZ
So let's say you go to some random store, right? And you would have set your system that, every time I want my authentication, my biometric authentication to pay for something, use this certain form of payment, and let's say I'm going to say use my MasterCard card, right? And as long as the transaction is less than 10,000 rupees, let it go through. Otherwise, ask me for something that will pose a question to me before the payment goes through. Now, you go to the same store in the future where there will be enough AI and technology and sensors that will be allowed around in that store, where when you go and you carry a shopping bag with goodies in it, and you walk out, that experience, and you walk out with your biometric getting scanned by all of these systems that are playing there, there will be agents in the background, digital agents that will know it is you who you are. It will know what you bought, how much you bought it for, and it'll pay for you. You wouldn't even know that it happened, right?
But it is possibly going to go one step further, where an agentic AI support will also help you choose.
Absolutely.
And maybe regular purchases can just be automated.
So the way we are looking, so we are enabling agentic commerce in various forms. One of the things is in the online world, where especially Indian consumers are always looking for a bargain or a deal. The agents would work on your behalf to know if you want to buy something. First of all, they'll be able to tell you that you need to buy this something, right? Let's say you're running out of milk, right? And you need to buy milk. But I'm not even going to go there. Let's say you're buying something and there's a better deal available for that something. The agent knows that deal is available somewhere else, not where you're buying. It'll work on your behalf to push you to buy it from some other place. I'm talking about an online store here, and you'll go buy there. Or if there's a coupon available or if there's a discount available in some form, the agent will work on your behalf, not only to tell you what to buy, when to buy, but where to buy it from. And how do you get the best deal out of it? In a world of, getting points and getting the best deal, that is how agentic commerce will work for you.
Wow. So someone is doing that work for you. Do you think Indians will adopt this? We like to choose. We like that mole bhav. And okay, if it's online, at least you like to, look at enough options.
So, I was in the US 4 months ago after a long period of time, and I had only heard of this driverless cars. I had not been on one. And I was very scared to sit in one. And when I saw one in front of me, the tech geek in me asked me to sit in one of these cars and experience it. It was a fantastic experience. I won't deny I was a bit scared. I was a little unsure of it. I think we Indians are just like that. I think there is an element of education that the industry, the ecosystem has to do. We have to build the trust and make sure that we are comfortable doing it. I don't see any reason, particularly now more than ever, given how savvy we become with our technology in India, I don't see any reason why Indians will not adopt it. It may be a little bit further away than many other countries, but from the innovation that we showcased and others showcased at GFF last week, I am pretty certain this is going to happen in our lifetime. It won't be happening when we are grandparents. It'll happen in our young age.
Oh, pretty soon. Well, here's to a future where maybe your smile or your blink tells you that you want to make purchases. Thank you so much, Gautam Agarwal,
Thank you, Tamanna.
for that very innovative chat on what the future of money looks like. Thank you.
Vedika, they've been talking about way more lot driverless cars. Have you ever been in a driverless cab? Would you ever sit in a driverless cab? Our mics are working. It's $1 million question.
Check, check. It's working.
Would you ever sit in a driverless cab?
I'm very risk averse. I wouldn't you?
Would you ever sit, I'll rephrase that, would you ever sit in a cab that I was driving?
I'm very risk averse.
All right, she's got the same answer. I did in fact. And I think it's fascinating for everyone. I'm sorry, I'm going to do this, preach to the audience. A Waymo that everyone's been talking about is a company acquired by Google, which has LiDAR sensors retrofitted on a Jaguar I-Pace. I'm geeking it out. They're expanding to other cars, they're expanding to other cities, they're expanding within the Bay Area and California, but they are having issues, which is nothing to do with tech, which is nothing to do with law, but it's actually to do with society. Very often when they're just driving those cars around or they're being driven without a driver, people tend to scratch them, local people are annoyed, and sometimes they just sort of almost collide and their alarms go off.
I'm going to say something that I shouldn't, but
Go
I
for it.
can't stop myself. That happens in India all the time with drivers in the car.
So it is a fun experience. I urge you all to either do that or play a nice video game on your PlayStation. Moving on to our next session.
Our next session shifts the focus from our health to the health of our future. We now focus on the high voltage future of mobility, a transition that defines not just commerce, but our global commitment to a sustainable tomorrow.
That is the high voltage resolve required to pull off a transformation this massive. To help us navigate this monumental shift, our next discussion brings together 4 leaders from the forefront of the ecosystem.
Sanjeev Kulkarni, CEO, Billion Electric; Raveen Mirchandani, CEO, Adore Digitron; Anshuman Divyanshu, CEO, Exicom; and Sandeep Gambhir, CEO, Vatello.
And moderating this stellar panel, we will be welcoming NDTV Profits dashing anchor Alex Matthew. A huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen.
There are 5 of them, folks. We can be louder than that. Come on.
Sure. Yeah, he's adding adjectives unnecessarily, I feel. Thank you, Ayush. Very kind of you. These 4 dashing gentlemen, bigger round of applause, please. Okay, grab your mics, gentlemen. Okay, have a seat. So, we've had some conversations about electric mobility and charging infrastructure and various other aspects. And the tendency is to speak about personal mobility. What's the first thing that you think of when you think of electric mobility? You think of green number plates, you think of cars that you might be driving or things that you might be contemplating, or somebody calling it a toy car. Yes, that's what you think of. But this panel and these gentlemen and the work that they're doing is very different. It does not have to do with personal mobility. And they feel that what they're doing is going to bring the real change. And there's a reason why I'm saying that. They're working in commercial vehicles. And there are applications of electric mobility in commercial vehicles, building up the ecosystem. And that's primarily, gentlemen, what we're focused on talking about and telling our audience about today. Let's start with you, sir. Because I think, and by the way, there's the entire ecosystem more or less is represented. We have Sanjeev that is with Billion E, and he runs a fleet of commercial vehicles that are powered by electric. We have Ravin, as well as Anshuman, who are at the start of the ecosystem, and they build the chargers that effectively charge this fleet so that without that, it's not going to work. And you have Sandeep, who essentially facilitates the entire ecosystem that is effectively financing a lot of these legs. So hopefully I've laid the context for this conversation. Let me start with you, Sanjeev, because ultimately you're operating the vehicles that are creating these fleets. Do you think that unfairly people talk about personal mobility too much when they're talking about electric mobility and the drive towards that?
Yeah, it's the optics. Alex, thank you for this wonderful session. As a car user and a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, it's more visible in the city area. But we forget to believe that our day starts with the milk, which is delivered through a truck. And the entire day, whether it is the food, your clothing, your machineries, everything depends on the transportation. And with a growing economy like ours, you can't get away with the road freight. And as long as that is happening, then somebody has to move goods from point A to point B. And that's the sweet spot Billini identified. But just to add you up, I believe there are 5 elements. Of course, the customer is out there who is keen, who is sensible to switch from fossil fuel based to more sustainable. But then the OEMs have rolled up their sleeves. Legacy OEMs are the new age OEMs are introducing the product. And then comes you rightly mentioned the fuel. In this case, the reliable and dependable charger. So the CPOs come and they depend on my friends here to give you a robust charging solutions. The fourth element, to do all these things, you need the capital. And without vitamin M, I think the whole equation is void. And fifth element, and which is very close to my heart, is the pilot or the driver. Eventually, when the rubber hits the road, it's the driver who has taken your product, he has taken your goods, he has taken the responsibility to move it from point A to point B. So at Billini, we are now trying to see how we integrate closely in cooperation mode with all these 5 elements and make the sustainable transition a reality.
Let's talk about a few numbers, though. Ravin, and Shoma, I'll come to you in just a bit. We were talking just before the session, and a few of the facts that you threw at me were actually a little startling, because I must confess that even I was in the school of thought that if we're moving towards an electric future and mobility towards that, then individuals need to make the choice to go electric. But that's not true. What are the numbers that support that?
Sure, thanks for that question, Alex. And I think just before I get to the numbers, why are we trying to be electric and why are we going to clean mobility or zero emission mobility? And that is because, one, we want to delever from the tyranny of the hydrocarbon molecule, not to have to import fuel. And two, we want our children to have better quality air in the cities, right? And it's the emissions from diesel and petrol that are impacting the AQI. How do you do that? How do we achieve that in India? The fastest, right? There's 360 million vehicles registered in India on the roads today. 82% of those are 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. 12% of those are trucks and buses. Only the balance, 6 to 8%, are cars. And therefore, the conversation, as you just started, around cars, personal mobility, is a fallacy. The way to clean up India's air and the way to delever from the hydrocarbon molecule is to focus on the 2- and the 3-wheelers and then the trucks and the buses. Already, an overwhelming majority of 3-wheelers being sold in India are electric. First year in history, 2025, there are more electric 3-wheelers than ICE 3-wheelers being sold. The journey on 2-wheelers is already being seen. Karthikeya mentioned this morning, how many green number plates do you see? You know, in 2020, it was 1 a month, then it became 1 a week, 1 a day, 1 an hour, now you see 1 a minute because so many 2-wheelers have already converted. But the big move is buses, which is what the Indian government has done really well. The next tender coming out for 15,000 buses for 1 year, right? If you look at Australia, it's 150 buses. 15,000 buses are going to be converted from ICE to electric. And then finally, it'll be the trucks, starting with intracity and then intercity. So the 360 million vehicles, let's focus on where the real big bang is going to be, and it's public transportation.
Okay, Anshuman, come into this because you acquired a company in the United States, and ultimately the question that I want to ask you as an OEM, as a manufacturer of a part of this entire network or ecosystem, is the availability of technology and the indigenization of that technology. How much of a challenge is that for Indian companies? And where do you see indigenization and Atmanirbharta, which is a focus for all companies and the government as well, take place in the electric mobility ecosystem?
That's a very pertinent question because today, if you look at fossil fuel, we are importing a lot of, in fact, 95% of the fossil fuel or the oil and gas is getting imported in the country. And we don't want to repeat the same thing in electric mobility space, because if you're going to be dependent on somebody else, then you're moving from one thing to other where you are not actually doing a great job, right? So to that extent, but the good part is in this space, a lot of investment is happening, a lot of policies support from government side in terms of a lot of promotional schemes wherein, if you invest in infrastructure, R&D, government is providing support through, PM E-Drive scheme. Then there are PMP guidelines, which are focused on manufacturing of cells, batteries, ACC, PLI, and all that. So as an OEM, and because a lot of stuff has to be done by the OEMs on the product side, right? Whether it is manufacturing of vehicles, whether it is manufacturing of chargers, what we do. And of course, how do you ensure that what you are creating? Because at the end of the day, any subsidy or any support falls flat if the end product is not good. And then it is about hardcore commercial acumen comes into play, that why do even I want to switch over if the product is not good, and if it is not as seamless or easy to use, typically an ICE truck. If an ICE truck is easy to operate, the EV has to be similar, right? And the charging process has to be similarly flawless and simpler, so that even
Is it though? Is it? I'm going to just interrupt there to ask the question. So, for example, and a lot of people here are in New Delhi, but then a simple example would be a drive from Mumbai to Pune. You have to go past the ghats, and you see a bunch of ICE trucks that break down along that path. The question is for you, sir, because you run a fleet of trucks that are powered by electric. Are they capable of doing that journey flawlessly?
Of course. So the technology behind is the energy transition. In case of fossil fuel, diesel or CNG, it's the chemical energy, you need to convert it into mechanical energy, and there is a delayed response time. Whereas in case of electric motors, it's instantaneous. Yeah, you just allow the current to flow and then the motor spins at the desired torque. So in all categories of the vehicles, the drivability of an electric vehicle is by far superior. That's one point. The second point is the efficiency of conversion. You're transforming energy from one form to another form. The best known diesel engines may be at around 65-70% overall tank to wheel efficiency, and the worst of the electric EV could be anywhere up 80-82% efficiency, and the good vehicles are at about 90%. So it's not just only the energy transition, but it's also the amount of energy what you consume while you get that entire driving comfort. Yeah.
Okay, so I do want to come to you, and very quickly in 30 seconds, if possible, I want you to explain to the audience why I was calling you a facilitator, because ultimately you provide the money that greases this entire system. So first that, and two, what is the need in your opinion for capital to facilitate this ecosystem, and is there enough availability of capital, or do you think that there is a sizable need to bolster that?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me on the session. I love the terminology Sanjeev just used, vitamin M. Good to be providing there. There's a lot of vitamin M available. Happy to state here, we've just closed one of the largest fundraisers in the electric mobility history in India, raised $405 million a month back, backed by Green Climate Fund and Macquarie, which tells you the amount of institutional capital. I mean, Green Climate Fund happens to be a UN-backed multilateral, one of the largest climate impact investors in India. For them, putting out $200 million in a project which is what, 1.5 years old. I have 20 employees. My son was telling me when I raised $405 million, Dad, 405 by 20 is 20 million per person. I said, unfortunately, it's not coming to my bank account. But, and that's just capital. You know, you could raise leverage and raise a debt. So capital, very important, but I can tell you the amount of money that's flowing behind electric is phenomenal. There are enough and more of green funds willing to put their money. There are a lot of impact investors who are out there trying to put their bets on a system or on an ecosystem which is accelerating. Credit goes to the government of India, frankly. Consistency of policies, just the amount of focus that they've demonstrated in the transition from ICE to electric. And to your second point, why an ecosystem play is important and how does Vatello play a role in that is the journey for electric. Capital is no longer a concern, but that's not the only solution you want. I think the biggest phobia that people have is anything about transportation, whether you're transferring goods or passengers from one place to the other, is whether I'll get there. Will there be enough charging available? Thankfully with Revin and Anshuman, that's being fulfilled. But there's a lot happening before an electric vehicle comes on the ground. The mindset of the operator, the questions in his mind. So that's where Vatello steps in, helping him identify the right kind of OEM and asset, building out the charging infrastructure, building out the depot, pulling the energy from the grid, variabilizing it or Uberizing it, giving it to him on a per unit or a per kilometer basis, getting the OEM, because today an ICE vehicle breaks down somewhere, you can anytime pick up the phone and call anybody.
Sure.
Electric, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It has to be serviced at your doorstep.
Yeah.
So we create a depot where the OEM comes at your doorstep,
Yeah.
battery recycling, putting the battery to an alternative use case, then at the end of the life cycle, putting the asset to a different use case from an intercity battery to an intracity. So we take care of the entire journey,
And
not
it's
just financing.
It's scalable as well. So a couple of very, very quick last questions. So first to you, and it's a quick answer that I'm seeking. Comparable with the cost of operating freight in electric mobility versus traditional, is it comparable at this point, and can it get cheaper?
Yeah. First of all, sustainability cannot come at cost.
Sure.
So it's the collective effort to beat at par.
Sorry to rush you, sir, but they've already asked me to wrap.
Yeah, and then the opportunity is to bring down the costs. We see in the next 2 to 3 years, EV would become a natural choice for most of these.
Because it'll be cheaper?
Of course.
Because it'll be cheap. Gentlemen, so in terms of technology, my worry, the way that I look at the system is that we're going too quickly and we're seeing technology change too rapidly. You've already put capital down, you've created an ecosystem. But what if you have a hydrogen cell powered vehicle 2 years from now? Is that not the biggest threat for you, and you prepared for that?
Short answer is yes. The only companies that will survive are companies that can be across all spectrums of technology and are able to move very quickly, making mistakes, learning from them, and being able to be cost competitive.
Anshuman, you want?
Same here. I mean, but the energy transition is going to happen in phases and through multiple types of technology. It's not only one against the other. It is all working together.
So I certainly have more questions. I'm sure some of you in the audience will as well, on the basis of what they've said. Please give a big round of applause to these lovely gentlemen and for what they've shared with us today. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Do stay on stage. We have to give you a token of our appreciation.
So we had an electric anchor on this panel, so why don't you join me on stage?
Gladly.
Fascinating session, Alex.
Did you think about electric mobility and think about commercial vehicles?
Not really, honestly. I go for where the eyeballs are. I'm looking at the Teslas, the BYDs, but that was insightful, nevertheless. But what I was trying to say was that we thought we want you for one more session. Can we borrow your time for one more?
Of course.
All right.
What are we talking about?
I will spring it up as a surprise on you after a summit full of volatility, predictions, and talk of the next quarter century. We've strategized the future, and now we must ensure it. This is where we put a real safety net under the Viksit Bharat dream that we spoke of yesterday as well. Please welcome to the stage for a fireside chat on ensuring Bharat's future,
The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Axis Max Life Insurance, Sumit Madan.
and of course, this is moderated by my electric co-host, NDTV's Alex Matthew. Huge round of applause, please.
Sorry, Vedika, I stole your spot. Please. Okay, so please, bigger round of applause for Sumit Madan. Okay. Now, I would like to invite you to think about something at the start of this conversation, just so that I can set the context for you, right? Imagine the most beautiful car, something that you've always desired. Maybe it's a bottle green Bentley or something like that, right? You've always dreamed of this car. Could even be a Lamborghini or really expensive electric vehicle. Now, you're forced in this country to buy motor insurance. You have to insure it, right? Now, imagine you've gone through that 1 year in Delhi traffic or in Mumbai traffic, and you've managed to not scratch it or bump it, and you've not gotten into a bad accident. Do you feel disappointed at the end of the year that your money is not coming back to you, the motor insurance? Or do you feel happy that you didn't have an accident? Which of it would you think? So I know the obvious answer, right? But now I want you to think of your life in an exchange with that car. How much value would you put to that life? And how much money would you pay to transfer the risk of that loss of life to somebody else, like this gentleman right here? Right? So that's something for you to think about, and the need for insurance really, and why in the personal finance space, often it is spoken about to say that you should think of life insurance before you make your first investment. And here we're not talking about investments, we're talking about life insurance. I'm sure that you agree with that. You're selling these products, but then there's a need to create more awareness. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think there can't be a better start to the session the way you've summed it up. I think we can just end the session now, Alex, the way you just started the entire piece.
No, please don't.
No, I think you're absolutely right. The sad reality is many of the young people of the country do come to us and say, what happens if I don't die? And, you know, it's just like the example of the car insurance that you actually gave. I mean, it's a good scenario to be in, but that should not stop from you buying a life insurance. We always keep saying that's, in fact, the first product any young individual should buy. And I think slowly, Alex, industry is coming together. There is a campaign which is called Sabse Pehle Life Insurance now. And I think that's really making a difference to the entire piece. But yes, awareness is critical. There needs to be more work to be done around that.
The way that I see it, Sumit, there are three aspects that need to be considered when you're talking about life insurance. One is the fact that it is currently a push product. It needs to be a pull product. So that needs to change.
Sure.
Second, the pricing of the product needs to be attractive, and somebody needs to find value in it. And the third, you need to have the policy leg, right? So the government is already doing its bit.
Yes.
Do you agree, one? And two, how do you think that these three can be resolved?
Yeah, I think that's a very relevant one. What we need to understand is that the cost of insurance is really come down. If you look at the last few years or so, gone are the days when insurance used to be a kind of an expensive product. Gone are the days when there was some ambiguity around understanding of the product, for example. Today, Alex, you go to a cafe, you end up spending certain money as a young individual. The cost of a simple term plan is actually almost around 700 to 800 rupees per month. And you get a cover of almost around 1 crore in a country like India. I think so. One of the discussions around pricing of the product, I think there's a lot of work that the companies and the regulator and the government has done around it. Two, I think, again, you asked a very pertinent one. The entire machinery and the ecosystem also needs to change. And there is work happening at every level. I think the campaign around awareness, the more focus around rural areas, the Bima Trinity program that the government is seriously working on, I think some of those are really making this more of a pull product, for example. When you talk to a typical customer, for example, he or she is looking at a product which is more comprehensive in nature. And I think, again, for the benefit of the audience also, the Bima Trinity really resolves it to a very large extent. As part of the Bima Trinity, Alex, you will have a product which is not only life, but will also cover health, for example. It will also cover property, for example. So one comprehensive solution for the Indians at large. I, Alex, personally feel that this could be a kind of a UPI movement as far as life insurance is concerned. And the industry can really change. The growth can really fasten. Depending on which data you look at, the penetration of life insurance is still around 4% or so, or less than 4%. So there is a lot of room which needs to be covered. Also, Alex, as part of the earlier sessions also, and Mr. Modi, for example, respected Prime Minister, spoke about this yesterday also, how technology is actually making things not only faster, but more importantly, easier. I think Aadhaar, for example, has been, the financial industry, I would say, has been the biggest beneficiary of Aadhaar, for example. Today, for example, in terms of life insurance also, the way some of the underwriting procedure is changing, the way I'm able to get a better sense of the customer's health, for example.
I do want to ask you about
Please.
that. Because, and you're talking about technology, obviously you're talking about use of artificial intelligence as well. And I mean, think about it, right? What does Sumit and his team and companies like Sumit's have to do when they're looking at the risk involved when they're giving out an insurance product? Because you got to price the product based on the risk.
True.
And the more data that you have, the better your analysis of the probability of something occurring.
Very correct.
And so logically, one would think that artificial intelligence and models can be created to price things better. Is that happening right now?
Yeah, absolutely right, Alex. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Artificial intelligence is leading to a reduction in the price. The recent changes that government has done around GST also is really pushing the weight as far as the sale, the momentum around term product is concerned. I think technology and artificial intelligence included, look at mortality or underwriting as a case in point. Today, for example, can I get a better sense of a customer's health? Can I predict the mortality of the customer far better? Do I have a far better understanding of the profile of the customer? The answer to all these questions is a big emphatic yes. With that, can I offer the customer the right product, based on the profile of the customer? Answer again is yes. Can I price the product better, to your question? Answer again is a big yes, because I know the kind of risk I'm signing off. So if I were an actuarial today, or let's say if I'm a part of the sales or the distribution team today, in a life insurance sector, my job has actually become much more easier because there is a certain predictability around it. So I think you're absolutely right. Artificial intelligence, just the straight through process around issuance of the policy. Gone are the days when the underwriting used to be a tedious process. Today, almost at Access Max Life Insurance, almost 80% of the policies are actually straight through processing. No detailed underwriting required because I already have so much of data around the customer. So yes, it's helping the cause.
So this just occurred to me, and I do want to mention it because you spoke about the mutual fund industry. And ultimately, when you're selling mutual funds, there is a direct and there is a regular, right? So the regular goes through sellers of mutual funds, and the direct, you can go straight to the company that is making the mutual fund. Do you think that there is potential for companies like yourself to liaise directly with the customer, where if it becomes a pull product and somebody ultimately knows that they want life insurance, they can come straight to you?
Yes, that option is available. Insurance is a long-term product, so the commitment around the customer is also much longer. We spoke about Bima Trinity earlier. Bima Sugam, for example, will end up doing exactly the same thing. You will have a marketplace. You can just go to the marketplace, choose the best product which suits your needs. All the insurance partners will have their product there. And the website was recently launched. So there's work already happening on that. And yes, you can directly go to the Bima Sugam and buy an insurance policy.
And while we're dreaming about this, would you say that that would ultimately make the insurance experience better? If a customer were to come directly to you and you could curate a product that would be best for them?
Yeah. Firstly, I think the dream is a reality now. So it's like happening now as we do this interaction also. Yes, that's fantastic as for the industry. And I think largely public at large is also concerned. So I think from that perspective, yes, it's already taking shape as far as the Indian market is concerned. The experience is actually getting better and better, Alex. Look at something like medical limits as far as the life insurance policy is concerned. Your medical limits, for example, are going up as the health benefits improve, as the mortality of Indians obviously increase, the requirement of medical is also going down. With the help of data, like we were discussing earlier today, for example, I have far more detailed inputs as far as the customer is concerned. So I think in an overall sense, the experience is becoming better of buying a policy. Some of the intermediaries in between, whether it's an agent, whether it's a bank or any other channel, for example, we always keep on saying that in India, for example, the term bharosa works very well. And that's a campaign that at Access Max Life Insurance, we really invest in. Some of these intermediaries, for example, still are the bharose ka partners as far as the market at large is concerned. And somewhere, for example, even to the client, it's about creating an experience. And if there is a trusted partner in between, the entire understanding of the product insurance actually becomes much better. And I have to give a lot of credit to the government of India and the regulators also there. Again, borrowing a page from the Bima Trinity itself, this entire concept of Bima Vahak, for example, where Alex, there is a focus around women empowerment. Imagine a situation that I'm in a small village and there is a lady from the same village who is selling me an insurance policy. Will my bharosa be much higher? Yes, surely. Because you know that lady is not going to go anywhere. I'll meet that lady every day as a customer. And the lady would be selling the right product to me, which is the bharosa, which really comes in.
I hope that
So,
that's the case.
yeah.
But I get your point.
Yeah.
And, you know, the potential is there. Ladies and gentlemen, please, big round of applause for Sumit. He's laid out the context. And I think there's a lot to be done. And his company and the industry is doing a lot of hard work. So big round of applause. Sumit,
Thank you,
thanks so
Alex.
much
Thank you very much.
for
Pleasure.
taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so there's going to be Kapil Dev, there's going to be Ishan Khattar, and you're going to have Ricky Cage. Folks, in a while from now, it's time to declare that it's a tea break.
It is, but I must tell you, it's short and sweet, depending
Yes.
on if you want sugar or you want caffeine. Basically, this is your last chance to, well, send those Dhanteras greetings and check your emails. You can have a cup of tea, some great coffee here, by the way, as well. Our partnerships team has done a great job. Lemon tarts that she's tried and I haven't, but I'll take Vedika's word for it. She's been right all along. The only time I replaced her with Alex was the one mistake I committed.
I should have gone for my lemon tart then. All right, we'll see you in a while. Thank you.
See you on the other side.
Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140+ approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days, all approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership, and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty, and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest, and grow with confidence.
ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੋਰਟਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਉਠਾਓ 2 ਹਫ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਵਿੰਡੋ ਐਂਡ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇੱਕੋ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ
From mega industrial parks to green energy corridors, Punjab is building the future now. And the only thing missing is you. It's time to invest in ambition. It's time to invest in Punjab.
You be on the rise. You be on the rise. You be on the rise. सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान. 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे. 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे. मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा. अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा. काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक. यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक. सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास. एक्सप्रेस वे पर साएं पूरा विश्वास. विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास. 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास. माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन. खौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार. नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार. यूपी ऑन द राइज. सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान. 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे. 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे.
21वीं सदी है. इस सदी का ये तीसरा दशक, ये उत्तराखंड का दशक होगा.
उत्तराखंड को विकास की नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाने के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी देवभूमि पर हर दिन साकार कर रहे हैं. सेवा, सुशासन, स्वावलंबन और सतत विकास, ये वो मूल मंत्र हैं जिन्होंने उत्तराखंड की तस्वीर बदल कर रखी है.
उत्तराखंड सरकार की ओर से हमें जैसे खाद मिल रहा है और खेतों के लिए बीज मिल रहा है और इसी प्रकार हम खेती बाड़ी कर रहे हैं.
केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से राज्य में रेल, सड़क, रोपवे, हाई कनेक्टिविटी विस्तार पर तेजी से काम हो रहा है. दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे बनकर तैयार है. इससे सिर्फ 2.5 घंटे में दिल्ली से देहरादून पहुंचा जा सकेगा. 4,700 लंबी ग्रामीण सड़कें बन चुकी है. सुशासन के मामले में भी धामी सरकार लगातार लोगों की जिंदगी आसान बनाने में जुटी है. भूमि रिकॉर्ड, पेंशन, परिवहन और शिकायत निवारण जैसे विभागों को ऑनलाइन कर दिया गया.
Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days. All approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership, and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty, and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest, and grow with confidence.
ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੋਰਟਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਉਠਾਓ. 2 ਹਫ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਜੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਵਿੰਡੋ ਐਂਡ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇੱਕੋ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ.
From mega industrial parks to green energy corridors, Punjab is building the future now. And the only thing missing is you. It's time to invest in ambition. It's time to invest in Punjab. Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days, all approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest and grow with confidence.
दे रहा हूं मैं दे रहा हूं चेक 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 ओके सुरेश डिस्प्ले ट्राई करना है पहले तो ठीक है One sec. Want it on the left, right? Suresh, can we have it on the left and right wall also? Yeah. For now, you can hit, sir. We'll see it here. It's on the left and right as well now, sir. Can we get a marker? Marker pen है अपने पास? Yeah, he wants to mark. I'll do a tape. Tape लगा. निकलेगा. गिम्बल थोड़ा जल्दी आ जाइए. रचित नहीं आया ना. गेम क्या क्लोजेस्ट टू पिन. हाँ. Now it's the game. Now it's put closest to pin. This was practice till now. Okay, सेंटर में दे दो वापस. तीनों में दे दे सुरेश. तीनों में दे दे.
आप पीछे से मुझे दे देना.
All three screens.
What is happening after he does this?
They'll keep playing. That is organic. All of them will play. 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your
Yeah.
seats inside the hall. We have a very
No.
interesting session coming up. So I would request you to kindly take your seats inside the main hall. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in the next 3 minutes. So I would request you to kindly take your seats. A very interesting session, a very exciting session, a very exciting conversation with a legend as well. Kindly take your seats, and we're going to start very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats inside the hall. We have a very exciting session coming up, and we are going to start in the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
Like standing is more like walking. Oh, good. Yeah. 150 yards. Yes.
higher.
And after that tea break, we're all set to tee off.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the tea and coffee break and have sampled everything on offer outside this multi-purpose hall here at the breathtaking Bharat Mandapam.
We're now on the back 9 or the back 5 to be absolutely precise. As you may have guessed, we're now shifting to the golf course, which is right next to us, and to a game that is often considered the ultimate networking sport, perfectly mirroring the high-level policy strategy we've been discussing here at the NDTV World Summit.
And when we talk about high strategy and legendary status, our next panel brings together an absolute icon of Indian sport and a leader of policy and global finance. This is where the business of the country meets the business of the green.
For our next conversation, we invite NDTV's Rahesha Sehgal.
Welcome everyone to a very special session here at the NDTV World Summit, where we will be discussing NDTV Pro-Am and the business of golf. Perhaps it is an arena where sports meets strategy, passion meets play, and golf becomes more than just a game. I would now take a moment to call a stellar set of panelists here on the stage. Can we please welcome Mr. Kapil Dev, President of the Professional Golf Tour of India. A round of applause for Mr. Kapil Dev. We also have with us Mr. Amitabh Kant, who is not just India's most distinguished bureaucrat, but also governing body member of PGTI. Can we please have a round of applause for Mr. Kapil Dev and Mr. Amitabh Kant? We also have with us Mr. Amandeep Joel, CEO, PGTI. He's also a renowned golfer and one of the top Indian coaches. A round of applause for Mr. Joel. Well, the list is powerful. We have with us David Howell, member of the DP World Tour for 27 years. He has won 7 times worldwide, including 5 European titles. A round of applause for Mr. Howell. We also have with us Ajitish Sandhu. He's a professional golfer. He's a winner of 7 professional titles, including 2 at the international level. And of course, NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief, Rahul Kanwal. Can we please have a round of applause for this stellar set of panelists that we have here with us? Well, but before we delve into this very interesting session, you see that the stage is all set up. We have all the professionals here with us. I would request all of you to take a look at the screen behind me. We have something exciting, something very special for all of you.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar. A privilege reserved for the select few. The most exclusive Pro-Am of the year. The ultimate invitation. Presenting the NDTV Pro-Am. This is where India's top corporates lock horns with the finest professional golfers. Where every drive is power, every putt is precision, every handshake a possibility. Golf has always been the game of leaders, and in India, it finds its most exclusive stage. From Delhi to Bengaluru, from Mumbai to Kolkata, the NDTV Pro-Am travels across the nation. A circuit that is exclusive, aspirational, unforgettable. Every round is a contest. Every moment a connection. Every shot a declaration of ambition and intent. And with the NDTV network bringing it to millions, the Pro-Am extends far beyond the course, into boardrooms and beyond. NDTV Pro-Am Golf, the #1 Pro-Am in India's corporate golf calendar. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, where we see professionals and amateurs on the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. But to talk more on why NDTV, India's largest, biggest network, is there on the green, on the fairway, and why we have taken this step, I now request Rahul Kanwal to tell us more about this.
Very
Vaishnaw, this is something we are supremely excited about. And what a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer, and also a top Indian pro at the moment. And the one administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you for being a part of the launch of NDTV Pro-Am. I want to kick things off by getting Amitabh Khan to talk about his innings with golf at this moment. After so many years in the bureaucracy, you're now trying to give back to the sport. You could have given back to cricket or to tennis. Why golf?
Rahul, I've been in government for 47 years, so I can quite figure out that the maximum potential any sport in India has right now is golf. India is going to produce all the top champions of the world. Our demographics are very young. We're just 28, average age is 28. So for the next 30 years, all the top, the Rorys and the Tommy Fleetwoods of the world will all come from India. Indian golfers, and as PGTI spreads golfing to tier 2, tier 3 cities and to rural areas of India, all the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
Kapil Paji, those who know and play golf in India know just how competitive he is. The rest of us just know him as an ace cricketer. He is insanely competitive. In a moment from now, we'll be going to that simulator, and I can guarantee you, the one who will be trying to beat Ajitesh and David Howell is going to be Kapil Dev, because he'll like, what's the competition? What's at stake? Let's figure out how to crack this. Are you always so competitive, Kapil Paji?
I don't know. I just enjoy myself. And other people say it's you are very competing every sports. I just enjoy the game. People forget to enjoy the game, and they're trying to say, I want to win, I want to do that. I'm not. I'm come here to have fun in life. And God have given me talent, and I express myself.
Why do so many cricketers make for such great golfers? We had Ajit Agarkar yesterday at the NDTV World Summit. Even the likes of, say, someone like a Nikhil Chopra, Sachin Tendulkar, Lara, they're all fabulous. Is it just the swing that comes with the cricket bat?
No, I think you like the greens, basically. You know, you don't get enough greens on the cricket field, so you come out and 150-acre greens and beautiful green, and you enjoy that. I think one thing one should understand that this is the only game you can play whatever age you are. And I think it's very difficult for footballer or cricketer, age of 50, come and roll your arm. It's not possible. But here you can play with your grandfather, grandchildren, you play with your friend, your wife, anybody. I think that's why this game is much bigger than any other. I'm not saying cricket is not big. Cricket is ultimate. But I think you look, after stop playing, you look up to any other game. This is the only game you come out and play. You can't play football. You can't play so many other sports once you've given up.
So, you know, on the golfing course, Kapil is better than the 175 he scored against Zimbabwe.
How so?
He's a much better golfer than he's a cricketer.
ऐसे बोल रहे हो आप, मतलब कुछ भी बोल रहे हो, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ।
नहीं, वो सही बोले हैं। वो 175 नहीं मैं बना था golf में. I asked one day Sunil Gavaskar.
His putting is better than the catch he took of Vivian Richard.
One day I asked Sunil Gavaskar, I said, come out, let's play golf, enjoy myself. He said, you know, the problem with me is I love to make 100. In golf, it's not very good. So he said, that's why I don't play. If you make 100 in golf, you're a bad golfer. So he said, but I'm a good cricketer. I learned to make 100.
You know, there's this story about Kapil Dev, which is legendary on golf courses across Delhi, which is that he starts out sometime, and maybe Aman can tell us a bit about it. He starts out sometimes saying, Aaj lag nahi raha, you know, form nahi hai. Everybody else in his ball gets really excited. Okay, here's our chance to beat the legendary Kapil Dev. So he kind of sets it up in the first 9 saying lag nahi raha. And then he turns it on Aman in the last 9 and just shows who the real champion is. How often has he done that?
He's done it so many times, Rahul. It's unbelievable. I keep saying stories about I would be winning 5 games up from him. He arrives on the 17th hole. Even if he's hit in the bunker or off the green, he will chip it in 5 out of 10 times. I've seen it happen so many times. And let me tell you, I used to ask him, I said, sir, the look in your eye changes when you are standing. He says, I get so focused when I have to do something. And he's done it. And he makes that chip or from the trap, he's put it straight in the hole. So he's done it so many times.
And the ones who suffer, Rahesha, are the corporate golfers, because they think that this is their big one chance in their life to go back and tell their wife and their friends that they beat Kapil Dev. So they're thinking, okay, this is awesome, we're going to cream it. And then you have strategy ke tahat karte ho na, you do this as part of the strategy. Of course. How can you do the same thing so often and not be part of strategy?
I actually want my friends should win. I want them to win and come back to the golf course. When you're disheartened, you don't like to come back. So most of the time, I want people should come out and express themselves. They enjoy themselves. That's the most important. Yes, I'm lucky. Certain people are lucky in certain things. You can talk well. I can't talk so well. So God have given you.
Well. We saw Kapil ji on 24/7 and on NDTV India during the recent Asia Cup. The ratings were phenomenal, and it's all thanks to you. Everybody watched. I mean, there was also an India-Pakistan match which was useful, but just having you there just made it really, really exciting.
Well, absolutely. Of course, I want to talk about cricketers' love affair with golf, but you spoke that with him. Coming to you, David, you're here for the DP tour. We had this chat inside. So the last time you were in India was in 2008. Talk to us about your experience here in India, and perhaps when can we expect you more often here in New Delhi?
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember coming for the first time to Delhi Golf Club in 2008. I was in terrible form, and I remember I walked onto the opening hole, and all I could see was the jungle left and the jungle right, and I was absolutely terrified. I was never going to get round that golf course in any sort of good number. And sure enough, it was a short visit because I missed the cut. I was on that flight Friday night, which was a shame because such a vibrant place to come and visit. And then, of course, DLF came along, a different type of golf course. And they're two wonderful venues, no doubt about that. And I've enjoyed playing them both. And it's amazing to see the change since the changes have been made at Delhi Golf Club, how it looks like now. I mean, now it looks like a top-notch, top-level tournament venue. And I know, having commentated this week, the players are absolutely having a real thrill trying to play a unique golf course, a much narrower, tighter golf course than they're used to week in, week out. And it's great. It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe, and here in India as well. Quite clearly, it's finding its footing.
And we're delighted that you're here at the launch of the NDTV program. And speaking of programs, I'm very curious to know, we spoke about Nikhil Chopra, Kapil Dev, Sachin Tendulkar, all of them being natural golfers. Do golfers make for natural cricketers, Sadhu?
That's a very good. I made 150 when I was 14. That was my only good innings. And then I was too worried about hurting my hands or getting hit by the ball, so I gave up the cricket. My son plays, however, now, and he's not a bad cricketer and not a bad golfer, so maybe they do. Most cricketers end up hitting the ball to the right on the golf course. It's 4 right all the time because they're used to that cover drive motion. But listen, if you're a top sportsman and you can hit a moving ball, then the still ball isn't too difficult.
Do you find it interesting that a lot of cricketers naturally take to golf? Ajitesh, how do you look at this? The fact that they have a natural swing and can take to this, and also as a professional, when you play a corporate golf tournament, does it sometimes irritate you? Kin joker ke saath ko khila rahe? These guys can barely get the ball out straight, and they're hitting all over the place. And now, as a professional, you have to play with them.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. But you're right. I think especially with cricket, even the motion of the bat and how they swing, I think that correlates really well with the swing in golf as well. And I think, as David said, if you're a good athlete and a good sports person, it's easy to translate, to any other sport. And I think golf is a sport that you can pick up at any time. You don't have to start very young, especially if you have the athletic ability. So I think that's the correlation between golf and cricket. And of course, you can play until you're, a lot older.
So how are you seeing the golf scene in India evolve from where it was when you started out now, and the kind of profile it's getting at the moment?
I mean, it's evolved massively. When I was a kid, Amaldeep was, one of my idols growing up in Chandigarh. But I think there was a lot less to play at that time. And you really had to be at the top of your game to make it as a professional. Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot. The prize money that we play for has increased massively over the last few years. And I think even the kind of golfers that we're producing are now more open to going outside and exploring the bigger tours. And having a tournament that we're having this week at Delhi Golf Club of that stature, I mean, that just shows the interest that there is in golf in India, and it's growing rapidly now.
Right, because he is one of the youngest professional golfers that we have here. Can we please have a round of applause for Ajitesh Sandhu? And like Rahul also mentioned, when did you perhaps realize that golf is more than just a hobby, it can be a career as well?
To give you a number, I think I was about 15 when I realized I got quite good at that age where, I even played in a couple of professional tournaments and I did quite well in India. And yeah, I mean, it's something that I really enjoyed doing. I loved, and the doors were opening up to professional golf in India at that point of time. So yeah, I just thought that's all that I want to do for the rest of my life.
I want to tell our viewers that Rahesha actually plays golf, and one of the reasons we hired her here at NDTV, apart from the fact that she's also a fabulous anchor, is that she's a golfer. So we were looking for someone to be the face of the tournament and to really bring the tournament together. So talk to us a bit about how serious a golfer you are, and the fact that not entirely, but a part of the reason that you were hired was because we needed someone to bring NDTV Pro-Am golf together.
Right, absolutely. I remember my interview with Rahul, and he asked me, do you play golf? And I said, yes, occasionally, yes. Maybe once in 2 weeks. He asked me my handicap, and the next thing I know is that, okay, you're selected, we are coming up with something as the NDTV Golf Pro-Am, and we would be keen on you to be a part of it. But of course, I'm not as a professional as everybody here, but I do manage a bogey or a double bogey per hole. But coming to you, Mr. Kant, if my research is correct, you are an avid golfer for the last 3 decades. What's the best part about the course, and how's like every time you hit the green, 18 hole or 9 hole, the momentum is built up?
Well, I think it's the most rejuvenating sport today. But more than anything else, it's a game you're playing against yourself. It's a mind game, so you have to be totally focused. It's a game of immense concentration, and it's if you want to improve your concentration, you want to improve your mindset, nothing better than golf. And the great thing today is that it's not just Chandigarh, from where we're producing champions like Ajit, but the way the game is flourishing all over India. You go down south, from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu to Kerala, all over, the new golf courses that are coming up, the new sportsmen that we are producing, the new golfers, all youngsters. So I see a great future for this game in India. And I think this one game is really going to compete with cricket in the future.
We can't have Kapil Dev on the stage and not set up a competition. So what our producers did is they brought in this G-Spot simulator. The contest is this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 super golfers.
Can we say, as a golfer, thank you very much, you're starting golf.
Oh, yes.
A new company coming out and playing and start having a Pro-Am. We want to thank you.
That's very
people.
sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important. The media still haven't taken up, but when I heard that you people are trying to do the Pro-Am, and how happy we were, and how happy the golfer, they said, at least we come on television.
That's true. It is, Amanji has been fantastic, and we're very excited about this program because it does give golf in India that scale and that platform, which typically sports like cricket get. And now that you're playing more golf than you're playing cricket, that's something that you're happy about. But it is true, it deserves that profile, it deserves that stage, which is what we hope to do with NDTV Pro-Am. Okay, Aisha, let's get started.
Right, absolutely. We heard so much about the golf swings.
So
and
who goes first?
Yeah, who goes first?
So it's 150 yards, closest to the pin. We'll have the simulator set up coming up. There's a golf bag there as well. Who? Amanji, you're the course referee.
We'll have the professional who beat Tiger Woods in HSBC in Shanghai.
He starts
to
first?
go off first.
Okay, so there it is.
In other ways, you're throwing me under the bus.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. So it's closest to the pin.
Okay.
It's 150 yards.
Right.
And there's the pin. That's the simulation. And
that's your 9-iron.
9-iron. What could be simpler?
Okay, let's see who gets this right.
So I haven't swung a club in 3 weeks. Thank you for this.
So that everyone who is not following closely, he has to hit 150 yards. We can pick whichever club he wants. And whoever gets closest to the pin out of these 5 people, unless Resha wants to give it a shot as well.
I doubt in this attire. All I can do is putt, but we'll have the professionals go first. Please,
How many
David.
goes do I get? Just the one?
You get one.
You get one.
One.
Okay.
He's the referee. Aman is the referee. Aman's always the referee.
And,
He is the one.
are we a team or is it just me versus?
No, it's just you.
just
We
you.
have a lovely
Well,
goodie
then I
bag.
don't mind.
Right now it's England versus India.
Okay, so I'm going to imagine I'm Sir Ian Botham. That's great. That's what I'm going to do. He was a good golfer. I met Sir Ian in a pro-am, actually. That's one of the great things about pro-am golf, the people you get to meet. Okay, come on, 150.
That's pretty good.
That
That's
seems like a
pretty
straight
good.
ball on
Wow.
the fairway.
That
But
is-
Rahul, what do you think about it?
That
That
is
is
quite awesome.
Now I'm blaming my caddy.
134.
Well, you gave me this.
Again, the wrong club.
This is not fair. Not bad. I'll take that.
That's
So you
pretty
got to
good.
134.
134.
Who's up
That's
next?
pretty good.
Just look at the can one of the cameras please look at the intensity of Kapil Dev's face? Just one of the cameras, just look at. He's calculating and plotting. Here we kya karna hai? How do I get to that 150? No, look at the intensity. I love it. It is fantastic. I must tell you, I love the spirit of competition. Who's going next, Aman?
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan. So he's taking off his jacket, getting all set. Oh, here we go. Woo!
Seven irons.
7.
I think we're going to wait for the green light to come on.
On the black dot. Yes, perfect.
So the first one was at 134 yards. You have to get to 150.
Practice is always important before we hit the ball.
One more. You get another
He's
shot.
allowed-
Please, just go for it.
He's allowed a mulligan.
He's allowed. Absolutely.
So that's what we keep doing. We allow the corporates a mulligan.
Say, go a little closer. Your heel is on there.
Chal.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's get, who goes next, Aman?
It's
Yeah.
Mr. Kapil Dev.
Mr. Kapil Dev is next.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. See, you give him the stage, you give him the moment, he turns on the magic he always has. Let's see where he gets. 150.
Black.
Closest to the pin.
There you go. Nice. There you go.
Oh, I'm on the green. I'm on the green.
141, 143, 100. Oh my God. That
That's
is
pretty
difficult.
close,
Now, the current pro is now under pressure.
Now you know why he's the president of PGT.
Yeah. No, and so see, even if you don't win, it's okay. If he doesn't get close to 150 with millions of people watching, that is a pressure shot.
That is a
Aman?
pressure shot.
Acha, Aman is like, sab jao pehle.
Obviously, last one.
Acha, last.
I've learned from David's mistake.
It's got to be an A tie.
150, so he has to do better than 143.
See, that's why, Rahul, the caddy is so important in the game of golf. You know, whenever you go to the golf course, you find the best caddy for yourself.
वो
You can
बोल रहे
make
हैं आपने चीटिंग कर दी आपने 9 से करा दिया उसकी बॉल कैरी नहीं की कैडी कैन आल्सो स्विंग इट बोथ वेज नो प्रेशर संधू नो प्रेशर
Nice.
143 150 let's see how this goes 135
A time.
Woo.
It is?
Wow,
Kapil is leading.
Okay, we have Amandeep and then we'll have you.
Amanji's got his supporters along as well from the audience. They're shouting and rooting for him. Okay.
Top mare.
Oh.
See, the only part is I've come from the state of Punjab. So makhan to zarur khaya aur doodh bahut piya hai. 160 means 166.
He's gone over.
Well,
So I
we'll
think
have
he
to-
wins.
We'll have
Couple
to have
day
Rahul,
wins.
you also take this swing.
No,
We'll
no,
have
this is too much
everybody
pressure.
Here,
No, this
but
is.
you're also an avid
We're just
player.
organizing. We're just organizing the tournament. I refuse to take the stress of trying to compete with Kapil Dev. but
I'll give you
I will
7.
pick.
Can you have a round of applause for Rahul? We'll be just taking a shot here.
You cannot compete or compare, so please close your eyes. So pressure मत डालो आप मेरे ऊपर, वैसी बहुत स्ट्रेस है लाइफ में.
अच्छा, प्रेशर मत डालो. अपनी बारी आई तो प्रेशर मत डालो.
Look at
No,
that.
I hit one more. I hit one more.
You know,
You're allowed one more.
Oh shit.
Okay.
This is terrible. See, that's the reason.
yeah,
one more.
it's okay. It's okay. Doesn't matter. Hello, breathe. Take your time.
There
Yes.
you go. That was pretty good.
But anyway, this was fun. Kapil Dev wins as he always does.
Obviously.
And therefore he gets the. We have a goodie bag. Where's the goodie bag?
Rahul, I want to tell you one thing. I played cricket for India for 15 years, but I played golf also. I made more friends in golf than cricket.
Why so?
Because every week I play with the different people. So you meet them, you go to England, you go to Bombay, you go to Calcutta, meet different people you become. In cricket, they don't let anybody can come close to you. They have a bodyguard, security, stay away, stay away. In golf, you make friends, not in cricket.
You know,
I'm sorry to say that. I never made friend in cricket outside cricketer. And in golf, I made more friends. If I have to go to London, and if my friend come to know I'm coming to London, I have to tell half of my friend, don't tell them I'm here. Because everybody want to play. In cricket, it never happened. That's what I want to tell you.
But the amazing thing is that you give Kapil. Good golfer, by the way, ordinarily came under a bit of pressure, which is fine. There's so many people watching. He just
I came under pressure because of Kapil.
Of course.
Hello, these people should understand. In golf, you can't even say, you can't say. In cricket, you can well imagine wicketkeeper talk all the time.
So do the batsmen sometimes.
Silly mid-on. In golf, we do shake hands.
No matter which country the other person is from. Do you feel the pressure? The stage, does it kind of get that much tougher? Because I just see Kapil Dev being put under pressure, and that's why he brings on just one shot and boom, it's like 143 out of 150.
No, I think it's the smaller the target, much more difficult. Cricket, I find, I played cricket 360 degree, you can hit anywhere 4 runs. In golf, you miss this much, you're out of the game. So when the target is small, the game becomes much tougher. People say it's very easy, the ball is there. Right. No, it's not easy. It's a tough game, but it's very difficult to start the game. First 15 days, 90% people will leave the game. They will not come back. But if you can stay till 2 weeks, then you will never give up this game till you die.
Mr. Kant, what are you hoping to do with and for golf in India?
I think the important thing is through PGTI, take it across India. It shouldn't be seen as an elitist game. It should be taken, you massify the game. Once you take it to rural areas of India, you will have millions and millions of Abhishek Sharma or Surya Vanshi coming out of golf. And they will be the future champs.
That is true. You make the sport. You know, Rahisha is not playing right now, but we have this one clip where she went to one of the golf courses in the NCR region and played a bit, and she's going to be leading our golf coverage. You're going to have that up on the screen right now.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
Sorry, my voice was gone. 6 hours on the greens, unlike the professionals there. But before we wrap this up, a quick rapid fire round, starting with you, Kapil sir. Swing in golf or reverse swing in cricket? One thing you have to choose.
Come again?
Swing in golf or reverse swing in cricket? Which one is more
I
tough?
think swinging in the night.
Okay.
He's a born swinger.
Yeah, I swing all the time. One way. Out swinger.
Always winning everywhere. Okay, coming to you, Mr. Kant. What becomes more serious discussion over some kind of a policy or a fight, or over a wrong drop on the course?
What is the second one, she said?
Or what becomes the most serious discussion or some kind of a verbal spat over a policy?
Obviously, the golf course. Best way to get a consensus is on the golf course. And you know, when we had all these challenges of G20, we finally took the Sherpas to the ITC golf course. And that's where we got the settlement. If it wasn't for the golf course, India would not have had a G20 consensus.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Absolutely.
आपने golf खिला के consensus कराया G20 का?
They all went and stayed at a golf course, the ITC golf course. And that's how we got the final round of consensus with all the Sherpas.
Nice.
If it had been for any other hotel in Delhi, India would have never got a consensus.
There you go.
Okay, coming to Mr. Joel. How do you describe the feeling before a 2-footer putt for the win?
How would you describe the feeling
Yeah.
for a 2-foot putt?
Yeah.
It's a given.
Given.
For a professional, it's a given.
All right, coming to you, David. One rule in golf you'd love to change.
One rule in golf I'd love to change. That's a very, very good question. I think they've just changed all the rules. You know, I would change the equipment. Actually, I would change the golf ball. They're going to do that in a couple of years' time. Delhi Golf Club has just proved that if the pros hit it less far, actually the game can be more interesting. So the rules are about to change somewhat with the equipment. I think they're doing the right thing, and I'm fully on board with it.
Same question to you, Mr. Sandhu. One rule you'd love to change or not?
I'd say if you're in the middle of a divot in the middle of a fairway, you should be able to place it. I think if you split the fairway down the middle and you get penalized for it, I know there's rub of the green, but I feel like that's taking it a bit too far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our stellar panelists here?
No, we have a gift. We have a gift. Where's
Yeah,
the
we
goodie
also
bag?
have
You can't have Kapil Dev win a tournament and not get this really lovely goodie bag. So there it is. Oh, here it is. Rahesha, for Mr. Kapil Dev, please. Can we have a round of
Can we
applause?
please have a round of applause for...
This one is for Amitabh Khan. Okay, go on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause,
Please have a
please?
round of applause.
You know, most people who get into sports administration typically get into it for wrong reasons. I'm glad that Mr. Kant is trying to do this and trying to give back in a very genuine way. So I think that's quite commendable. Most think of it as pelf and privilege, and you know, I think that the fact that you're trying to raise the profile of golf in India is quite nice.
Thank you.
He didn't know that there was a competition. मुझे बाद में बोलेंगे फंसा दिया तुमने, but that's all right. That's all right. For Mr. Kapil Dev. Sir, thank you. You know, it cannot be that there's a stage, there's an occasion, there's a competition, and there's any other winner except Mr. Kapil Dev. Sir, congratulations and well done. You beat Mr. Sandhu, you beat Aman. Who plays golf better, you or Aman usually?
Oh, far better than me. We are just a hacker.
नहीं नहीं जीते तो आप ऑडियंस तो सोचेगी आप जीते उनको क्या पता वो प्रोफेशनल है
नहीं नहीं वही है हम बाय द वे हैं
नहीं
मान लो हम बाय द वे
आप ऐसे ही बोल के सबको पानी पिला देते हो यही बोलते हैं और फिर सबको बुला देते हैं बट वेल डन एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस
थैंक यू I think everybody should
Round of
understand
applause
everybody's winner, not
Thank
one
you.
person.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Come. Give it there.
Thank
Lovely.
you.
Well,
for
thank
being
you
here
very
with us
much.
today. Good luck
Yeah.
to the DP World
Thank
Tour.
you so much. It's very kind.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we come to the end of the session. It's been absolutely fantastic. We wish Rahesha and the NDTV Pro-Am team all the very best. Thank you, Aman, for being a part of this. And we look forward to seeing you on the golf course in the Pro-Am. Hopefully, you'll come and play some of this. And there'll always be a prize waiting somewhere for Mr. Kapil Dev, who has to win no matter what. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come, please.
Thank you very much. Oh, you're going to take a picture?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And all the best for the tournament. Thank you very much.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Good times.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Watch out. Don't put it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I see how everyone has a smile on their face the minute golf and sports gets mentioned, Vedika. I think we have to really level up and keep everyone just as smiley. Can you do that, Vedika, in the next 5 minutes? Because there are surprises lined up through the rest of the show.
Absolutely. We have Ishan Khatter coming up, folks. How many fans in the house for Ishan Khatter? Why are only the women out here raising their hands here? Come on, guys. He's a great dancer. He's so good at acting. And he's just had a fantastic movie release. So he's coming up. We have Ricky Cage as well, Grammy Award winner.
Not once, not twice, but three times.
Yes, that's true. All right. So in a moment from now, we're going to go back on stage. But thank you to all our golfers here. A photo op moment here. I have a question for them as well before they go. After the photo op, we'll go to them in a moment from now. All right. Let the photo op happen. Over to you. Ayush, if you can take over for a moment, and then I'm going to ask the golfers a question here.
Absolutely. You know, I request everyone, please stay in your seats because we have a bunch of surprises lined up for you. I love how Shiv's walking towards the front. That means there's something's cooking, right, Shiv?
All right. For a moment, sirs, if I could have you here, I have a very simple question for you. It's almost the end of the year. How many golf balls have you lost at the golf course?
Wow. You know, I play at Delhi Golf Club. Thank God I don't play at DLF. But still, I lose probably a dozen.
A dozen?
Yes.
How often?
Well, I've lost dozen over the year.
Over the year? That's not bad at all. Your caddy will be very happy you haven't sent him looking for them.
I keep him on the fairway.
All right. Have a good evening, sir. All right, let's head back
Vedika,
to
did
stage.
you pick up any golf from that session?
I did. In fact, my grandfather played golf. I used to go watch him, but I never really took to the sport.
Because that's what the NDTV World Summit has really done. It's made me feel like I need to train in so many departments. When Merritt Moore was dancing, I realized I have 2 left feet. Then I was at the golf session, and I realized the same thing. I saw some of the brilliant conversations, heard some of them on electric mobility, and learned I need to get back to the textbooks.
But you know, Ayush, it was pure joy to see them on stage. They were really enjoying the game, and we were enjoying watching them. It felt for a moment that we were at a golf club, and we were a part of the team and the conversations. It was really, really interesting, fun, and very easy to watch.
Honestly, can't wait for NDTV Golf Pro-Am. This is something super cool, and I think it's launching at the right time. The good weather beckons.
Absolutely. Good weather beckons. They could be really happy. But just a dozen golf balls, that's amazing that he's lost. All right, moving on now. Early in the day, we discussed ensuring the life of the nation. Now we talk about ensuring its vitality.
That's right. If the economy is the backbone of Bharat, the health and pharmaceutical sector is a high-stakes sector where strategy literally saves lives. A little more intense than our standard geopolitical panel, Vedika.
True. For our next conversation on renewing Bharat, possibilities, progress, prosperity, please welcome Rakesh Bamzai, the CEO, Global Operations of Intas Pharmaceuticals, and a moderator, Alex Matthew, to the stage.
Can you have a warm round of applause, please?
Alex, do you play golf?
No, but
Are you inspired?
yes.
Great.
But you know, it's a very tough job. So please grab a seat. a very tough job after Kapil Paji and all of these folks with their lovely golf swings to talk about pharmaceutical industry. It's a tough job, but we'll do our best, won't we, sir? Okay. So again, to set the context, everybody knows that the Indian pharmaceutical industry is very large, and after IT, which is our biggest export, the pharmaceutical industry is responsible for a large amount of exports. But I do want to set the context, right? So, sir, let's talk about numbers first. How large is the Indian pharmaceutical industry today?
It's really large. In numbers, it's around $55 billion. And it's 26 billion India.
Oh, wow.
And 26 billion exports.
So there is this perception that India's pharmaceutical industry is primarily a generic manufacturing industry that exports to places like the US, Europe, and primarily to the US. But actually, it's inward looking as well. There's a large amount that of business is generated here.
Absolutely. And talking about generic industry, I think for us as a country, I think that was the first big step we took as a country. A couple of decades back, we looked at generics in a very global, kind of a footprint. And we reached where we reached today.
So I must confess that the first time I came across this term, I had no clue what it was. And to everybody tuning in from home, if you don't understand what a generic pharmaceutical is, there is no harm in that. So I'm going to ask the chief executive officer of a very large pharmaceutical company to explain to you what this is. And this is important for you to understand, right? So what is a generic and why is it important?
A generic product is a product that is mimicked basis on the innovator product.
Let's talk about an example, sir. That'll make it easy.
Like for example, if a brand is ABC, I don't want to name brands, it treats a particular disease. There's a patent life for that brand. So the companies start working on this product, exactly mimic, make sure it works in the same way because there are multiple tests that are done, analytical test, bioequivalence test, and you have to show equality with that of the brand.
Yes.
Once that is set, there's a filing. Based on the filing, if the regulators find that this product matches all the ways and they have questions are answered, then they give approval for a generic drug.
So for example, when you have a fever, you take a paracetamol. Paracetamol essentially was made by somebody right at the beginning. And then you have a drug that is named with a name that ends with in or that rhymes with bolo. And effectively, those are generics of paracetamol, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so right now, would it be fair to say that the Indian pharmaceutical industry is primarily known as a generic manufacturer?
I would say that generic business is the core business for India.
Sure.
So job of the country is to protect the core.
Yes.
But I would say that the growth is going to come from other areas.
And those other areas are making new drugs and challenging the edge of the unknown. As this entire forum is named, you're venturing into paths that are uncharted. You're creating drugs that will save lives. Why is this difficult? Is it the capital? Is it the lack of ability, the lack of talent?
Let me first set the context a little bit. So you have generics, then the major growth is going to come from biologics, biosimilars.
So this sounds like complete Latin and Greek to me. So you said, okay, generic is a copy of something, right? Yes. It's the exact formulation. Matlab, if the formulation is A, B, and C, you're matching A, B, and C. A biosimilar could be X, Y, and Z, which is performing the same task as A, B, and C. Is that the way to look at it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. So as India, we're venturing into biosimilars and biologics.
Yes, but biosimilar, biologics, and the new area for our growth is, personalized medicine. If you would have heard, there's cell therapy, gene therapy, tremendous promise for the country, and India can play a very big role in biosimilars, in cell and gene therapy, and in complex injectables, complex tablets. I think these are the three major growth areas. The next big growth in the next decade is going to come from these three areas.
But what's the challenge, sir? Is there a large amount of capital that is required? Because so the way that the perception is that there are companies globally that specialize in creating these new formulations, and they're known for that, right? Everybody knows these names. Why is an Indian company not in that list?
I think last 5 years, government has supported a lot in regulations. Because of that, you see now there's a biologic that's going to be, coming in the market. It's licensed out to some international company from an Indian company. We at Intas, we have a new chemical entity that we launched in India. Now we are taking to the global markets. There are multiple companies working on new innovative products, and those products are going to create huge value for the country. The way a country's economics changed completely with one GLP-1 product that was launched in that particular country. The macroeconomics of the country changed completely. You will be knowing this.
Yeah, you're talking about the insulin drug, right?
No, I'm talking about a follow-on product, which is, semaglutide.
Yes.
That was launched in a country. It became so big because it was for obesity and it was for diabetes
right.
together.
Yeah.
And it was adopted so beautifully that, it created a big, market.
Sure. So you're saying that Indian companies are now have access to capital, access to talent. Those are not barriers anymore?
Absolutely. I think capital is available in plenty.
Sure.
There's a lot happening in the country. If you see next decade is going to come from the novel pharmaceutical products. So venture capitalists, PE funds, everybody started getting interested. Contract research companies are working very well because, part of the research and development is done in the country.
These are called CDMO companies. Everybody
Absolutely.
on Dalal Street is going crazy about them, right?
Absolutely. I think CDMO, contract clinical research is another big area. So I would say that, capital is not a problem. Capital is not a problem at all.
So then, okay. So you're saying that, therefore, if you look at the next 3 to 5 years, you could have a very large pharmaceutical company that's globally known. Of course, they are already, but known for beyond generics. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Companies like Intas, we are spending a lot of money on research and development.
Sure.
And maybe it's our company that will come with the product, which is going to be a global product. We have a lot of confidence and promise in that new chemical entity that we are developing. It has excellent results. In India, we have already had 150, 200,000 patient exposures. So it's fantastic.
So what would help this audience understand what you're talking about is to talk about the disease, because ultimately every individual understands the impact of a disease either for themselves or their loved ones. So give us an example of a disease and give us an example of a formulation that perhaps your company is currently working on. Maybe it's in clinical trials, or maybe it's already succeeded and you've managed to make maybe a biosimilar or maybe a new formulation.
Yeah, I think for this new chemical entity, if you are talking about, Alex, it is for mania and bipolar disorder. There are limited options available in this space. The options that we have today, it has serious side effects. So as a result, this particular entity that our scientists developed, it is working exceedingly well. And we are doing a lot of clinical work in multi-centric clinical trials are right now happening. And we're very confident that this will be one of the new chemical entity in future available for global population.
Interesting. Okay. But when you study a geography, like when you study India, for example, and you're a global manufacturing company, you cater to various countries in the world. But if you look at our demographic, then our demographic has a tendency towards certain diseases, right? There are lifestyle diseases, there are chronic diseases. There is now a higher incidence of cancer in various parts of the world, particularly in our country as well. As a pharmaceutical company, when you're in the research and development space, how do you look at incidence of these diseases to get ahead of the curve and cure it? And would you agree that the pharmaceutical industry, by and large, by its very design, is reactive rather than ahead of the curve?
I think very, very good question. there are two parts of answers to this question. It's a long one. You talked about cancer. So cancer cell is very unknown. It's not completely known. So a lot of research is happening in the cancer area. And we at Intas, we are working on, delivering these cancer products, cancer therapies in a very, very different way. So we are working on a technology called nanoparticle technology. We use lipids and we coat lipids and use this technology to deliver this product with, with reduced side effects of a chemotherapy drug. That's one. Second is multiple companies, including ours, are working on immunotherapies. And these are targeted therapies that work on cancer cells. The other areas of growth for us is, we're looking at cancer in a very, very different way, because oncology was the first big subject for Intas to work on. We worked on cancer. We built up a lot of products on cancer. We looked at technologies. We improved technologies. Now we're looking at biologics. How do we make sure that we have those biologics at affordable costs for the patients? So yes, I think a lot of work is happening. We're working on, monoclonal antibodies. We're working on, antibody drug conjugates. We are working on bispecific, trispecific, multispecific monoclonal antibodies. I think the area is tremendous.
Sir, I have a confession to make. Whenever I am reporting on a pharmaceutical company and there is a formulation that they've gotten approval for, it is an abbreviated new drug application, which is called ANDA, right? But I choose to not read it because it's so complicated and I tend to slip up on it. I'm pretty sure you've got a lot of practice. What's the toughest one that you've ever seen?
See, products, those are...
No, sir, you have to give us the name of a formulation that you think is challenging, and maybe we can do a game later and make people in the audience try and say it.
Yeah, there are lots of complex formulations.
Like an example?
Yeah. So for example, semaglutide, for example, if you have to manufacture semaglutide, the bioavailability of a tablet is very, very low. Whereas injectables are relatively easier to make. So the science has to be sharp. There'll be risk of failure. You have to stand up and run again next day. There'll be huge investments required. And, you should have patience, deep pockets, desire, resolve, and, eventually it is successful.
Okay. Now, the last part of this, and I do want to get an answer from you, which is affordability, right? And you talked about cancer, you talked about the fact that you're doing a lot of work in oncology. Availability of drugs at an affordable rate is absolutely critical in our country, particularly with the per capita where it is, and with the incidence of these illnesses. Is the Indian pharmaceutical industry capable of making drugs at scale and drugs at an affordable price and drugs that are new?
Absolutely. I have no doubts. Like, look at the pricing that is offered in India. Like when most of my friends, when they come to India, they take all the medication and go back home. For India, there's no debate on this. We are the country offering best science and the cheapest product available. When you go to the international markets, we have a similar approach. We do science, we do research and development in a very, very focused way. We use technologies in research and development. We do speed. Intas has 3 R&D centers. One is in US, one in UK, and one in India. We use different time zones to make sure the speed is high. And we finally, when we're successful, we file, we get an approval. Once we get an approval, we make sure that the pricing of the product is in such a way that more and more and more people can adopt.
We've been speaking about the use of new technology, artificial intelligence. There's a lot of debate about the use of artificial intelligence in the healthcare space for for doctors and the way that they look at patients and analyze. I'm just wondering if there are applications in the pharmaceutical industry.
Absolutely. I think in pharmaceutical industry, the mundane kind of work that is very repetitive.
Like, for example?
Like, analytics, like, gene editing, like, rapid testing. And when you have 500 samples to test, you can rapidly do using AI models.
So the time taken to create new formulations, for example, can be reduced with AI.
Absolutely. Today, from bench to the bedside of a patient, development of product can take up to a decade or more.
Right.
Because this is, this is a very, very serious business. So with these technologies, you can reduce it by 30 to 40%.
Last question, sir. Right now, $55 billion the size of the Indian pharmaceutical industry. Where do you see it in 10 years' time?
Yeah, we have set ourselves an objective of $450 billion as a country by 2047.
Okay.
That is something that everybody is looking at. And I would say that core business will be their generics.
Yeah.
But the growth is going to come from these three areas. Growth is going to come from biologics, biosimilars, personalized medicines like cell and gene therapy, and complex injections and formulation.
Fantastic. Please, big round of applause for Mr. Rakesh Banzai. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do stay.
Thank you, sir, and a happy Diwali to you. Thank you, Alex. As we near the end of this high-powered summit, it's time to pause and reflect on the creativity and the self-expression that underpins all this policy and progress. We shift now from corporate strategy to personal philosophy. Our next speaker is a celebrated voice in Indian cinema, representing a generation that is truly not only fierce, but fearless and free. Put your hands together for actor Ishan Khattar as we invite him on stage for a conversation on his journey and creative philosophy. And moderating this session will be NDTV's Arun Singh. Please welcome the star on stage.
पुलिस सेवा भर्ती एवं प्रणोती बोर्ड में आपका स्वागत है। आवेदन सूचना के लिए 1 दबाएं। नियुक्ति।
हेलो सर, पुलिस भर्ती का रिजल्ट कब तक आएगा?
कभी हंसते बेवजह, कभी करते हैं जिरे, तेरे संग हम।
ये भी एग्जाम दे रहा है। मोहम्मद सोएब हमारा दोस्त है।
दोस्त नहीं, मजबूरी, बचपन से झेल रहे।
और आप? जी हम, ये है हमारा मशहूर बिरयानी चोर। सड़क पे दिखते ही गीली चप्पल से कंटाप धरिए। ग्रेजुएट बनेंगे, बन किया तो आगे पीएचडी भी करेंगे, तभी लोग अपनी कुर्सी हमसे सटा के बैठेंगे। चल रहे
सीमेंट की छत वाला घर बनाएंगे, वर्दी पहन के बैठेंगे छत के ऊपर, लोग सलूट ठोकेंगे हमको।
पूरा नाम क्या लिखते हो?
चंदन कुमार ही है सर।
गोत्र?
मोहम्मद शोएब। जी सर।
हमारा बॉटल अंदर करो।
हमको नहीं जाना दुबई, यहीं रहना है, रोज रोज जलील होना है।
एक बार हम सिपाही बन गए, साला किसी के बाप ने हिम्मत नहीं होगी हमको घर आने की।
सिर्फ हम चाहे जितने विकेट उखाड़ दें, एक सरकारी फार्म की कैटेगरी वाले डिब्बे भर की औकात है हमारी, और बस वही तक सीमित है, वही हमारी पहचान।
तो पहचान वो नहीं है बे जो हमें पकड़ाई गई, पहचान तो वो है जो हम खुद बनाते हैं।
अपना पक्का घर बनाएंगे हम।
सैल्यूट साहब। अपना पूरा नाम लेते भट्टी है तेरे। तू तो बहुत बड़ा कुर्रम खान है ना। बहुत चाहते चंदन।
जो सिलबट्टे पे टमाटर की चटनी बनती है, उसकी खुशबू, उसका स्वाद तो सारे जहां में है। हमारी मिट्टी, हवा, रास्ते, दोस्त यार, अपनी जबान, ये सभी तो घर है हमारा। अब इस सब को छोड़ के कैसे जाए?
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ishan Khattar.
Wow. Now, this one is going to be an exciting session. But before that, I want you to give a huge round of applause for our star and for yourself as well. Well, he's redefining what it means to be a global Indian star. Definitely an artist who's fearless in his choices and effortless in his craft. His latest film, Homebound, has received standing ovations across international festivals and is now India's official entry to the Oscars. But Ishan's global stride doesn't stop at cinema. Alongside Hugo Boss, he was the only Indian actor invited to the Louis Vuitton Spring Summer Show in Paris, representing India on a world stage. From Beyond the Clouds to The Perfect Couple alongside Nicole Kidman, from Bollywood to Hollywood, he's truly homebound to the world. Once again, give a huge round of applause for Ishan Khattar. A very warm welcome, Ishan, to NDTV World Summit 2025.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. That was a very warm welcome indeed. And a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Adab. Very happy to be here.
Lovely. So, Ishan, you know, Homebound has been screened at several global stages. 9-minute long standing ovation at Cannes Film Festival. I know you have experience viewing the film, watching the film with an audience, and I see that with a lot of actors these days, you know, they go to the theaters to see the reactions of the audience. Have you seen the reactions? What has been the reaction like, and what touched your heart?
Okay, so I mean, forgive me for a moment because this is a film that is extremely special to me. So, at the risk of sounding almost shameless, I just want to say that I'm very thankful and grateful to everybody who's been a champion for it, because it is the film that I'm proudest of in my career. Even if I were not a participant in this movie, I would be as enthusiastic about championing it, because I think it's a very rare kind of film. It's very beautiful. It's very humane. Yeah, I'm just very proud of it. So to come back to your question, it's been surreal. Of course, personally for me, it's a milestone just to be sitting in an audience of film critics and connoisseurs in a place like Cannes, and you know, receiving that kind of reaction is overwhelming for anybody, understandably. But man, I lost track of time when it happened. Time was warped for me. You know, I think it's all been surreal. But the thing that keeps grounding me and bringing me back is like, this is an Indian film. This is a film that is deeply rooted, and I'm very proud of it. So, yeah, I think all of the accolades aside, I'm just happy to be a champion for this.
A quick show of hands for those who watched the film. How many of you cried? I did. I mean, all of us, I think, exited with tears in our eyes. Ishan, this character that you play, you know, Shoaib, how much of Shoaib is in Ishan, and how much of Ishan is in Shoaib?
I think my only sort of point of access was understanding the maybe the emotional strife, because beyond that, very obviously it is a character that is quite a distance from me. I think all of us, especially us actors, you know, living the glamorous life, we're the 0.1% of this country, and this is a story that talks about characters that are disenfranchised, that are marginalized, that make up for, I would say, about 80% of our country, but we don't see them in cinema often. So, but beyond that, it was definitely the kind of process where we had to walk towards the character. It wasn't one where we took for granted it'll come to us. You know, and Neeraj Khaiwan, the wonderful director for this movie, he made it very clear to us in the beginning. He said that you can pull these characters off with craft, but that is not what I want. That is not what I need. I want you to try and truly live these characters. So what followed was a process of 2 or 3 months of dialect work, and then we did an immersion exercise where we went to Barabanki. We spent about 7-8 days just staying in villages, interacting with people from different communities. The generosity that they showed us was, beyond anything we'd experienced before. They let us be in their houses. We even read the script in their houses. Khana khilaya unhone hame. And it just was an experience that really bonded us and brought us much closer to a lived experience of. It wasn't it wasn't guesswork after that. It was just flowing and leaning on your instincts. And I enjoyed it so much. It was probably the best film process that I've worked on so far.
Of course, phenomenal work there. But now let's talk about the outcome as well. This is India's official entry to the Oscars. And I think all of us should manifest that we actually make it. And one thing about manifestation is that you believe that thing has already happened. So I'm going to assume that we've already won the Oscars. But what is the first thing that Ishan Khatter is going to do once that announcement is out?
Oh my God. I'm on a world platform right now, so maybe it's not so different, and maybe I should behave myself. But I have an aching suspicion that I might just throw my jacket and run into a wall or something if that would happen.
Run into a wall.
No, I think it's very special. I'm very proud that this is the film that's representing India, because it's a film that talks of empathy and talks of humanity in a time in the world where I think we really need that. And so, yeah, I would just be very, very proud. I would be very proud of Neeraj Khaiwan, who's a very brave voice in cinema today. And then I'd run into a wall. Yeah.
Lovely. Hoping that moment comes very soon. But now, Ishan, of course, to be an actor, you require several skills. You have all of it. But I think one underrated skill is choosing the right kind of films. And you seem to have aced it. I mean, every project that you touch, you do, it's gold for you. So first,
not every project, yeah. Itni bhi zarra nawazi mat karo that there are people that can pull up 2-3 right now that I would rather
no, but
not
I think
talk.
something or the other has always worked in that project. Either it's your performance or it's a box office performance, or even if it means actually to be in the headlines because of your shirtless appearances in the Royals. But you're always making the headlines with your projects, and I think that's very important. So what's the magic that you're doing? Do you have a mentor? Are you doing some maths? What's the trick?
Well, I was always, I have to admit, I was post 8th grade onwards, as if that's any consolation, I failed in math constantly. So I don't think math is my strong suit. Do
you consult your scripts or offers with somebody?
First of all, thank you for the generous compliment. And I'd love to say that it is strategic, but it's really not. I think I'm just... I'm trying to be authentic to myself and work in films and in stories that I believe in any way, shape, or form. It could be fantastical, it could be heightened reality, or it could be something very realistic and dramatic and beautiful and somber. But something that I can, I know I can put every cell of my being behind for a while and immerse myself in it. And that's it. If I can believe in it, then hopefully the audience can believe in it. So I'm just trying to be authentic to myself. Also, I started working when I was 21. So I was coming into my own as a young man, finding myself. That journey kind of runs parallel to my journey as an actor. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who I am and then hopefully be able to express that through my films.
Not consulting your big brother for any offers that come your way or scripts that you read?
I think he's been a guiding light. He's been a beacon for me. He had a similar journey, only 15 years ahead, because he's, in every way, he's 15 years older than me. So he's faced every beat of life 15 years before me. And he also started his career and became a breakout star at age 21. So it's been similar that way. But we've also been raised to be individuals. And I think he also being an elder brother still respects my own individuality and my identity. And of course, I have a lot of respect for him.
I'm sure he's also seeing the graph, so maybe he thinks TK is co-advised.
This is just a very nice way of saying he doesn't care and I don't meddle with. But no, I think I've been able to, at least I'm proud to say I've made my own choices so far. Yeah.
Lovely. And since I mentioned the Royals, I think we have to talk about this. I don't have any other way to put this, but you were objectified, Ishan.
I mean, I have no way of denying or defending that.
But how did that make you feel is what my question is.
It was, you know, it helped that there were women behind the camera. So it was easy to lean on them and be like, okay, how does a woman like to see, you know, a young man? And dare I say, I
Can
think
we hear a cheer from the women who loved him in the Royals? Woo!
I just
There are whistles also. Huh?
Thank you so much. It's very flattering. I just want to say shout out and thank you to all the men who clapped as well. I have to tell you this. You think you understand your audience and you have some sense of it, la-di-da, whatever, right? So I thought, okay, I know the demo. I know this Royals audience. I might not be it, but I know that there's a huge audience for this space. And I imagined it would be, you know, a kind of a, not like a romantic comedy catering to women, but I thought it would cater more to the female gaze. But the amount of men that have walked up to me and told me, I have seen you in Royals 3 times over, is shocking to me, I have to say. So we know nothing about the
We all
audience.
game for bros supporting bros, so I think we all game for that.
100%. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, did you count the number of times you had to remove your shirt?
No, I completely lost count. In fact, at some point, I think they were just compensating for lack of costume budget. It came to that, you know. It was just like, yeah, scene's not working, shirt utar de.
So we'll keep a mix. You know, I'll have my question, but we'll also go to the audience. We have some other NDTV anchors as well who will be asking their questions. But before that, you know, you also represented India on global fashion stages as well. I mean, the only actor to be on Hugo Boss's global campaign. So give it up on that as well. So you're carrying an Indianness or your Indian stage to a global level. So again, is there a strategy behind that? Did fashion come very easy to you? Or did you want to enter this space and there was some science or maths behind that?
Not really. I think, so it's interesting because I was talking about this earlier today with a journalist, and as I spoke, I kind of discovered I'd never really put this into words before or articulated it. But I think a big part of my process also as an actor is you know, the wardrobe of a character helps you kind of feel the body language of a character. And so it's always been something that has been a part of my self-expression. But I think maybe I've come into my own as a young man in the last couple of years. And so I'm now more comfortable with expressing myself and not just a character. And so that might be an underlying thing or whatever, underlying layer. But really what it is I just got a couple of stylists that I worked with that I really enjoyed working with. And, you know, we had a good synergy and one thing led to another. But I do feel that it is a pivotal moment for, you know, the Indian market, but also the subcontinent in a global context, and not only in cinema, but also in the fashion world. And I guess I'm just really happy to be at the fore, kind of representing what it means to be an Indian man in this day and age. And I'm very proud that it's the first Indian male who is representing a European house. I think it's about time, you know, we should be. So yeah, I hope that we can really double down on that and show people what we're made of and how much more we have to offer.
Lovely. And now let's make it more conversation. We'll open it to the audience here. Can we go to one of my colleagues and have their question as well? Who do we begin with? Padmaja, can we start with you? Can we get her a mic?
We have a mic crisis.
But also,
There
since
we
we were talking about fashion, Ishan, we absolutely love what you're wearing today as well.
Oh,
This
thank you.
Double-breasted jacket. Absolutely stylish. Go ahead, Padmaja.
Shout out to the tailor who did this in Bandra.
Ishan, as a very young actor in your filmography, you've got some rather heavy roles, Dhadak, then Homebound, where you have addressed issues which are very weighty, which are very complex, which talk about caste, which talk about identity. How do you navigate that space, especially at a time when people are usually very wary of treading in that territory? Dharak also, there was a lot of commentary on that, and now you followed it up with Homebound. How do you venture into that area?
How do I enter into it? I think it probably has something to do with how I've been raised and who I am as an individual, and I think maybe there is a desire to expand my own social awareness, and it doesn't come from a place of commentary or activism. I think what at least I can say, and especially with Homebound, what I'm really proud about is it comes from a place of genuine empathy and a desire to listen and have a conversation. It is a human story first, Neeraj Ghewan as a filmmaker is somebody who doesn't put his politics before the story. Because regardless of what your intention may be, then it does become almost like a form of propaganda. And I think cinema has the power, dare I say, I mean, perhaps I'm a romantic, but I think cinema has the power to really make you feel things and sometimes interact with you beyond the screen. And so what I'm really proud about with this work, and especially with a film like Homebound, is that it talks about these issues with a really sensitive hand, and it talks about them from a place of empathy first. I think I read in one of the reviews of the film that this is not an anti-establishment film, but a pro-humanity film. And that is something that I'm very, very proud of, So yeah, I think it's just a desire to engage with human stories. And also, I mean, if any of you have seen the film, I think you also understand that it is a heart-wrenching film, but our effort was to humanize these characters and see their life and their spirit. And then the last chapter of the film that you see is unfortunately based in reality, so it is an attempt to start a conversation, and that's it. And for me as an actor, I think that is something that I look for. I do look for challenges because I do seek that kind of growth, and they've given me a lot. I think a lot of my worldview has come from cinema, not only as an actor but as an audience. So maybe it's in some way my attempt at giving back what I received as an audience.
Do you also think it comes from your, being brought up in a mixed faith household? Did you draw on your personal experience from there as well?
Sorry, can you repeat that, ma'am?
The fact that you were brought up in a mixed faith household, did you also draw on that experience?
Yeah, I mean, of course, as different an experiences that may be, of course, it gave me a worldview, right? And I think that is something that I'm so proud of in our country. We are known for our unity in diversity. And I think it's probably one of the places in the world that it comes so naturally to us. I've been working in the West for a couple of years now, and people are very curious about India. And they'll often ask me, where do I visit and what's it like? And I'm like, I don't know where to begin. What's it like? I was born and raised in India, but I still haven't discovered all of it. It's so multicultural. They say every 20 kilometers you go, the dialect changes. So it is miraculous how we just coexist, and there is a synchrony and a harmony in the way that we are. And that is our strength. I think our diversity is our strength. And I think I'm very proud that I'm in a film that talks of that and symbolizes that.
Lovely. Thanks, Padmaja. Thanks for all those questions. Now, taking cue from what you said, this filming experience, the way you prepped for it, Ishan, it's also very crucial that acting is all about reacting, right? So it's also hugely dependent on your co-stars. Yeah. And all of you have been appearing in all the, the PR interviews that you guys did after the film. How crucial was Janvi and Vishal's presence for you? And of course, Janvi is somebody you debuted with. So how crucial was that, if you can take us through that?
I think both Vishal and Janvi are pieces without whom this film could not exist. And I would say the same for Shalini Vatsa and everybody else.
She was phenomenal, by the way.
Everybody else who's in the ensemble, the way that we worked on this film almost felt like a family. The dialogue writer was also acting in the film. Every single person was encouraged to give their opinion on set. It felt like a family, and that is the kind of environment that Neeraj creates. So everybody's contribution is on the screen. Nobody in the crew failed this film, and that's what makes it special. And I think you can see that and feel that. As far as my co-actors are concerned, Vishal is such a bright talent, and he's such a dynamic actor, and he possesses such a range. I think it's very rare to see in a young actor of his age. I say that being a young actor myself, but he's just about a year older than me. But I'm so proud of him because I've seen the journey through this film, and I've seen how it has almost entered into his consciousness and changed him. And likewise with Janvi, like you said, we started together. I've always known about her that she's extremely passionate about storytelling, and I know that she's very, very sincere, and she possesses a desire to really kind of go beyond just the surface level. So yeah, I know that from the get-go, she was just happy to be a champion for the story. I believe at some point she told Neeraj, "I'll be a tree in the background if you want me to."
But was it a pinch me moment for both of you? Because, you started as those budding actors, and today, I mean, with Homebound, you're going places. So was there a pinch me moment that you guys shared with each other?
Yeah, I think there is an acknowledgement. Like, I think there was a, because, these kind of festivals and things like that are so overwhelming, and, you have a bunch of duties ahead of you. So we land in Cannes, and suddenly you're being pushed into an interview, and then you're interacting with people in French, and then some people in English, and some people in Hindi, and, so you're kind of just trying to catch up and get your wits about yourself. But I remember having a moment on the red carpet where there was just like a look exchange and an acknowledgement, and it was like, wow, we're really here, and this is surreal, and we're here with our movie, no less, and so yeah, there is an acknowledgement of that, and it is a very special thing to share. Also, my second film with Dharma after 7 years. Yeah, in many ways, it feels like a full circle. Small circle, but full circle.
Lovely. Now, talking of co-stars, you worked with Nicole Kidman as well. And, it's very important that one explores the genres and the industries. Of course, at the end, you're acting, whether you're here in the Hindi film industry or in Hollywood. When you worked with her, what were the exchanges then, and what was your takeaway working with Nicole Kidman?
My takeaway working with Nicole Kidman is that she is an icon. I mean, for all the right reasons. It's like she walks into a room and the air gets sucked out of it. But beyond that, what I thought was really amazing was that she had the sincerity of like a young actor. In fact, I didn't see some of my younger co-actors have that kind of sincerity, where they were like prepping before a scene and ad-libbing before getting into a shot, and she would often just be like, shooter, why can't you pass me the thing? And then some, and like just kind of getting warmed up before a take, and she was just I think extremely generous to work with. It can be an intimidating environment. I've been asked this before working with Tabu, like, how were you not intimidated? And I think I would credit it to these stalwarts, because it's kind of like the ball is in their court to make you feel comfortable when you're a young actor and you're kind of almost punching above your weight in a way. And they're amazing people to work with. I mean, I hope 30 years down the line, I'll have the same enthusiasm and the same kind of free spirit and the same sincerity that they have after all these years of working.
Yeah. And I'm sure you've been asked this several times, but I know eventually the craft is same. But is there any difference that you feel while working here in the Hindi film industry and in Hollywood? Is there any difference? It could be technicalities or any other difference. And it doesn't...
The food is better here. For sure. And I just think it's like a cultural difference, because essentially what we do is the same thing. We're all storytellers, and everybody has a designated job. And but what I think is different is there's systems and protocols and ways of working. They have a extremely sort of coded culture almost. Everything is streamlined. We're a little more haphazard, but somehow things fall into place. It's like when you look at the traffic in a city like Bombay, or I won't say Delhi because Delhi has chaudy roads, much wider roads, I have to say.
But listen, this is Dhanteras.
Nobody's happy about that. Nobody's happy about the
You
traffic
should
nonetheless.
experiment going on roads today.
Yeah.
Because it's going to get crazy, but sure.
But you know what I mean about how it almost feels like everybody's connected via Bluetooth or something, because everybody's doing wrong things, but somehow managing
Somehow
to
there's a sync.
slip their way through it, So there's like a synchrony in that chaos, a chaos, a method in the madness, so to say. So that's our nature also, I feel, in a way. And I think we're very jugadu and we're very passionate. Sometimes we'll work longer hours than we should. They'll always cut off when they have to. The unions will make sure of it. But essentially what we do is the same thing. It's just a difference of culture. Yeah.
There's also a lot of conversation on the, work hours. Are you doing 8-hour shift or are you flexible as an actor?
Do I look like I'm doing 8-hour shifts, man? I think anything less than 22 is a boon. No, I'm kidding. No, of course, I've been on sets where sometimes the protocol of time has been abused even. But that is something that I would say is important, as is an important conversation, because the thing to be considerate about is understand when people, it's a very privileged position to be as an actor, to be able to say that, I'm okay to work these many hours, but there are people in the crew that come in an hour before you, they'll have to pack up and leave, and it'll take them longer to go back home. So you need to be considerate of the working environment, and the decisions should be taken according to that, I think. So that is one thing. But what we do is a profession of passion, and often you'll see people consensually wanting to finish the day's work and not go home without, completely completing, their desired imagination and in letting it come to life the way they want. So hota hai aisa bhi. But yeah, I think the thing that's important is to be considerate of everybody's time and effort.
Lovely. Now, of course, you see that Robo also being brought up on the stage. We have something really fun planned. But before that, I have my very tiny little segment. Are you excited to see what you see?
I'm excited, yeah. What's going on? What are you going to put in me or on me?
Well,
what's happening?
We'll have to wait a bit. But Ishant, since we were talking about, you working in the Hindi film industry and also in Hollywood, we have a quick segment while we set that up, which is this or that. And you have to choose between Desi with Desi. And we won't judge you if you choose something with Desi. That's absolutely fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah? Rajma chawal or avocado toast?
Rajma chawal.
Kurta and chappals or trench coat and Chelsea roots?
Rajma chawal.
I think he's been on a diet for a very long time, it seems. Desi wedding dance or a red carpet pose?
Desi wedding dance, man. Come on, I'm a dancer. I'm not going to choose a pose over a carpet. Yeah, come on, a pose over a dance. Come on.
Okay, give me a chair if you want to see Ishan dancing. Woohoo! In a short while, though. Lovely. Can standing...
Okay, here's the deal, okay? And I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to lay out a deal for you. If I dance for you, you have to go watch Homebound in theaters. You have to support a beautiful movie.
I think most of us have watched it. Anybody who's not watched Homebound? See, most of
Very
us...
guiltily, I saw the hands that came up when he said who has watched it. Okay, so now you can't lie.
Taking mental notes, guys. But I can actually vouch the experience that you're going to have is surreal, and that's absolutely commendable. And it's not very often that we get to experience that.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you saying that. I know that you don't have to, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
No, we are absolutely excited to have a film there, in the Oscar. That's our official entry. Okay. A story that wins an Oscar or one that moves your family to tears?
Hopefully both. But the one that moves my family to tears could be for the wrong reasons also.
Has that ever happened? I won't ask the project, but has that ever happened?
I would choose the film that reaches into people's hearts more than anything. I think that's bigger than any award in the world.
Lovely. Punjabi playlist or jazz band?
Depends on the mood. I'll be diplomatic on this one because honestly, I'm very eclectic. In fact, eclectic is a kind word, and not to trivialize any mental illness, but like people have literally said that you're like a schizophrenic person because your playlist goes from Punjabi to jazz in 5 seconds. So I can be a little difficult to hear music around if you're not ready to switch it up in a second. So honestly, I'm waiting for the day Punjabi jazz is a thing.
That could be a good experiment.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we're talking about global conversations, Ishan, here. This is NDTV World Summit 2025, and we've had some exceptional talents come here on the stage, exchange their ideas, and one of those has been Dr. Merit Moore, and she's a quantum physicist, but she's also a ballerina. So that's a unique combination. Can we have her on stage while we give her a huge round of applause? So what we'll do is give it up for Dr. Moore.
We're just going to pretend we didn't meet backstage, right? Because like,
yes. Dr. Moore, why don't you go ahead and tell us what all you have planned for Ishan?
Well, last night they said that we should do a Bollywood dance. So in the past couple of hours, I was trying to train this robot to dance Bollywood. I'm a little nervous because it's just going to kind of do its own thing. But you can hopefully teach me, and later we will train this robot to be even better.
all right, I'm game, but one second. Did you just say that we out Bollywooded a robot?
Yes.
Because hell yeah.
But Dr. Moore, you also have, really interesting names for your robos. What is this gentleman called today?
Well, they're different names.
Okay.
So we thought could be Daisy instead of Daisy Boy. Am I saying that right?
Daisy Boy.
Daisy Boy. Instead, it could be Daisy Bot or Botany Spears, Friday Astaire, Robot De
We'll
Niro.
go with Desi Bot. I think that's a good name, right, Ishan?
We'll take it. We'll take Daisy Bot.
Desi Bot. So why don't we begin with you guys actually jamming on a Bollywood movie?
Yeah,
Can we
so
start with
he
that?
taught me moves like for 5 minutes right backstage.
Okay.
So he might need to teach me again.
Okay.
And then I will turn on this robot really fast
Sure.
and see if he'll jam with us. You guys can vote. I think humans might not be replaced yet, the way this robot's dancing, to be honest. But we thought we'd give it a demo.
But of course, we'll see its moves as well. But before that,
All right, let's give it a shot.
can we have the music, please?
Can we have the music?
So Ishan, your classic moves, that's what you're going to teach Dr. Moore.
This is a song called Main Parwana, which I was almost leaning towards that Fred Astaire name because it's like a chip off the old block, very jazzy kind of song from a film that I did called Pippa, which is a war drama. For those of you who want to see it, it's on Amazon Prime. So yeah, this is kind of a dancey, jazzy number for Desi Bot today. And bear with us for a second. I'm going to take Merit, who needs no rehearsal. I promise you, she picked it up in 5 seconds. Credit to being a ballerina, of course. I'm going to take her through the moves, and then let's see if the robot can keep up with us.
Guys, cheer them up. I think she's picked it really well. We sorted.
I've never been to them.
Can you play it from the top?
Woo!
Lovely. Give a huge round of applause for both of them.
We can nail the turn again.
You can nail it.
We'll do it
I
again.
gave you the
Okay,
wrong
okay. We'll have to do it once more. Get. All right, let's do it again. Let's do it. Okay, tiny rehearsal before we do it one more time.
Now, Arun, while they practice,
Yeah.
I just want to make the point that what we're about to see is something extremely, extremely special. Dr. Merit Murishan was at dinner yesterday, and she said that, at some point in time, I want to do a Bollywood number, because that's the magical dancing robot. If you're on Indian social media over the last 48 hours, it's been spinning and buzzing with Dr. Merit Moor's energy and the moves, not just of the ballerina, but the robot itself. And we requested Dr. Moore last evening. Many of you were there at dinner saying, can we do a Bollywood number? And she said, yeah, of course, I'll do it. She said, I will learn the dance. I'm not sure about the robot. So has the robot learned some Bollywood dance now?
It's struggling. It finds Bollywood really, like, it wants to, but it's feeling very inadequate.
Why is that? What is it about the ballet that the robot could pick up, but not Bollywood music?
I realized today, this afternoon, I was trying to program, Bollywood's very fast. And this robot, it's struggling. It's trying, but not there yet.
So I had the good pleasure of doing something called, I did like almost this TikTok dance kind of intro sequence in The Perfect Couple. And, we had the surreal, almost like fever dream kind of experience of dancing with Nicole Kidman, Isabel Adjani, and all of these amazing actors on what was pretty much a Bollywood song, I have to say. And I saw all of them like shrivel up and get scared before doing it, and then just like ease into it the second they started, because that's the joy of dancing. And the fact that we have a robot
The robot's
dancing
dancing now. I don't know what he's
robot
doing.
is feeling
but
it.
he's dancing. Dr. Moore, what's going on?
That is the reach of Hindi cinema. Let's go.
I think in Ishan Khatter's presence, the robot is doing his own thing. He's gone like wild. He's like, yesterday he was doing the ballet with Dr. Moore. Now, what's he doing?
So as far as the conversation of AI beating human creativity is concerned, let's just say we have an argument.
Yeah. No, and
but Buddy is trying.
And
Buddy is
talking
trying.
of badly behaved Desi boys, this Desi bot, Dr. Moore, is now out of your control.
Yes.
The Desi boy is in your control. The Desi bot is not.
But
He's just doing his own thing.
But can I just say, can I just have a huge round of applause for Merit, who picked this up in 30 seconds backstage?
Yeah. Give it up for Dr. Moore.
And that is what years of believing in your passion and putting work and sweat and feelings into it does. 30 seconds and she
But
had it.
I am, since I've seen you yesterday, I'm now very curious about that robot. What's going on? He's just.
I think he's just jealous that Dr. Moore danced with somebody else.
Could that be it, Dr. Moore?
Yes, it does seem that way. He's wanting a lot of attention. And I did realize these past 30 seconds of learning Bollywood, I'm like, I have to tell my ballet director, be like, I'm sorry, I might be saying goodbye to ballet and going to Bollywood. It's way more fun.
Also talk to us about the first time you saw this choreography. I know you also surfed the internet, you watched some videos. How did you receive it? That much of energy, and of course, an electrifying dancer like Ishan, his energy.
And his quality is amazing. No, so I was so impressed. And then seeing him in person, I've actually personally never been so nervous. I've danced in like grand theaters around the world with thousands of people, but then seeing his talent, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, you're very, very kind. Let's run it back so that we can show everyone how to do this Main Parwana with the robot.
And if people know it, they should dance too. Just saying.
Yes, all of us can groove as well with them. But now let's, of course, I think include your Desi bot as well. Yeah? No, I think, yeah.
Not hit the arm, right?
आँख में मारूंगा दीवाना पक्का जी मेरा निशाना लक तू बचे ना बचाना आँख में मारूंगा दीवाना मैं परवाना तेरा नाम बताना ते प्यार में जलना जलाना.
It's still nodding its head.
It's still going. Yes, it's inspired. It's just going to dance for the rest of the night.
Thank you. That was entirely my
so
pleasure,
much.
Merit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Thank you very much.
Everybody,
for joining
Merit
us.
more.
Oh my gosh, no.
And Desi bot.
ladies and gentlemen. But before you go, you know, as Rahul also mentioned, you have this dream of being in a Bollywood project.
Yeah.
So do you see your robo also getting casted in one of the films?
I envision a lot of robots, different robots.
It's
and
auditioning right now.
It's, it's auditioning right now. Yes, but I want it to be more rehearsed, and then it can really go for a second audition, maybe.
Ishan, you've been on multiple sets. What's one big challenge that this robo's gonna experience when it's on a set?
I mean, maybe
Especially on a Hindi film
maybe
set.
we should give it another arm and 2 legs. Let's start there. You know, poor guys just headbanging his way through the stuff.
Once more. Once more. Once more.
Oh, are you guys okay with
I could
going?
dance all night.
Yes, okay. Let's have it here on the center stage for one more time. So you've aced it so well that these requests just don't stop. Can we have the music for one more time?
आँख में मारूंगा दीवाना पक्का जी मेरा निशाना लक तू बचे ना बचाना आँख में मारूंगा दीवाना मैं परवाना तेरा नाम बताना ते प्यार में जलना जला
Lovely. Give it up for both of them for doing it so many times. And definitely much better than a Desi board.
You're piercing her every time you're saying it, bro. Don't stop it there. No, big round of applause for Desi Bot as well. For finally living up to the Desi tag.
Thank you, Dr. Mo. Thank you so much. Well, as we close this session as well, we'll have one more question from Vedika if she's around. Oh, can we? Why don't you join us on the stage, Vedika? And give it up for my lovely colleague, Vedika, here.
Maybe you want to go around it. It's still in its reverie.
All right, my question can't match what you've just done on stage, but I just want to know, you know, as an aspiring actor, I think the dream is to be the actor that everyone talks about and appreciates your art. But once you get to be an actor, how difficult is it to be in the limelight? Also, do you miss going and having a vada pav sometimes, you know, at 3 p.m. in the middle of the day without everyone saying, Ishan, Agya, let's go get an autograph. So I'm saying, you know, you've been an aspiring actor. Now you are an actor. You're a star in your own right. Do you miss those days?
I think there are a couple of ways of looking at it. You know, if I were to hypothetically borrow Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, King Khan's argument on this, he'd say that I've worked all my life for this recognition, so why would I, you know, want to shove it away when the time comes? But also, I think there's a part of you in general that, you know, is nostalgic, and so you would miss moments of your life that give you that kind of privacy.
What
and
are those moments?
Just being able to walk in your building without being shot on camera, I don't know, that's one of them. So it is a two-edged sword, and I think that it is possible to have a private life and also be in the limelight, but that is a personal choice for everybody to make. Me personally, I think it's very important to keep growing as a person as well, and not just lose myself to the guy that I am in front of camera all the time. Dare I say, there's more of me in front of the film camera than there is in front of, you know, that's the part you don't sign up for. But if you're privileged enough to be loved by those many people, then you're in service, and that's something I'm happy to do. It takes nothing to, you know, smile at somebody and give them a selfie or share 2 words of kindness. So yeah, I take it as my privilege, and when I need my privacy, I take it.
And just one more question, which is, you and your brother very often go overseas, and you travel a lot with him. You're on bikes, usually.
Yeah.
So which has been your favorite destination as part of your motorcycle diaries? And more importantly, could you do that in India with him at some point?
We would need Desi Bot to be riding alongside us, protecting us. But no, we actually do ride in Bombay every Sunday, every other day.
Don't give the time out.
No, we don't. But
I think riding is something that we do for ourselves because it's a great way to travel. First of all, you end up seeing places you otherwise never would. But also, it's like you get out of your head. You know, it's one of those. It's like a boys' toys thing. So we enjoy it very much, and it's a great way to travel. So yeah, that's something that my brother and I bond over. That's
We also loved it when, both of you did that video. I think you were taking a flight somewhere and you said, "See Ludhiana to?" Where did that come from? What's the story behind that?
We were in Slovenia in a place called Ljubljana.
Oh.
So, and we couldn't stop saying it as if it's Ludhiana. So ऐसे ही कुछ निकल के आ गया. बस यही चीजें होती हैं जो लोगों को अच्छी लगती है. ज़्यादा एफर्ट डालो तो कोई देखता नहीं है रीलें आपकी. यही देखना चाहते हैं लोग.
But आप दोनों की social media game is really classy. I mean, Shahid as well, you as well, you've aced it.
Oh, thank you.
And both of you are really fun to watch in the movies and also on our digital devices. With that, we've come to an end of this session. Vedika, please stay with us as we felicitate Ishan Khatter. Give a huge round of applause for being such a sport, being fun, and of course, taking time out for NDTV World Summit 2025. Vedika, please do the honors. Thanks a lot, Ishan. Thanks a lot for joining us on NDTV World Summit.
Thank you and have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for having me. Can't wait to get backstage and see what's inside this.
Absolutely excited to see that as well. But thank you very much. And now over to my colleague, Ayush.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Ishan and Vedika, who managed to sneak in a couple of questions there. Fascinating stars over there. But honestly, Dr. Moore's been the superstar over these past couple of days at the NDTV World Summit. A huge fan club for her as well. And, well, if you're talking about a fan club, the next act is going to be hard to follow for two reasons. One, because it's the ultimate act of the evening. And two, because it's a three-time Grammy Award winner, Ricky Cage. Give us some time to set it up. Let's replace the AI. Let's replace the machine with the man. We'll be back shortly.
Go. They set it ablaze.
Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we aren't done yet. We are ending the NDTV World Summit on a real high with an electrifying performance by none other than Ricky Cage. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It isn't often that you get to see, like I said, a three-time Grammy Award winner perform live at this magnificent venue, Bharat Mandapam. And while they're setting up for the performance, I'd like to invite Gaurav Divani, Head of Revenue Brand Solutions, to thank everyone who made this possible. A huge round of applause for Gaurav Divani.
Hi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the remarkable day at the NDTV World Summit 2025, it's only fitting to pause and acknowledge those who made this journey possible, our partners and our sponsors. To our title sponsors, Charge Zone, and to Mr. Karthike, your unwavering commitment to progress, innovation, and responsible leadership reflects the very essence of the summit. We're grateful for your trust as we brought the world together on one stage to imagine our collective progress. To our co-presenting partner, Raymond Group, our co-powered by partners, GE Aerospace, the Government of Punjab, and Pernod Ricard, and to all our associates, sponsors, and partners, Your contribution is far more than a presence of banners or screens. You have helped us create a global conversation where ideas are tested, perspectives are shared, and stories are told with purpose and integrity. It is our belief in dialogue, in change, and in collective imagination that makes the NDTV World Summit a catalyst for ideas and actions, and the NDTV Network India's global voice. And on behalf of all of us at NDTV, thank you for being a part of our journey of building a new NDTV for a new India. We hope to continue the journey in the years to come, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
Go. Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days, all approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership, and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty, and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest, and grow with confidence.
ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੋਰਟਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਉਠਾਓ 2 ਹਫ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਜੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਵਿੰਡੋ ਐਂਡ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇੱਕੋ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ
From mega industrial parks to green energy corridors, Punjab is building the future now. And the only thing missing is you. It's time to invest in ambition. It's time to invest in Punjab. Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days, all approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership, and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty, and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest, and grow with confidence.
ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੋਰਟਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਉਠਾਓ 2 ਹਫ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਜੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਵਿੰਡੋ ਐਂਡ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਡ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇੱਕੋ ਪੈਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ
From mega industrial parks to green energy corridors, Punjab is building the future now. And the only thing missing is you. It's time to invest in ambition. It's time to invest in Punjab.
UP on the rise. UP on the rise. UP on the rise. सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे। मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार। यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
21वीं सदी है, इस सदी का ये तीसरा दशक, ये उत्तराखंड का दशक होगा।
उत्तराखंड को विकास की नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाने के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी देवभूमि पर हर दिन साकार कर रहे हैं। सेवा, सुशासन, स्वावलंबन और सतत विकास, ये वो मूल मंत्र हैं जिन्होंने उत्तराखंड की तस्वीर बदल कर रखी है।
उत्तराखंड सरकार की ओर से हमें जैसे खाद मिल रहा है और खेतों के लिए बीज मिल रहा है और इसी प्रकार हम खेती बाड़ी कर रहे हैं।
केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से राज्य में रेल, सड़क, रोपवे, हाई कनेक्टिविटी विस्तार पर तेजी से काम हो रहा है। दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे बनकर तैयार है। इससे सिर्फ 2.5 घंटे में दिल्ली से देहरादून पहुंचा जा सकेगा। 4700 लंबी ग्रामीण सड़कें बन चुकी है। सुशासन के मामले में भी धामी सरकार लगातार लोगों की जिंदगी आसान बनाने में जुटी है। भूमि रिकॉर्ड, पेंशन, परिवहन और शिकायत निवारण जैसे विभागों को ऑनलाइन कर दिया गया है।
Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of
कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से कला और खेल को नया आसमान। मशाल है सामाजिक नवाचारों की रोशनी, संकल्प से मिले पर्यावरण को नई बानगी। सर्वोदय है ग्रामीण विकास की जिम्मेदारी। IM पावर से प्रवासी मजदूरों को हर जगह भागीदारी। वन जीवन से मिल रहा वन्य जीवों को सहज जीवन का वरदान। बढ़े बेहतर कल की ओर, ढूंढे सारे समाधान। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा।
भाई बिजनेस रजिस्टर हो गया?
यस, सिर्फ करंट अकाउंट बाकी है।
करंट अकाउंट के लिए तो SBI बेस्ट है। हो गया एडमिशन?
यस, अब बस लोन बाकी है।
एजुकेशन लोन के लिए SBI रिलायबल है। और NRI?
अरे उससे याद आया, एक NRI अकाउंट खोलना है।
गो फॉर SBI NRI अकाउंट।
इजी है।
और सप्लाई ने ऑर्डर शिप कर दिया?
हाँ, बस अब पेमेंट करने।
पेमेंट के लिए SBI योनो बिजनेस
इंस्टेंट है।
कैश कम है, विड्रॉ करना पड़ेगा।
ट्राई SBI डोरस्टेप बैंकिंग, कन्वीनियंट है। बैंक आएगा, करेगा कैश डिलीवर, एक बेस्ट कैश डिपॉजिट लिमिट। गर्ल्स के लिए इंटरेस्ट रेट्स कंसेशनल, 24/7 365 डेज फट फट फट। ओपन अकाउंट डिजिटली, इजी पीजी, लेमन स्क्वीजी। स्मार्ट, हाँ? आपको तो ये पता है।
मुझे क्या?
सबको पता है।
बैंकिंग से रिलेटेड कोई भी सर्विसेज हो, SBI इजी, फास्ट, रिलायबल और कन्वीनियंट बेस्ट है, सबको पता है।
Every great journey begins with a spark of vision, of ambition, of belief. And some places don't just nurture that spark, they set it ablaze. Welcome to Punjab, the land of enterprise, resilience, and limitless opportunity. Strategically located at the heart of North India, Punjab connects you to over 30% of India's population. High-speed highways, air cargo hubs, rail freight corridors all converge to move your business faster. Time is capital, and we value both. Invest Punjab is India's only unified regulator, all powers under one roof, having most advanced single-window fast-track portal that simplifies 140 plus approvals across departments. Intelligent fast-track portal delivers land feasibility check in 15 days. All approvals within 45 working days. When industry leaders choose Punjab, they choose reliability, partnership, and progress. This is not just a state. This is a movement towards speed, certainty, and global leadership.
Punjab's message is simple. Come, invest, and grow with confidence.
ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੋਰਟਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਦਾ
Ambition. It's time to invest in Punjab.
Say bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in about a minute from now. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, there's no better way to sum up the last 2 days of this summit. We've had some very intriguing, interesting conversations, and we're going to sum it up with a musical evening.
A very special musical evening with a very special guest, a man who really needs no introduction. Not one, not two, 3 Grammys. I am absolutely waiting with bated breath to get 3-time Grammy Award winner Vedika on stage.
Absolutely. And a big thank you from us and the team at NDTV for the last 2 days. You guys have been a great audience. Now we leave the stage to Ricky and his team. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Ricky Cage.
My brother Ricky, I'm really proud of you as always.
We are all in this together. We are all in this together. And nothing can remind us like a simple.
And the Grammy goes to Winds of Samsara.
I'd like to thank the Recording Academy. Asatoma Satgamaya Om Shanti 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 Om. Thank you.
And the Grammy goes to Stuart Copeland and Ricky.
In India, we've got a saying called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means the world is one family. Live in peace with all entities on this planet, whether it is the animals, the wildlife, the forest.
It's time to shine your
Stuart Copeland, Divine Tide, and Ricky K.
It's our time. Let's do this.
Namaste and thank you.
Climate change is absolutely real. Climate change is human-induced, and our actions are affecting countries on the other side of the world.
Dr. Ricky Gyan K.
It's time. Let's do this. It's our time. Let's do this. It's time to shine your light. It is time.
And now, presenting three-time Grammy Award winner, United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, Ricky K.
So, just like how all of our concerts begin, this concert is no different. We're going to start with a tribute to the great river Ganga. So through this song, follow her journey from where she takes birth in the Himalayas to where she completes her journey into the Bay of Bengal, nourishing hundreds of millions of lives along her way. And singing this song for us today will be Anjana Padmanabhan, Indian Idol winner. A big round of applause for her. Here is our first song for the day. It is Ganga.
त्रिपथगा दिव्या शीततो अशैवला त्रिभुवनतारिणी तरलतरङ्गे देवी सुरेश्वरी भगवती गङ्गे त्रिभुवनतारिणी तरलतरङ्गे शङ्करमौळि विहारिणि वने मम मतिरासा तव पदकमले अलकानन्दे
Anjana Padmanabhan, everyone. Mayank on flute. Sudhir Yaduvanshi on vocals. Pramad Kiran on percussion and vocals. And Siddharth Basrur on guitars and vocals. A big round of applause for these amazing musicians. Namaskar, everyone. Okay. Namaskar, everyone. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor for all of us to be over here, the NDTV World Summit 2025. So grateful to be over here. What a beautiful event and a great theme, Edge of the Unknown, Risk, Resolve, and Renewal. And of course, thank you to Rajiv Kamal and his entire amazing, amazing team of NDTV for putting this together and for making us feel so welcome. I think a big round of applause for them. Come on, you can do better than that. So our next song is a brand new song that we just released, I think, a week back. And it's the first time ever that we're going to be performing it live. This song is called We Are One. And the song is based on the timeless hymn, Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram. And this song is a song that describes unity and diversity. It describes oneness, coexistence. And it also showcases that there is a lot more that binds us than divides us. And in fact, the video that is going to play on the big screen behind us has been filmed over the last 2 years at sacred sites everywhere in the world to showcase that the essence of all religions is the same. But sometimes the pathway to reaching that essence may differ. This is our brand new song. It's called We Are One. Thank you so much. So if you've been to a concert of mine in the past, you'll know what's coming next. I'm going to say a phrase which is very important from the point of view of India. And I'm going to say the first half of it, and you're going to shout out the second half of it. Are you ready to do that? If I shout out the first half, will you shout out the second half? Jai Jawan. What? Did you hear anything? Let's try that again. Jai Jawan. Fantastic. So praise to the soldier, praise to the farmer. We've got tremendous respect for our armed forces. We've done numerous concerts for our farmers have got amazing indigenous knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation. But more fascinatingly for us, they've got songs that have been passed down from generation to generation. So we collaborated with them on one such song, which is said to be over 3,000 years old. So we'll see these amazing tribal farmers collaborate with us on the big screens behind me. This next song is called Jai Kisan.
Titi gori gazili alokai kumi go to tolo na kumi go to tolo murto nai polo murto de polo ane samote kai le bolo bolte loilai benoni samote kai le bolo mitti mein bo अपने सपने हैं और सीध प्यार से जीना वो जीना जो कुदरत के साथ में कितना हंसी ये मौका है तो रहे जागरूक और सही है जो वो करे हम खड़े हो जिंदगी के साथ सब एक साथ सब एक साथ यही है मौका यही है मौका अब न देखना रात थी यहाँ पर हो रहा है अब तो सवेरा हमने तो ये सीखा कुदरत को है पता हम सबको चाहिए क्या कितना हंसी ये मौका है तो रहे जागरूक और सही है जो वो करे हम खड़े हो जिंदगी के साथ सब एक साथ सब एक साथ यही है मौका यही है मौका
Let's introduce everybody again. Mayank on flute, everyone. A big round of applause for him. Anjana Padmanabhan on vocals. Siddharth Basrur on guitars and vocals. Sudhir Yadavanshi on vocals. Pramath, what are you doing over here? Shouldn't you be going back to your percussion?
I'm singing the next song.
You're going to be singing the next song?
Absolutely.
In what language?
There's a very, very traditional language called Konokol.
Oh, teach everybody then.
Yes. It's a language of percussion from South India. Do you want to guys join with us? Let me teach you a couple of phrases. Ta. Dhi.
Hi.
Tum.
Tum.
Nam.
Nam.
Ta. Dhi. Tum. Nam.
Ta. Dhi. Tum. Nam.
Ta. Dhi. Tum. Nam. Ta. Dhi. Tum. Nam.
Tatti Dom Nam.
Thank you so much.
So the world today, as we all know, is getting more and more unpredictable. It's like we are living in a web series and every day is a new episode and a new cliffhanger every day. And you wake up in the morning, it's completely new news. So the NDTV World Summit 2025, the theme Edge of the Unknown is absolutely apt. And so we thought that what would be a piece of music that would explain the unknown, the edge of the unknown, what would explain risk, resolve, renewal, what we're going through right now, what nations are speaking to each other about right now, the uncertainties that we face as of now. So this is the song. I hope you enjoy it. It's an absolutely crazy song. This one's called Dub Kunakol. Samat Kiran, everybody, a big round of applause for him. Siddharth Basrur on guitar, everyone. Now, anybody over here is a fan of Sufi music? Who's a fan of Sufi music? So this is actually quite a big hit song of ours. It's our own very modern version of the very famous Sufi folk song. In fact, the most famous Sufi folk song ever. This is our version of Damadam Mast Kalandar.
हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालन सिंधनी दा सेवन दो सकी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम कलंदर अली तो पहला नंबर अली दम दम दे अंदर अली शाबाश कलंदर हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालन सिंधनी दा सेवन दो सकी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर अली दम दम दे अंदर अली शाबाज कलंदर हो दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर अली दम दम दे अंदर अली शाबाज कलंदर हो लाल मेरी हाय लाल मेरी छनन छनन तेरी नौबत बाज छनन छनन तेरी नौबत बाज नाल बजे घट याद बला झूले लालन मौला नाल बजे घड़ी याद बला झूले लालन सिंधनी दा सेवन दा सगी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम अली दा पहला नंबर अली दम दम दे अंदर अली शाबाश कलंदर ओ लाल मेरी हाय लाल मेरी
NDTV World Summit. Everybody stand up now. Stand up and clap with us.
दम लाल लाल 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 दम लाल लाल दम लाल लाल दम लाल लाल दमादम विधि दमादम अलीदा
clap
दमादम
clap
अलीदा दमादम अलीदा दमादम अलीदा दमादम
We're getting there.
अलीदा दमादम 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 दमादम
jump.
अली दा पहला नंबर पहला अली दम दम दे अली शाबाज कलंदर बाज कलंदर दमादम कलंदर
Sudhir Yaduvanshi, everyone, a big round of applause for him. This next song is a tribute to the embodiment of coexistence. This next song is a tribute to the protector of the 5 elements of nature. This next song is a tribute to Lord Shiva. And this particular song is again an ancient folk song in our own very, very modern rendition. You've heard this folk song a million times in the past, but not the way that we are going to perform it for you. This is our version of Bam Lahari.
Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhana. चैन छोड़ निर्गुण का भजन कर, चैन छोड़ निर्गुण का भजन। और शिव के भजन करे पार्वती, शिव के भजन करे पार्वती। ना सिवा तेरे कुछ दिखे ना, तुझी सिवा तेरे कुछ दिखे ना। रटत तेरा ही नाम सभी, अरे रटत तेरा ही नाम सभी। अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी।
Sing along, everyone.
अंतर्यामी है, रूप अंतर्यामी। लीला का पार नहीं पाया, लीला का पार नहीं पाया। तने अजब अनोखा रूप धरा, अजब अनोखा रूप धरा। तेरे दाएं रे बायां बिशर विराजे, दायां रे बायां बिशर विराजे। माथे चंद्रमा ब्राज रहा, माथे चंद्रमा ब्राज रहा। तेरी जटा से गंगा बहती है, जटा से गंगा बहती है। तेरे कंठ भुजंग है साज रहा, कंठ भुजंग है साज रहा। बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी। अरे अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी।
Sing loudly, everyone.
महाकाल शंकर भोले, हे महाकाल शंकर भोले। तेरी भक्ति में घट घट बोले, भक्ति में घट घट बोले। सबना धोखा नाथ है शंकर, सबना धोखा नाथ है शंकर। कोई कमती न कभी खजाने में, कमती न कभी खजाने में। सभी लोग बस्ती में बसा के, सभी लोग बस्ती में बसा के। आप बसे वीरानी, आप बसे वीरानी। जब से स्थापित भाई सरस्ती, जब से स्थापित भाई। कंठ लगाए फुलवारी, कंठ लगाए फुलवारी। भवसागर से पार करे कैलाश विराजे त्रिपुरारी। अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी, अगर बम 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 लहरी। लोकेश्वर हे महेश्वर महा ईश्वर भंडारी व्योमकेश्वर परम ईश्वर राम ईश्वर भमलहरी लोकेश्वर हे महेश्वर महा ईश्वर भंडारी व्योमकेश्वर परम ईश्वर राम ईश्वर भमलहरी.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sid, do you want to teach everybody our next song?
I have one question for you, NDTV. Are you guys having fun tonight? You want to keep having fun with us? Who wants to sing along? Well, that was not the response we were hoping for. I want to ask that one more time. Who wants to sing along with us? Okay, let's see if we can make this work. All right, repeat after me. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho. Okay, I think I know what's going to spice things up a little bit, right?
A little friendly
A
competition.
little friendly competition. How about we split the crowd in the middle? Sudhir, you want to take that side? I'll take this side. You guys with me? All right, should I go first?
Yeah, you'll have to be really loud because the CEO is on that side.
Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho.
Impressive.
Pretty good, pretty good.
हमारी बारी. सब तैयार है मेरे साथ गाने के लिए? Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho.
So what do you guys think?
No, I think it's the time for renewal. So I think let's all collaborate and do it once more.
Yeah, how about we do this as one big family? Yeah? Everyone with us! Oh ho, oh ho.
Loudly, come on.
Oh ho, oh ho. Should we try that one more time?
No, I think we've got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, give it up for yourselves!
Okay, now everybody's got a cell phone in their pocket. I'm pretty sure that this crowd definitely has one. Okay, pull out your cell phones, turn on your torches. We want to see a few of them. Come on. And I'll tell you why it's really important for you to do that this evening. A few more. You're looking absolutely spectacular. The stars are in the audience. Come on, a few more, a few more. Because this song is dedicated to NDTV. Because what NDTV is doing is shining their light on everyone, everywhere in the world. And this song is called Shine Your Light. Everyone!
हम सब साथ यहाँ है, हम सब साथ यहाँ है, कोई फर्क कहाँ है, फर्क कहाँ है?
Everybody scream!
Hey! चलो हाथ
One more!
बढ़ाएं,
Hey!
चलो सबको
Loudly, come on, one more!
दिखाएं, चलो हाथ
One more!
बढ़ाएं, चलो
Last
सबको
one!
बताएं,
Hey!
कोई भी यहाँ अकेला ना है. It's time, let's do this, it's our time. Let's do this, it is time to shine your light. Let's do this, it is time to shine your light. Whoa, sing everybody! Whoa, whoa, whoa. It is time to
मैं जो साथ निभाऊं तू जो साथ निभाए तो बात बन जाए तो ये रात ढल जाए मैं जो साथ निभाऊं तू जो साथ निभाए तो बात बन जाए तो ये रात ढल जाए
Everybody scream!
Hey! चलो हाथ
Loudly now.
बढ़ाए, चलो सब
One more.
चलो हाथ
Loudest.
बढ़ाए, चलो
Last
सबको
one.
दिखाए कोई भी यहाँ अकेला ना है
It's time, let's do this, it's our time. Let's do this, it is time to shine a light. Let's do this, it is time to shine a light.
Come on everyone sing
Whoa, 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 whoa,
NDTV, a big round of applause to all of you. Come on! Now we've left with the last 2 minutes of our concert, and I wanted to explain to everybody that we've saved the best for these last 2 minutes. India as a country is much more than just us human beings. Do we all agree? Do we all agree? In fact, the true citizens and the true inhabitants of India are the forests and wildlife because they have existed on our land long before any of us humans have ever set foot here. In fact, we humans have been here for 3 lakh years. Our forests and wildlife have been here for 3,000 lakh years. Whereas 3 lakh years, whereas 3,000 lakh years, our sustainability is defined by forests and wildlife, our beauty is defined by them, and without functioning ecosystems and beautiful forests and wildlife, we as human beings will cease to exist. Am I right? So we took our most favorite melody in the whole world, that is the Indian national anthem, and we created an instrumental version of our Indian national anthem, and we decided to dedicate it to the forests and wildlife of our country and the true inhabitants of our country. So if you would please indulge me, if you are physically able to stand up, then let us all stand in respect for the forests and wildlife of our beautiful nation. Let us all stand in respect for the Indian national anthem. Bolo Bharat Mata ki! Bolo Bharat Mata ki! One day! One day! Thank you, NDTV. Thank you so much. You've been an absolutely wonderful audience. It's been a huge honor. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you to your entire team for their immense hospitality and for making us feel like a part of your family. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's 1, 2, 3 Grammy Awards for Ricky Cajun Band, and there's maybe more surprises. Picture abhi baki hai. I request all of you all to continue the party. In fact, it's the after party, and then there's an after party with a bunch of surprises. You've been a lovely audience. Now we celebrate the NDTV World Summit. Level 1, with a bunch of surprises, meeting rooms 18 and 19 is where the party begins. And a huge thank you to Ricky Cajun Band. You guys have been absolutely amazing. And a huge round of applause for all of you all in the audience. Guys, as an aside, I have trackers on all of you. Level 1, meeting rooms 18 and 19. NDTV, this is an imperative. We have to go and party there and have all our conversations. You can tell me how bad I was on stage as well. Honest feedback, all the jokes are allowed. Indo Genius is coming as well. So is the rest of the NDTV team. I'll see you there. Level 1, meeting rooms 18 and 19. Follow the good music.